Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to the F1 Word and to the final morning of F1 testing in Bahrain. Yes, another 8 hours with this gob. You are so lucky, I know. You're more than welcome. But thank you for coming along for, like I said, the final day of testing. Hasn't this week flown by? We've been waiting for testing for so long, and here we are, basically done. Apart from the fact we've got an entire final day to do, obviously. Anyway, housekeeping out of the way. Good morning, everyone in chat. Housekeeping out of the way, first of all, this stream is powered, of course, by Motorsport Network and Motorsport Images. All the pictures you'll see will be from Motorsport Images. Don't forget to drop a like on the stream, always appreciated, and subscribe as well so you don't miss out on any content coming up. This season, lots of it as well, whole season of it, obviously, and you can support the stream as well through Streamlabs, Super Chats, and of course in PayPal. Links in the description down below, and links to all of the people who are featured on the channel this week, including Stuart this morning, and Jonty and Mike this afternoon, Dylan as well, of course, down in the description as well. Lots to get through this morning. Quite a bit happened last night after we finished. First things first, Kevin Magnussen just casually going out there and topping the second day of testing. His first time in an F1 car since 2020, but there you go. That's K-Mag for you. I know it's testing. I know it really doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter, but it's just kind of nice to see, isn't it? A nice addition to that story. His big comeback, he's topping testing. But this morning has been a very interesting morning. We've got a glimpse at the new Red Bull with its nice new sculpted side pods. Apparently some changes to the floor as well. I mean, the sculpted side pods are very nice and they're not as invisible as the Mercedes, but as you'd expect, with Adrian Newey involved, they do look very, very nice. So I'll get some pictures of that as soon as they are uploaded to Motorsport Images. None at the moment, no, unfortunately, but as soon as they're there, I'll get them into the stream so you can have a look. But at the moment, Sergio Perez went straight out of the garage and set the fastest time of the day. Why not? 1:34.733 for him, sorry. Dry throat this morning. 1:34.733 for him. That was on the C3 tyre. 6 laps so far. Pierre Gasly already 21 laps on the board this morning. 1:34.865. That was set on the C4 tyre. Carlos Sainz, 1:34.905. That was on the C5, 18 laps thus far. Zhou Guanyu, 21 laps, C3 tyre, 1:35.136. Lando Norris, 1:35.504. That was on the C4 tyre, 17 laps already. 16 laps for Lewis Hamilton, 1:36.217. That was on the C5. Nicholas Latifi. Good to see Nicholas Latifi out there after yesterday. 1:36.441. That was on the C5, 17 laps. Lance Stroll has done 11 laps so far and a fastest lap of 1:37.536 on the C3 tyre. Kevin Magnussen, back down to earth with a bump this morning. 1:38.616. That was on the C2. 33 laps. Now, of course, if you're thinking, good Lord, how is he putting those laps in? He did have the extra hour this morning, so he started an hour earlier than everybody else and will stay, or I think it's Schumacher in this afternoon, will stay an hour later than everyone, or 2 hours later than everyone later on. And Fernando Alonso out on track at the moment, 19 laps, C2 tyre, 1:39.391. And Stroll is out there with Alonso, as is Hamilton and Latifi. So I think we're going to see most of the drivers today. We're going to see, I'm pretty sure 19, unless that changes. But one driver we're not going to see is Daniel Ricciardo, unfortunately. But more on that in just a moment. Good morning, Stuart. Can you believe it's the final day of testing already?
It is indeed the very last day of testing. This time next week will be qualifying day for the first race weekend of the year. It's all gone rather quickly now, hasn't it? Didn't feel like it at times, but we're basically here. It's almost race week.
Yeah. Don't say that.
It's all. I have a very. My philosophy is you're only allowed to say it's race week on the first race week of the year and the first race week after summer.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
We got 23 races or whatever it is this year. It's race week. more weeks than it's not. So, celebrate the absences.
It's race year. That'll do.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say at the start there.
Their way.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say at the start there. This time next week we'll be millionaires. Oh, go on then. Why not? Yeah. I mean, where should we start this morning? I mean, we'll get. I think we'll get the negative, but ironically positive news out of the way.
Hey.
In that Daniel Ricciardo, not very well for a couple of days now. McLaren said yesterday they tested him, and it turns out he was Daniel Ricciardo, but didn't have COVID. But last night, it's going to be one of them days, I fear. But last night, he tested positive for COVID-19, so will not be taken to the track today. Will be self-isolating in line with F1's rules and restrictions in the area, of course, as always. They don't expect he will miss the race. I think, and please don't quote me on this, if you're in Bahrain or you're from that area and you know the rules, or F1's rules even, I think it's 3 to 5 days that he'll have to isolate for. So he should be clear well before the race. Of course, if he continues to test positive up until, Wednesday, Thursday next week, then he won't be featuring. But that is what McLaren is saying. He shouldn't miss that first race. I suppose the big question then is who's he been mingling with and what's going to happen. We've seen a lot of pictures of them as drivers mingling, but to be fair, in open outdoor areas, so maybe not that much of a risk, but you never know. So keep an eye on that in the coming days. Daniel Ricciardo might be fit to race, but God knows what's going to happen elsewhere. So obviously, get well soon, Danny Rick. He's not been very well, so he's obviously poorly, but hopefully all good for the race in Bahrain. And Lando Norris is in the car all day today, so I tell you what, Lando's going to turn up to that race next week. He could do this blindfolded, couldn't he? He's got it down.
He's going to have arms the size of tree trunks, the way we've been manhandling this car around for hundreds of laps. Well, I say hundreds of laps a day. The car hasn't been working quite as reliably as I'd hoped, so maybe he's not doing as many laps as he could do for doing full days. But yeah, I mean, good on Lando. These are, hard-working a few days for him. I'm sure he'll be glad for the day off tomorrow.
He might take next weekend off.
Well, yeah, he deserve it. Yeah, hoping to see Ricciardo back in the seat and on track next weekend. Fingers crossed. It was all a bit of a surprise, really, because it sounded, the reports from what I heard was that he was ill, but it didn't sound very COVID-y. It sounded more like food poisoning, stomach buggy kind of things. But maybe he's got both. Maybe he's unfortunate enough to have both. But again, highlights, regular testing, good idea, because it might not be showing up straight away. So COVID continues to be a bit of a mess, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's obviously not going to get into it too much, but it's contrary to what certain people in government here seem to think. It is here forever. I guess it's a case of getting on with it and just trying to all be as careful as we can. I think, do you know what we should all use? Bit of common sense. Again, I'm not getting into it. Feel a bit poorly and you can stay at home, then stay at home. Don't go coughing in people's faces and, drink plenty of fluids and plenty of rest, as my mum would say.
I mean, I wish that was common sense before COVID. Having a cold, having the flu, don't get on the bus and the tube and come into work with your grotty face.
Yeah, basically.
That should have been in place years ago.
It's again, I'm making light of it, and I know it's been a serious situation, but it does always baffle me, and we're moving on straight after I say this, I promise, but it does always baffle me that the government had to come out and tell adults to wash their hands regularly. Like, do you not wash your hands anyway? Is that not normal? Is that not common sense? But let's we'll talk about McLaren in a minute, because they're a team we didn't really get to. They're one of those teams like Red Bull and Ferrari that we've sort of talked about in little bits, but not really properly discussed. We've discussed every other team. We've discussed Haas, Alpine, Aston Martin, Williams, a Mercedes ad nauseum. But let's talk about McLaren a bit later. But I've got to go to the positives now. The actual positives.
Go on then.
Kevin Magnussen. I mean, what is that about? I know that they've probably just taken a bit of fuel out and gone, go on, Kev, we'll turn it up a bit, put in a lap, let's grab some headlines. But how lovely is that? Comes back to F1 after a year out, first time in the car, tops testing. I mean, that's such a... Again, it doesn't mean anything because it's only testing. The times mean sod all. He's down in 9th place at the moment, to give you some idea as to how these things can fluctuate over the course of the week. But it's still a nice story, isn't it, that he's come back, top of the timesheets, and it's something for Haas to smile about. And curiously, actually, I think he was just shy of 7/100ths quicker than Nikita Mazepin's qualifying time in Bahrain last year. Obviously, different cars, different track conditions, different tyres, but it's something that people have been pretty keen to point out constantly overnight.
Well, true. And actually, that's, I think the first time I heard a sentence where it's like someone has got close to the qualifying time of last year in any respect. Because they haven't been very threatening towards the qualifying kind of pace, have they? But yeah, really good to see Kevin hop in that car. He says he said he was expecting it to feel a lot more different than it did. I think he seems quite comfortable right away. So, I mean, yeah, it sounds like he's not going to struggle. He's not going to have to get used to it over, a couple of races. I expect to see him drive that car at the pace that it can drive when we get going in Bahrain. Again, a little bit unclear how fast any of these cars are, but actually, I think, and we could probably discuss this later, we're starting to get a bit of a feel for where the teams think they are, I think.
Yeah, but
not related to their lap times, but sort
Yeah.
of a little bit to their consistency, their confidence, some of the, telemetry we're seeing. Yeah.
I think it's an interesting one because we get a few comments from, pundits and journalists over there saying this is kind of where this Alpine are having problems. And you think, oh, that's not good. But then Ocon yesterday goes and puts in 300 laps or what? It was about 111 laps or something like that yesterday. So you think, well, that's not really an issue. I know he stopped on track. And then and then yesterday they were saying Aston Martin aren't fast. But this morning I've heard, I don't know if it was Sam Collins or if it was somebody in comms saying that Aston Martin, nobody's really sure where they are. They're not looking great, but they're quite happy. So there seems to be a lot of conflicting information, as is the way with testing. But one thing that everybody seems to be really focusing on, aside from Mercedes sidepods, is that Ferrari are looking the best. They're looking quick on every single tyre. They're looking very balanced out on track, and they're just pumping the laps in with, and I'm sorry, Ferrari fans, if I totally jinx this now and Carlos Sainz stops on track, but they're not having any reliability problems either. The issue is for me, and I am fully with, everybody yesterday where they were saying, I think it was the F1, they're chatting the paddock afterwards with Rosanna Tennant and Jolyon Palmer and Sam Collins, that I'm totally with them. I'm ready to jump on the Ferrari hype train, but I'm also fully prepared to get off at the first station because we've been here before more than a few times. So that it seems to be everyone's very positive about Ferrari. They seem very positive about McLaren's pace in general for what we can read into it. But then you look at the lappage that McLaren are doing and they're kind of really struggling because of their brake issues, which we'll talk about in a moment. But it's really fascinating to me that, and I suppose it just shows in some ways how subjective testing is, that two different people can look at the same data and come up with two somewhat different conclusions, which I think is a bit like the teams with their different interpretation of the rules. I just find that kind of thing fascinating, and I sort of look at the data going, well, he was fastest and he was slowest. That's all I see there.
A lot of things, the sort of, hang on, excuse me a minute. I'm just going to mute myself while I cough. Yeah, I think a lot
Don't
of
come into
things
work with your grotty face.
I know, awful. Even just after I said it. Yeah, a lot of things that you won't necessarily get out of the timing screens or the the summary tables at the end of the day or the end of a the entire 3-day session is what was happening across runs. And again, it's not something I'm doing a good job of keeping track of, but if Ferrari are doing 135s or whatever, that doesn't seem that fast. But if they're doing 135s for 25 laps in a row, several runs a day, then that's really good. That's consistent. They're out there just pumping in whatever their program is and doing what they need to do. I think sometimes we come to these preseason tests and we have a very strong idea of who's doing well. Often, the last few seasons we've seen Mercedes just out there, not necessarily like just banging out super quick lap times, but they've got their heads together. They're doing strongly, and I think that's what we're seeing from Ferrari. They're not head and tails above everyone else. It's not really obvious that they're about to step into a Ferrari dominant season, but they do seem the most comfortable. They do seem quick, and they do seem reliable, as you said. Mercedes struggling is a strong word, but Mercedes, seem to have their own issues, and they're kind of still working around a few things. They are pumping in the laps. We can go through some numbers later, but I was sort of collating the total number of laps that's been going on, and Mercedes so far in Bahrain have run the most laps over the first 2 days. So they're doing all right in that case, but again, they seem to be having a few issues with the car. Red Bull, I think, also are still. I think they're confident they've got a good car, but they're still kind of dialing it in, working working out how to get the most out of it. So, in comparison with those top three teams, and again with McLaren, as you said, who seem, they've got no porpoising, they seem quite pacey, but having brake and reliability issues. I think to steal what someone said actually in the first half of the Sky broadcast this morning, it's not inconceivable you could see McLaren getting front row of the grid on Saturday next week, and then conking out after 5 laps because their brakes caught fire or whatever. Fast but unreliable. We are with McLaren. So on balance, yeah, Ferrari seem to have all of their ducks in a line, and the ducks aren't going particularly slowly.
Yeah, that seems to be the read of it, I think. I don't know if anyone could tell that we've been talking for 2 days straight, because you're sat here struggling and I'm sat here with my mic muted, clearing my throat constantly. Lots of water today.
I need a thing like you, the button I can press. I keep having to switch over to Discord and then clicking on.
We'll get to McLaren shortly, of course. Just to anyone who's unsure, again, to anybody new, we've got 8 hours to fill. We'll get there when we get there. We will wander off on tangents. No need to get grumpy and chat because we're not talking about the team you want us to. We will get there. We will. We'll get through all 10 of them. We've done at least 7. I think we've done 8, actually. So there's only 2 to go. But, yeah, we're talking about testing in general at the minute. But I'll get to McLaren in a second. Guan Yu Zhou's gone fast. Or Zhou Guan Yu. Come on, Sean. We've been doing this for 16 hours. Zhou Guan Yu, top of the timesheets now, 34.5. 22 laps on the C4 tyre. So, again, are Alpha fastest? I doubt it. So that just gives you another idea as to what we can read into this one. But you've got Gasly at the moment out on track, Sainz out on track, Norris out on track, and Lance Stroll out on track as well. Like I say, not going to see Daniel Ricciardo today. We should see 19 drivers, which is good. I'd like to see Danny Rick because he's not going to be in many of the promo shots or anything, is he? He just doesn't exist in testing Daniel Ricciardo this year, which is a shame for him, and I'm sure.
I wonder if they're at some point they F1 media have to do all the driver photos, the official ones, and they have to do all the making them like turn around, look at the camera for the F1, the intro sequence. So I wonder if, I think this seems to be the week that they'd be doing it, and I wonder if he's not even going to be in the intro title sequence at this rate.
Flash forward to Zach Brown in the title sequence instead of Daniel Ricciardo
with a paper mask over his face, like being John Malkovich.
Oh no, that would be no. It's a good point actually. Yeah, I'm sure they'll get it done, but I think I out of all the drivers that I mean everybody needs testing time, of course they do, especially with the new regulations. But given how kind of up and down last year was for Daniel Ricciardo, I think he could have done with a nice easy start to this season. These things happen, of course they do. It's going to happen. Most of us are going to end up with that. But yeah, I think he could have just done with a nice simple start to the year, couldn't he? And then get to Bahrain next week with a few laps under his belt and just be able to hit the ground running. I mean, he got some laps in Barcelona, so that's something, but that probably wasn't the full spec McLaren and all of that business. So yeah, it's a shame for him.
Give him some slack if he's not on the ball in Bahrain, considering his teammates done how many laps has Norris done so far? This 110. I mean, not bucket loads, but yeah, he'll probably be nearer 200 by the end of today, won't he?
Yeah, it's 110 more than Danny Rick, isn't it? Ultimately, so that's the way to look at it. I'm sure that'll be fine. And I'll be honest, out of maybe I'm in the minority here, but going into the first few races, I'm kind of cutting all the drivers a bit of slack because you've got all sorts of. The cars are completely different. They're going to handle differently. They're heavy. They've got concerns over visibility with the bigger wheel. It's going to take a lot of time for people to get used to things. So I think the first few races, if anyone makes silly mistakes and things like that, I think we can sort of obviously critique them on it if they've made a silly mistake, but don't go in too hard for the first few races because even if you look at Lewis Hamilton, 7-time world champion, massively experienced. If he makes a mistake, don't go in on him for it because he's having to learn these cars like everybody else. This isn't an evolution, is it? This is a complete overhaul. So I think I probably cut quite a few drivers some slack. I also don't know why, by the way, I have to say Lewis Hamilton as a full name and Daniel Ricciardo as a full name. I either say Daniel Ricciardo or Danny Rick. I rarely say Ricciardo. And I'm not sure why. And it's the same with Lewis Hamilton. It's either Lewis or Lewis Hamilton. Weird. But yeah, let's get to McLaren then, because there was concerns. The problem they've had at the moment, as we were talking about yesterday afternoon, is that they've got an issue with their brakes, and it's a cooling issue, I believe. And it's stopping them from being able to do reliably any long running. So we're not getting full race distances from Lando Norris in testing, which is why he's only on 110 laps. You know, for example, Ocon and somebody else did more than that yesterday. So there's not many laps because they can't do an awful lot of long running because of those brake issues. And they've obviously had to fly these new brake ducts that they've had put together at the factory over to Bahrain. I've not seen anything to say if they are on the car today, but I can only assume that they must be there by now to be fitted to the car, and I've had the time to put them on. So I will keep an eye out and see if anybody is saying or confirming they have got the new ones on. But it's a big concern. Again, we talked about this very briefly yesterday with Jonty, but this is something that they know what the issue is. They need to put these new brake ducts on, and they're hoping that solves it. But ultimately, if they can't find a solution before the first race, and yes, I'm maybe being a little bit dramatic about it, but if they can't find a solution, then in theory, based on what's being said, they're not going to be able to complete the full race on Sunday, are they? In theory.
Yeah, in theory, that is a huge risk for them. I had heard, again from commentary a little bit before we started, that the brake ducts have arrived. I'm not sure if in the country or in the paddock. So fingers crossed they'll be able to get them on the car today. But yeah, that is a huge issue for them, and a real shame that it's. I don't know. It's kind of hit them so hard in this test. I'm sure they'll get something on that car by Bahrain one way or another. But again, this is all part of this shifting to 2022. The brake ducts are bigger. The way they fit in the wheels is different. The brake ducts on the car are more prescribed. Their wheel covers are, close off one exit for all the hot air to escape from the wheels. Excuse me. It's a different world that everyone's adapting to. And to an extent, I mean, I'm sympathetic to all teams that have problems, but they've kind of, in a way, only got themselves to blame if everyone else seems to have figured it out. But I think everyone's going to have some problem or another adapting to some part of these regulations. No one's really going to have a smooth ride, apart from McLaren, who don't have any porpoising and actually do have the smoothest ride of all the teams.
Yeah, that's true. That's the good point, isn't it? They've kind of the noises from everyone that kind of knows more about it than I do, for example, it is that they are looking good. So that's encouraging, and it's how can I word this? It's kind of weird. It's also sort of encouraging that they've got this issue with the brakes, but they know what it is. They know that they can find a solution to that. And if they do find a solution to that, they could be looking very strong, because they are the team that have got to grips with that porpoising much better. As we were saying yesterday morning, I wonder if that is something to do with their links to sports cars. Maybe there's been some conversations with engineers over there with the LMP1 lot or anything like that, or sports cars in general. So that could be something that's helped them out. So they've managed to kind of get a grip on that. So if they can sort this brake issue, and if we listen to what everyone's saying in Bahrain, that their pace looks solid, they could be sitting pretty. I'm not ready to board the McLaren hype train yet, because I don't think we've seen enough of them for obviously because of their issues this week. And I wasn't, even though they were up there with Ferrari on lap times in Barcelona, bearing in mind, we certainly can't read anything into that because it was essentially a shakedown. And these cars, as you've seen with the Mercedes this week, are nothing alike in many ways. But we didn't, I didn't feel like they were a team at the very sharp end. I think they'll be top four, but I don't think they're like title challengers or the team to beat. But as you said a minute ago, Stuart, for all we know, get these brake problems sorted, turn things up maybe the end of today or in qualifying next week, and they could very easily lock out that front row. I mean, is it me being ambitious or dreaming that in theory, we could look at every single team and say, well, any one of those could lock out the front row on Saturday, because we don't know who's running what fuel loads, we don't know who's running what programs, we don't know how much sand is in that Mercedes, probably a lot based on the dust yesterday. But yeah, it's quite exciting. Just wait and see what happens. But I don't think because yesterday Jonathan was saying in chat, Jonathan O'Keefe, that I think you were on with us actually, Stuart, when he put the message in that basically we're all talking about Alpine's problems, even though McLaren were doing fewer laps and weren't looking particularly great. But it just kind of feels like McLaren are going to get it right. I'm not as concerned about them as I am, say, an Alpine or an Aston Martin, if that makes sense, when I probably should be, because they're having issues. But I don't know why.
I mean, maybe we've got a sort of anti-commentator's curse going on at the moment, because during the time that we dedicated to dissecting Alpine's problems, they were having the best session of pre-season so far, clocking in a tremendous amount of laps. And well, they didn't end up top of the times by the end of the day, thanks to Kevin Magnussen. But by the time I left at lunchtime, Ocon was sitting pretty at the top. So as much as testing is obscure and confusing and doesn't necessarily give a good impression of what's happening with the teams, it also changes a lot. And what's happening with the teams will change a lot, and they'll be playing with different parts. And they may have a good day on Thursday and then a bad day on Friday, and come Saturday, figured something else out. So I think the teams have a fairly good idea of where they are. We've spoken about Mercedes a lot. I'm starting to get the impression that Mercedes are actually not where they want to be and having some problems. Whereas I think McLaren, I do think McLaren are, potentially front row material, potentially could bring a lot of pace to Bahrain. It would be a tremendous shape for their season if they were very fast and they could, keep that pace up throughout the season and be something like genuine title challenges, but have their season derailed by the first few races having serious brake issues. They've got to take this very seriously, because if they do think they have a good car underneath them, they need to have it there, for all 22, 23 races. They can't be struggling with not being able to finish a race because their brakes will fail. If they think they've got either a title challenging car or a car that can, solidly get them to second or third in the title, get a lot of wins in, they can't afford to throw away potential of their car with something silly like reliability.
I think McLaren have got a shot, because a lot of teams have got a lot of resources, some great resources, but McLaren certainly are one of those that have the resources to build a great car, and I think having James Key on board as well, I think that's something that makes them, I guess they're kind of dark horses in a way, but I think they've got a chance at that, and I think they've got the people in place. The team's a lot more stable than it was. You go back to the latter days of Ron Dennis with Martin Whitmarsh in charge and Eric Boulier, and then you've got Zach Brown coming in to sort of try and steady the ship. The team was all over the place. It didn't feel like a coherent team. You look at Mercedes, that's the comparison I'll make, because two massively successful teams, but you look at Mercedes, they really, since 2013, possibly even earlier than that, they felt like a coherent team. They've got all the people in the right places. They're getting things right. They're designing a great car. They're going on and winning championships. And that, yes, the car is brilliant, but the car's brilliant because they've got the right people in the right places to develop that car. They've got the right drivers. It's just all worked really, really well for them, and everything's all their ducks in a row, to steal your phrase from earlier, Stuart. Whereas McLaren, sort of in those early Honda years, just all over the place, and you weren't really sure where they were. And I think I said yesterday or on Thursday that they were a team that I looked at a few years ago and thought we're never going to see McLaren. They're going to go the same way as a Williams, and they're just going to end up back end of that midfield, and those glory days are gone. But Zach Brown comes in. People didn't like him to start with. A lot of people criticised Zach Brown, saying he wasn't right for McLaren and they didn't like him. But he's come in. He's steadied that ship so well. He's got some brilliant people in place. Andreas Seidel got Lando Norris signed up for the long term. Yes, I mean, they had Carlos Sainz. He did a great job. He's moved on, but then they've replaced him with Daniel Ricciardo. They've bought James Key in. Everything seems to have come together for McLaren at this critical point, this crossroads for Formula One, an opportunity for them to smash these regulations out the park and get themselves back to title winning ways or consistent race winning ways. And that excites me about McLaren. So I am desperate, and I've said this so many times over the last few weeks throughout the winter, I am desperate for this season to be McLaren and Ferrari at the front in some order battling for the title. Nothing against Red Bull, nothing for Mercedes. But McLaren versus Ferrari is what F1 was for me growing up, and I'd love to see that again. I think it'd be great for the sport, and if Mercedes and Red Bull could be in there and we can have a four-way fight, even bloody better. But I'm excited for McLaren. I'm optimistic for them, but I'm not getting as excited for them as I am for Ferrari. And again, we've been bitten by Ferrari and their testing pace in the past, so it could come back and bite me quite hard. McLaren could lock out the front row next week by a second and a half for all we know, but they're in such good shape and they are moving forward. And even last year, they dropped a place in the Constructors, but in terms of on track, I think they've taken another step forward versus 2020, which seems weird given that they have dropped a place in the Constructors, but that's probably more because Ferrari have upped their game. But they won a race. They had several podiums with Lando Norris. They're looking great. And if they could take another step forward this season, especially if Mercedes are having problems, and a bit like Ferrari, we've been stung with this before, haven't we, with Mercedes? Like, oh, car doesn't feel great. We're really struggling. Boom, title favourites. But if they can kind of close that gap or get in that mix, and Mercedes maybe are struggling, and perhaps Red Bull are still kind of got a bit of a hangover, like Mercedes from last year's championship potentially, how good's that going to look? Ferrari and McLaren versus Red Bull and Mercedes would be incredible. So yeah, I am optimistic for them. I don't want anyone thinking that I'm being a downer on McLaren. I'm just not. I'm just concerned that they've not got the mileage in. But you know, all right, you've got your simulator data and things, but nothing beats running a car on track, does it? Not in a, wind tunnels are great, simulators are great, but it's not the same as running on track. So long story short, they've got everything in place. I just hope this brake issue is something they can solve now. They can get loads of laps in today, and they're set up nicely for the season. Because I think if you give Lando Norris and Daniel Ricciardo a title contending car, alongside potentially a title contending Ferrari with Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, alongside potentially, Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez in a Red Bull, and Lewis Hamilton and George Russell in a Mercedes, we could be in for one hell of a season. In fact, I want that. That's it. That's what I'm having. Equal cars in the top four.
That would be quite something to see. And as you were saying that, it was sort of reminding me. And again, there may be, quite a few people who are watching F1 now that have only been watching F1 for the last few years. And again, I'd never call more recent fans not real fans, but you might have an impression from watching Formula One that it's kind of usual for one team, one driver to dominate, and like almost all of the wins to be shared between a couple of drivers. Whereas actually, you go back a few years previously, and for the most part across Formula One, the championship winning driver could win with just 4 or 5 wins. That wasn't particularly unusual, and a lot of the success would be shared mainly by 2 or 3 drivers with the wins. But then you'd have a couple other teams who are competitive enough to like steal a win here or there. And I think if we get back to that kind of way of things, even if we're still in a sort of Mercedes versus Red Bull, or just a McLaren versus Ferrari who tend to take all the wins, but we've still got Mercedes and Red Bull and whoever, maybe Alpine or who knows, Alfa Romeo, who are able to be competitive enough to get regular podiums, steal a win if the opportunity comes up. That's the kind of level of competitiveness I like to see. I think I'm right in that Lewis Hamilton's first championship, he won with just 4 wins. I think he got 4 wins in his first couple of seasons, so not 4 or 5 wins. So that's not particularly unusual to see in some years of Formula One, and that'd be quite cool. So yeah, I'm not down on McLaren either. You also, just touch on your point of consistency within the team about how McLaren are sort of on coherency, have got themselves sort of together as an organization, all ducks pointing in the same direction, or all ducks in a row, or whatever the phrase is. I think that's very, very important for a team in this, especially in this current era, because the teams are very big, very complex organizations. And if they don't feel like a coherent unit that's functioning together, that's when you tend to see things falling apart. That's when you tend to see them struggling, falling down the order. I mean, look at, Ferrari, a really good example. Lots of success there, very big, big budget, not a team full of fools, but we had a lot of changes in management. We had a lot of disharmony in Ferrari over that sort of period of time, kind of over the last decade, really. And then, they weren't the Ferrari we knew from their glory days. They did seem to be struggling a lot. They did seem to be a little bit all over the place. And now we're sort of seeing them a little bit more like together as one. And I think if you look at McLaren, they do feel like a team that's together as one. And as you say, Mercedes in particular are a very strong team as like a group of people. They are a team who's very strong. And I think a real test for Mercedes is going to be probably in the next few years when Hamilton's going to leave, Toto Wolff's going to leave. That will probably cause a couple other people to say, okay, I've been here for 10 years, time to move on, time to retire, depending on where they are, and whether Mercedes have the structure there to maintain the strong unit that they are. And all big teams have to kind of fall at one point and drop back into the midfield. It happened to Ferrari, it's happened to Red Bull, it's happened to, Alpine, for example, our title-winning team, one way or another. And that tends to happen when you sort of lose that coherency, as you say, that sort of stability and within the team, and they have to sort of rebuild things with new management, new drivers, new structure. So that time is going to come from Mercedes, and whether they can manage that transition will be interesting to see.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I just very quickly some news from Haas actually before we carry on. Kevin Magnussen will not be out for a little while because they've got a water leak on the car. So they're still in the garage. They're going to need to obviously repair that. I don't know why I had to be quite so explain that there, but they will have to fix that before he goes back out again. And of course, that will. Where is he on the timing? Oh, it's bottom of the timing, 10th, 33 laps so far. So water leak for K-Mag, unfortunately, which is a shame, but Joe is still currently top of the times. As I've done all week, I will, of course, update you on the hour with all the times and tyres and try to remember to keep the lap count on a half hour if you're coming back in. But at the moment, Magnussen having issues in the garage with a water leak. Hopefully, it won't be too long. I don't know how long it takes to fix a water leak, but he's still in his helmet, so he's sort of hanging about the car. So he's obviously confident they're either nearly there or they are there. But yeah, a couple of comments from. Is it Dan or Don Claver? Very good. Talking about tight-knit teams and how they work. He said, could you say they compete as one? Cheeky. I like it. Cam wants to know how many different winners we'll see in 2022. Cam reckons it'll be 9.
Wow.
Shantanu thinks 7 different winners, so that's an interesting one we could get onto in a few as well. Zero, thank you very much for popping in to say hey. We are just starting streaming and you're off to bed. Maybe catch you a little bit later. You too, Pennybags. Go get some sleep and come back and we'll give you an update when we see you in chat a little bit later. Spaces are like 7 for top 5 in the standings at season's end. That's all. Fair enough. Noises aren't great around Aston Martin as we look at Lance Stroll on screen, which is concerning because I'd like to see. I mean, look, am I allowed to live in fantasy land for just one moment?
Look, the season hasn't begun yet. Everything's on the table.
Wicked. I keep saying I'd love a top 4 fight. So I'd love 4 teams in a fight. I'd love to see Sebastian Vettel have a great season. It'd be great to see Fernando Alonso in the mix. Sat here right now, it'd be fantastic if we go into a weekend with 20 cars capable of taking pole position and winning the race. I know it's not going to happen, but I'd absolutely love that. So that's my fantasy land. But, I'd like to see Aston do well. I'd like to see Seb get back towards the front. I think it'd be, imagine you've got, Hamilton and Verstappen still up there, and Leclerc and Sainz and Norris and Ricciardo, and then you've got these wily old foxes of Sebastian Vettel and Fernando Alonso in the mix as well. I mean, how good would that be? It'd be so brilliant. But I think in terms of how many different winners, I think even if that Mercedes is nowhere near, is not sort of not a front runner and it's kind of top 3 and they're struggling a little bit, I still think you're going to see Hamilton take a win. I'd be he's won he even won a race in 2009, for goodness sake. So I know the McLaren was better in the second half of 2009, but it still wasn't a great car for the most part. So I think he'll win a race. I think Verstappen win a race. I think therefore it would be a little bit crazy for me to then say that Perez and Russell won't. So that would be 4. I think Leclerc could win a race. Actually, I said in your predictions that Ferrari will win 14 races. So there you go. Leclerc and Sainz will win a race. So that's 6. I could see Norris winning a race. If Danny Rick gets himself together, that could be 8. And, that 9 from Cam, you think, that's quite high. But then if you throw a surprise winner in, like we saw with Gasly at Monza, Ricciardo last year, you throw a surprise winner in, like
Ocon.
Let's say,
who saw Ocon winning?
Ocon, yeah. Or Alonso maybe does that this year. That's already 9. So it's very possible if these cars are close at the front, which they may not be. It might be that Ferrari bog off and win 14 of them, but 9's not as unrealistic a number as maybe it sounds, does it? Last year we had Hamilton, Verstappen, Perez, Bottas, Ricciardo, and Ocon, so that's 6.
Yeah, Norris very nearly won if it hadn't rained.
So that would have been 7. I still think, because it's Monaco, had Charles Leclerc started on pole, he probably would have won. That's 8. They soon get there, don't they?
And that's, that, as I was sort of saying before, as seasons gone by, that wouldn't have been completely inconceivable, because there just would have been enough competition to allow, some of the good drivers in a solid team to just get a good result on a good day. It's a little bit trickier these days for to get lots and lots of drivers winning. I think just because tends to be more consistency and reliability from the teams that dominate. But actually, yeah, like you say, last year you could have very easily got to 8 if a couple of things had turned another way, just a small bit of luck here and there, and it didn't need to be anything particularly crazy to give Leclerc and Norris a win, and get us up to 8 winners. So yeah, actually, when he said 9, I was a bit like, but you're absolutely right. It all soon adds up, doesn't it?
It does. It's quite weird. That's nearly half the grid. That'd be brilliant. How many podium sitters were there last year? All of them, basically. It felt like, even Russell. I know, under very, very bizarre circumstances, but he still got a podium, still put it on the front row in Spa. Dan the Indoor Man wants to know the highest number of wins for one driver over a season. That is 13, I still believe. Sebastian Vettel set that in, was it 2013?
I think it was, because he did 9 in a row, I think, at the end. He had a funny first half of the season where he only got the 4. And then suddenly Red Bull turned it around and he got the last 9 races. He just boom, boom, boom.
I tell you what, if you're a superstitious person, Sebastian Vettel winning 13 races in 2013 and hasn't won a title since. There you go. Never mind cars.
22 races in 22 is what you're saying, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 13. Or is it level with Michael Schumacher? I think Schumacher has 13 in a season, doesn't he?
Possibly. And it's in your favour as a Schumacher fanboy. He probably did it with fewer races.
Exactly. So. Far more impressive. I'm going to Google it. most race wins in a season F1. It's 13. Yeah, Michael Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel, 13 apiece. Schumacher won 13 of the 18 races in 2004. 2004, I was going to say 2004. In his record-breaking season with Ferrari, 9 years later, Sebastian Vettel matched the record by taking the checkered flag 13 times, including 9 victories in a row after the summer break. So
I will say as well, again, to the F1 fans of a slightly more recent time, Michael Schumacher did win a championship by June once, I think, or July. He won it in the French Grand Prix. It was the middle of the season. I think it may have even been before the summer break. It was absurd.
Oh, was that 2004?
I think it was, yeah.
I think it was July. You're
did.
right. It was the summer. I mean, that's still atrocious.
It was. I mean, yeah. We had slightly fewer races and so on, and the points were more similar to what we have now in terms of how much a win was worth. But yeah, absolute domination. I know the Hamilton Mercedes era feels like domination, but in terms of just wrapping up the season, I mean, we'd be like 6 races in. It would be completely obvious that Schumacher was unbeatable. He would have extended such a lead by the time we were only slightly into Europe that, yeah, it was completely untouchable.
2002, I'm just looking at it now. 2002, sorry, not 2004. Do you know, I said 2004 and then Googled 2002, so I knew it. I just came out and said 2004, so he won it in France on July 21st, his 5th World Drivers' Championship. Left that race with where is the championship standings? I mean Wikipedia. Good Lord, yeah, right. Thank you. So he left, just again, for new F1 fans, those who remember watching it like I do will know this, but they left France in July. Michael Schumacher won the championship with so many races still to go, with 96 points. His nearest challenger was Juan Pablo Montoya on 34. Mm-hmm. And it takes me to a wonderful point. Yesterday, as I'm sure you can all imagine, Twitter was so harmonious following the release of Drive to Survive. There were still 6 races to go. So yeah, it was so harmonious with Drive to Survive. People saying, you know, how dare people want an end to Mercedes domination, exciting championship fights, and why are everyone giving them grief? This has not happened before. I remember very vividly how much hate and anger there was towards Red Bull and Sebastian Vettel when he was dominating. For not even 4 years dominating. He won 4 titles back-to-back, but he didn't dominate 2010. He didn't dominate 2012. He dominated 11 and 13, but people gave him all that stick. And I absolutely know for a fact, pre-social media as we know it now, of course, Ferrari domination in 2004, people hated Ferrari, hated Michael Schumacher. It was ruining the sport. It was, nobody was interested. You know who was going to win. What's the point in watching and all of this? And people are acting like people having a pop at Mercedes for dominating is a new thing. And it was just as bad. It's just the difference between then and now, without again going into granddad mode, but the difference between then and now is you couldn't just hop on Twitter and have a pop at people. I mean, I'm always, and I'm sure you remember, Stuart, we've already had this conversation many a time on race reaction streams. I understand why people get frustrated with Mercedes for dominating the sport for so many years, but ultimately, I don't blame Mercedes for that. I blame the other teams for not upping their game. They should be trying to reach Mercedes level, not Mercedes bring themselves down to their level. So that's where I stand on that, just to be clear. But this notion that all this stick that Mercedes are getting is a new thing is absolute nonsense. It's the only reason people speak so fondly of the McLaren dominance in the late 80s and early 90s is because you had Prost versus Senna, which made that exciting. If that had been Senna in that car alongside an equivalent to, with all due respect, a Rubens Barrichello or a Felipe Massa as a proper number 2, he'd have won just about every race of the season. So I don't know where this comes from that Mercedes are new to this getting stick. And if you think about it, it's the same in many sports. Success breeds hate, if you like. I don't like the word hate because
Yeah.
it's I don't know why. I back to Sean on his best, back to Sean on his bandstand again with his drum, banging it as hard as he can. I don't see the need to hate anybody, but I people hated Liverpool in the 80s because they were winning football all the time. Sorry, Stuart. People hate Man United when they were dominating. People will hate City when they start dominating. They'll hate Chelsea if they start. People don't like teams be successful because they want to see competition at the top.
I think you make there was a very good point you made about the sort of Senna versus Prost saving the McLaren domination era. It kind of made me realize, I think Mercedes, this previous Mercedes era would have been more palatable to the people who are getting tired of it had Nico Rosberg not retired, because actually those first 3 years were genuinely, very exciting between them. I wouldn't say Nico Rosberg was necessarily a Prost, but he was a very fast driver, and he did give Hamilton a run for his money in those 3 years that they were together during the Mercedes beginning of their dominance. And getting Valtteri Bottas in there, who wasn't at the same level, kind of gave Hamilton a bit more of a sort of, an edge to the rest of his rivals. It didn't really challenge him in the same way. I know Vettel came in and challenged him a little bit, but that he never was able to carry that through the whole season. And I think in particular, the thing about the Ferrari era that I think was so bothersome was that you'd have a lot of races where Schumacher and Barrichello would together just kind of like disappear from the rest of the field, but kind of run nose to tail, and Barrichello wasn't really allowed to attack, and it felt more like a procession. It felt more like they were having a Ferrari parade at the front. There wasn't there wasn't like the bite or excitement to Ferrari winning. And you're absolutely right. I think we need to remember that the Vettel era was not a complete dominant walkover. He had a couple of really good seasons, but 2010 and 2012 remained some of the best years in Formula One, as far as I'm concerned.
2012 was superb. I mean, even I'd forgotten how good it was, to be honest. I never mentioned, but I've been watching it. I only said it all day, every day for the last 2 days. But no, I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Because you made a point there that I was going to pick up on. I've completely forgotten what it was now. I'll get there. I'm sure I'll get... Oh, no, that was it. When you were talking about how dominant Ferrari were, and Barrichello had been hopped out at the time, and it was out of the way, and it was always a procession. Do you remember the US Grand Prix one year where they were so dominant, Ferrari, that they tried to finish the race completely level across the line to see what would happen, and Barrichello just pipped, because they got it slightly wrong, and Barrichello pipped Schumacher by like 100th of a second or something like that, such a minuscule margin. That's how dominant Ferrari were. They could afford to prat about like that, knowing Schumacher would still win the title and they'd still win the constructors. I mean, that's the kind of domination we're talking about. And I agree on Nico Rosberg, by the way. I think if he stuck around in 2017, that would have been an epic season. But do you think as a fan base, actually, I just get some pictures of Red Bull, by the way, for anyone wondering if I suddenly start forgetting what I'm saying. But do you sometimes get the impression that as F1 fans, we forget that whilst Mercedes have dominated really since 2014 and won everything apart from the drivers in 2021, of course, do you think we seem to forget that actually 2017 and 2018, whilst Ferrari's challenge fell away towards the end of the year for one reason or another, it wasn't a procession for Mercedes in those 2 years. They were really pushed by Ferrari. I mean, Sebastian Vettel won, I think, the opening 2 races in one of those seasons. And 2017 was the year that the F1 word launched, because I got angry after what happened in Baku and Vettel's behaviour there and that chaotic race that we'd had. And, I think people talk about Mercedes, they've won every championship since 2014. It's a very, with all due respect to anyone with that opinion, it's quite a one-dimensional view, because you're not considering the fact that actually we had, as you said, Stuart, a brilliant fight between Rosberg and Hamilton in parts of 2014. 15, not so much. I think Hamilton was a bit more in control of that one, but 16 was incredible. 17, there was the Ferrari, Vettel, Hamilton battle for most of the season. 2018 as well. 2019 was very dominant for Hamilton, but I actually think 2019 was a better season. Let's give it credit for. 2020 was very dominant from Hamilton, but it was still an unpredictable season for one reason and another. And I think they've not, I don't feel like Mercedes have crushed the opposition in the way that Ferrari did, to the point where they were able to play games across the line and try and get their drivers to finish level. Do you know what I mean? So I think we forget that as fans sometimes, that it's not been a walk in the park for the whole of the last 8 years for Mercedes.
Yeah, I agree. And I also feel like Mercedes and Hamilton have a little bit of the good grace to pretend it's a real struggle for them every weekend to crush the competition. They go, "Oh, that was a tough one. It was touch and go. We don't." Oh. Yeah, no, I completely agree. On a completely different line. Sorry, just while I'm watching the pictures that are on the screen, we're watching the Perez go around in the Red Bull. His wheel covers, his hubcaps are red now. Is that new for this morning, or did that happen yesterday as well?
Like the little stripe on the inside.
Yeah, he's got like a red stripe on the wheel, in the same way that McLaren have like a blue stripe on their wheels.
Yeah, that was on yesterday because we were sat watching it. I was trying to work out if they were putting soft tyres on, because all I could see were these red markings, but it obviously wasn't. It was these bizarre red lines, or whatever reason they've gone with for those red lines. So yeah, it's not a new thing. Well, I don't know if it was on Thursday. It was definitely on yesterday. But actually, whilst we're talking about the cars and around the wheel area, you know, the other day we saw those logos on the wheel arches, the wheel brows, the deflectors, whatever they're calling them, and we were wondering what they were. We thought they were Santander. Apparently, it's actually Snapdragon. That logo. So I know it's not the biggest thing, and it doesn't really matter, but just to correct ourselves from the other day.
Yeah.
So
Snapdragon. Do I know Snapdragon?
I don't know what Snap. Do you know there are many sponsors in F1? I have no idea what they are or what they do. Again, it's back to my joke about perfume adverts. You know, like Mission Winnow. What were they?
Well, sure.
I mean, I bought a book of Kimi's haikus from them, but I assume they're not a haiku company.
I'm gonna use the sponsor thing to segue into something that people probably want us to talk about. I think Red Bull's new sidepods have ruined the lovely line of Oracle on the side of their car. I think their old sidepods, I think Oracle would have been like, their old sidepods were lovely and aggressive, and Oracle was right across that nice shoulder, and now it looks like it's been smacked with a hammer right through the Oracle logo. But yeah, Red Bull have new sidepods. Have you noticed?
Yes, I'm whacking those pictures in now, ready for people to have a look at. Just on Snapdragon, by the way. Black Hawk, good morning, says Snapdragon is massive, phones and CPUs. Dan says that it's phones, CPUs as well. Luca says Snapdragon is a line of Qualcomm, so processors. Right. Snapdragon do mobile processors and chips. So thank you to all of you for pointing that one out to us. So there you go. We now know that if we need phone processors, Snapdragon.
I do often need phone processors. It's all I think about sometimes. So good to know there's someone new on the market.
For when you bring out your Chain Bear mobile.
That's right.
I was trying to think of a clever way to say iPhone, but with your name in there, but I couldn't work one out.
Well, I'm sure it'll come to you in about 3 hours' time.
I'll just randomly shout it. Sorry yesterday. I'm apologising on behalf of Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz that they had a race yesterday afternoon and you weren't on stream for it. I'm sorry. You predicted it.
I just had to burst into your chat for like 2 seconds just to complain about it. Yeah. Clearly the afternoon is where it's at if they're going to like be fighting each other. These little on-track scraps just seem to kind of come out of one driver being a little aggrieved that someone got in their way. But good to see that run from turn 1 down to turn, 4 or 5 is still ripe for overtaking and battles.
Absolutely. I mean, I love that little sequence anyway. So, yeah, that's good. And hopefully if they're following even easier, that's great. I'm just going to run through the times quickly, and then I'll put these pictures in that are just rendering at the moment in their slideshow. So I'll go through the order, do on my YouTube a bit, and then I'll put those pictures in and we'll talk Red Bull side pods. But Perez is still fastest, or has now gone to be fastest. I think Joe was up there a moment ago. 1:33.105 for Checo. C4 tyre for that one. 14 laps in total. Joe's actually already done 34 laps this morning. So that's not bad. 33.959. That was on the C4. Pierre Gasly, 1:34.865 on the C4 tyre for that fast time at 30 laps. Carlos Sainz, 35 laps. more than Zhou. 134.905 on the C5. Lando Norris in 5th. 135.504 on the C4. That's better from Lando. 37 laps. And he's not out there at the moment, but that's still pretty decent. So Latifi, 135.634 to make up for yesterday. C5, 24 laps. Lance Stroll, 36.029 on the C3 tyres, 30 laps in total. Lewis Hamilton, 136.217. That was on the C5 tyre, apparently. 31 laps so far. Fernando Alonso's done 33 laps, 137.196. That was on the C2. And despite his problems with that water leak, Kevin Magnussen, 138.616 on the C2 tyre, and actually 37 laps. So obviously got that extra hour, which is important, but hopefully, I don't know if he's been out already, actually. Yes, I've not seen him out there, and there's nothing on the
Magnussen
blog. Yeah.
Okay, one sec. Let me get the old things up. Tyre history. Yeah, he's been out.
That's good. Yeah, so he did 37 laps in total so far, but obviously they've fixed that water leak, which is good news. Good news for K-Mag. Good that that's all sorted. So let's put these pictures in, and then let's talk.
Well, I'm just going to,
side pods.
Yeah, off the back of the lap times. Of course, I was listening to you very thoroughly, but in case you didn't say it, that Perez lap, 33.1, is the fastest lap of the Bahrain test so far.
I didn't say it, so thank you.
That's good. Previously, Carlos Sainz with a 133.5, edging closer to my 132.1 that I think I predicted on day one. Again, I think we might have overshot a little bit on optimism.
Yeah.
For what the fastest lap of the test is going to be. We thought we might have undercut it. We thought we might have been a bit too conservative, but actually they're not really dropping as hard as we thought. But actually, they're only a second out from my time at the moment, and who knows if they'll, this afternoon will tend to be the time if they're going to push and finally show their hand, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's we didn't see it last year so much, but the year before, I think it was, they dropped the fuel out with half an hour to go and pop some soft tyres on and go and pop in a couple of laps. I could see this afternoon Mick Schumacher and Haas. They're desperately looking for some sponsorship now. They want to get that replaced and bring some money in. I could see them C5 tyre, 3 laps of fuel, banging a lap at the end that's super quick, just so they grab the headlines between now and that first race, and it might encourage some. It might. I can't remember. It might even be a myth, one of those F1 myths that do the rounds sometimes. But I'm sure Prost did that many years ago. I'm sure they were looking for sponsorship and they went out with a car as quick as they could make it, stuck it top of the timings, and then got some sponsors off it. And then it turned out they were ultimately terrible.
Yeah, you don't have to run particularly legal, do you, in a test necessarily? I mean,
No.
It's no use to you from a testing point of view if you run an illegal car, but yeah. And actually, I think to be honest, that Magnussen hot lap, well, Kevin Magnussen returning to Haas and then setting the fastest lap of the day yesterday, I saw a lot of positive news after that. So I think, actually, to be honest, I could be biased here, and I could be, just seeing a certain sector of people, but I think people are rejuvenated about Haas. I think Haas turning a corner, dropping Mazepin, who wasn't particularly liked, dropping Uralkali, who I think weren't particularly liked, and getting Magnussen back, starting afresh, I think has been very positive among people. I think people are ready to embrace Haas again.
Yeah, I feel that.
Haas continuing to leave bad partners, return to the dating world, embraced by their old bunch.
I like that. Yeah,
should have done him ages ago.
I like that. That's very true. I think it helps, Mick Schumacher's popular, isn't he? And K-Mag's popular, so that's always going to help with that. On top of that, popular drivers anyway, and then in a car that isn't. Yeah. Anyway, let's not get into that one again. Should we talk Red Bull side pods?
Let's do it. I'm not. There's only so much I can say about them, but they are interesting, aren't they?
Yeah. So I thought the last lot, the first ones I was showing, they looked a little bit. I could only refer to them as a bit. Is it cut and shut, or I can't? Yeah, just kind of all just a bit stuck on. It looked a bit messy to me. That looks very nicely sculpted, very tidy. I agree, it's kind of messed up the Oracle thing, but I mean, I'm not a technical expert, as you know, but you know there is a visible difference there to what we saw last time out, and this looks like it is the update that everybody was expecting to see today. I think the rumours were last night we're going to see new side pods. I think Sam Collins said there was some changes to the floor as well, which I'm probably not going to be able to get too many pictures of because Red Bull are probably not let people too close to the cars to get pictures out. But I'm sure there'll be stuff on the F1 channels over the next few days. But yeah, it's. I mean, look, it's like you say, it's messed up the Oracle sponsorship, which ultimately doesn't matter because it's about how fast the car goes. But it definitely looks a little bit more tidy, doesn't it? And a bit. It looks more Adrian Newey. I mean, not like it doesn't look like Adrian Newey. It looks like Adrian Newey's designed it.
Yeah, that kind of extra level of detail. I mean, Adrian Newey isn't afraid to go. I was going to say not afraid to go ugly, but it's a less attractive sidepod. I'm going to say that maybe that's just my opinion. Maybe some people really like it. I think it's in terms of the lines, maybe because it runs through the Oracle logo the way it does. It's a little bit less tidy, I think, but it is interesting, and I think the undercut underneath the sidepod kind of runs seemingly kind of right down the body of the car as well, whereas it's sort of the sidepod used to end and kind of, you know, push the air back out away from the car. Yeah, I can't talk particularly about exactly what's going on with that. Maybe they've shoved some radiators around. Maybe they're just channeling air in a different way. But I imagine among quite a few teams, we may see a few changes as the season goes on, as they're still experimenting with how to optimize that airflow down the whole side of the car. And we're also, I think I'm not entirely sure about what changes there are on the floor. I think it's very hard to spot all the little details. I kind of have to wait for someone who's a little bit closer, who's been able to get photographs, who's been able to make sketches. But again, there's lots of, you could sort of see it in this picture, details along the edge of the floor, a little bit more of that kind of rippling that you tend to see on the Mercedes, actually, the sort of like waves along the edge of the floor, which are vortex generators sending a little whirlwind of air along the side of the floor. Speaking of which, actually, what seems to be the consensus is that McLaren's getting away without porpoising is a lot to do with how much vortex generation they're able to produce along the edge of the floor. Layman's terms, so if you're generating when you generate vortices kind of to run down the edge of your Formula One car, you're tending to sort of create this sort of just like a whirlwind of air that runs along the bottom of the car that kind of seals off the floor, because the underfloor downforce, the ground effect, works best if you're sealing out the air underneath the car from the air to the side of the car. So that's what the vortices are trying to do. And McLaren have quite strong vortices that are able to keep the air under the car separate from the outside air without the car having to drop down low. So that appears to be what is happening with the McLaren as far as people are concerned. There are lots of pictures actually as the McLaren ran, as they did that wet weather testing in Barcelona on day 3. With the spray and everything that kicks up, you do get to see a little bit of the way the air flows and moves around the cars. And some people were able to take photographs that kind of saw that McLaren's vortices were a bit stronger and more pronounced than some of the other teams. So that seems to be what's happening. And I think we might see a lot of work on the floor over the season, really, with teams just trying to replicate that and get some of that going.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a couple more have just gone up on Motorsport Images. I'm just going to try and update this slideshow with, and I might even just set up a scene quickly, full screen for those for a slightly better view, because I like to have all my stuff on stream, but sometimes it's a little bit difficult to spot these bits. But it's definitely, you could look, if somebody like me can spot that something is different, then it's maybe fairly obvious that the change has been made. But you can kind of see on the angle that I've got on stream at the moment, you can sort of see the sculpting around the top and how it kind of what's the word I'm looking for, kind of comes almost not actually in two parts, but sort of in two parts. It's sort of, you've got the top of the initial part, and then it kind of slides down, doesn't it, around the R and the A of Oracle, but then continues as well on that run, and that kind of gives you an idea as to what's going on there. You think they look ugly, which interests me. I actually think they look maybe not as interesting as what we saw in Barcelona in some ways, but I think they look a little bit tidier. I have got a shot, by the way, which I'll get in. I have that I'll try and get in just a moment of the from the front, or a bit more from the front, so you can see what they've done with the air intakes. But it's an interesting update. Like I said, it's difficult to spot with the floor. I mean, I you know, you'll follow a Matt Summerfield or a Craig Scarborough, and they'll say they've got a floor update, and it'll be like one little flicky fin somewhere that they've managed to spot in a photo, and you're like, how on earth do you spot these things? I'll spend hours looking at a Red Bull and not see anything any different. But I could definitely see that. So yeah, it's an interesting update. It's not as dramatic as what we've seen from Mercedes, and obviously it's impossible to know until we actually get to next week. But is this something that could make the difference for Red Bull? Is it actually, no, I'll tell you what, because that's completely, we don't know, do we? Is the answer to that. But is it something that is it the big change or the revolutionary change that you were expecting to see today from Red Bull, or did you expect a little bit more?
When they started talking a lot about something, a dramatic change coming to Red Bull or a major upgrade, I don't know what I expected really. But to be honest, as much as this change was hyped up, this does seem about right for, you know, I think what I'd imagined Red Bull to bring. And I think we're going to see a few changes over the course of the season of playing with the bodywork and working on the best ways to channel air around the side of the car. Even Ferrari have said, you know, they think they've gone down the right route with their scalloped side pods, I think we're calling them. But they said it's not so fundamental to the whole car that they can't change it to something more traditional or go down a different route if it's not working for them or if they need to. So I think we'll see some teams playing with some options depending on, you know, how it works and is able to integrate with their car. So I don't expect necessarily this to be the last shape of side pod we see from the Red Bull. It's not related to, you know, the crash structure. You know, they don't have to like re-crash test the car or do anything particularly dramatic to, you know, change that side pod in terms of making sure it's legal. So as long as the bits fit inside and it works, then we might see some changes in the same way that we tend to see front wing upgrades throughout the season, I think.
Yeah, I think it's important to note as well. I know a lot of people disappear from F1 over the winter and come back. I think I say this every year actually in these streams. I often see people in chat through testing and in that first race reaction that I've not seen since the last race reaction. There's obviously Annette, and I mean Annette's always there, bless her. She's always there. Get well soon, by the way, Annette. I hope you're not feeling too awful. She's not very well, bless her. So she says she's going to hang around as long as she can. But if you need to go off and get some sleep, I know it'll be tough to leave our voices behind the net, but it's okay. You could put us on as one of those hypnosis tapes.
Yes. I'm sure we're incredibly soothing.
I know my voice.
Pop the eye mask on, close the curtains, and just listen to our soothing voices as we talk about pot noodles and. Although, actually, I think I'm sure we'll get back to the side pod. I think we've held together remarkably well, and you particularly, who've been going for 8 hours a day, compared to Ted Kravitz, who completely disintegrated by day 2 of his testing notebook. What a rambling mess that was.
Again, we've gone off on the side here. I've got a. Did you watch it last night?
I did. I missed the last sort of 7 minutes because I was watching it this morning, actually. And then the actual testing started, so I had to switch over. But again, I was like, I'm not learning lots from this, so I'm okay to switch. It was outrageous.
how much have you missed Alex Albon? How lovely was that chat with him and Ted Kravitz? He's just that lad is so down to earth and so chill. He kept interrupting Ted, didn't he? Ted was trying to get on, and he was just like, "Oh, can you let Charles know when you go talk to him that I'm sorting the golf out for Monday?" And then Ted Kravitz suddenly becomes becomes the I was gonna say the human equivalent of Alex Albon's carrier pigeon, but I guess that would be a postman.
Yes, the human equivalent.
Have we not got one yet? But yeah, you know what I mean. His messenger boy, which was made me giggle just a little bit. So I'm just going to try. I'm not very good at this. I get confused when I go into studio mode on... what's it called? What's this thing called I'm using? OBS, because it splits it into two screens, and then I can't remember which screen I'm supposed to be updating. So if things start changing on the wrong screen, then just give me a shout, please. Because I've clearly got it horrifically wrong. It's
while you're doing that, I don't know if anyone saw Ted Kravitz's testing notebook yesterday, which started with a nice chat with Joe Granu. He didn't soften his approach at all. He went full Ted Kravitz into Joe Granu, who, new to the paddock, hasn't really got to know Ted as a character first, and just stood there looking very baffled throughout most of their conversation, in which Ted continued to just tell jokes, talk nonsense, and expect poor Joe to keep up. He seems quite lovely, actually, Joe.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
I think I'm going to enjoy talking to him.
Yeah, I think he's seems like a nice lad. I'm just gonna. It's not working for me now, studio mode. Hang on. Bear with me, Pete. I'm trying to put this into a bigger screen for you. I mean, it's not too bad, is it, on screen? You can sort of see it, but it's not. I'd like to try and go big screen if I can. So I'm possibly gonna have to do this outside of studio mode because videos don't seem to play in studio mode for some reason, which is really ruddy annoying. So I'm gonna just put an image in. This is the only thing I hate about being a one-man operation. Is trying to hold a stream together and try and do bits like this. See, it puts a photo in, but not the video. How very weird. I will slowly lose the plot. I promise. I'll slowly lose the plot. It's all going very, very well. So I could transition this in. So there you go. That's the big picture of the front of the Red Bull for anyone that's interested there. So it'll crop up for you in just a second, Stuart, I'm sure. But you can see there, it's a much better shot of at least the air intake than it is from the rear because you can't see it from the rear. But that's the... I tell you, it's a very square air intakes. Very straight edges, top and bottom. And I can't really recall thinking about it, what the other ones look like. I'll just have a quick... look at some older pictures, but it's definitely, you can see differences.
They were quite square, and I'll tell you, there are quite a few teams that have got those very square.
Yeah, they were, weren't they? Yeah.
Intakes. Aston Martin, I think, were the first that were really obviously square, partly because they put a big black bit of chassis around it. It's sort of, and where you see that is where they've brought the bodywork right up to the edge of the allowed volume. And in case that doesn't mean anything to you, so the way the technical regulations are sort of described, and part of me wants to really do a video on this, but it will take a long while to sort of create the space. So essentially, a lot of the technical regulations are the FIA describing 3D shapes and 3D volumes, like boxes and curves in 3D space, and it's sort of describing where you are and aren't allowed to have bodywork. So there's sort of like a big straight, there's like a wall, there's like a plane, that's sort of the boundary of where you're allowed to bring those side pods up to, front ways. And the teams that are very square are just the teams that have like brought their side pods as forward as they possibly can, pushing right up against the boundary of where you're allowed to have bodywork. So those are the teams that will, tend to have like a sort of little sharp undercut underneath their side pods, the ones with the high shouldered side pods, like the Red Bull, like the Aston Martin, because basically the further forward you bring the side pods, the further forward you could bring the whole floor and get all of that airwork working around them. That works best for them, but of course, yeah, there is a limit to how far you can actually bring them forward. So that's yeah. Square fronted air boxes on the side pods, that's just the team pushing the limits of where they're allowed them.
Yeah, and there's just a good shot there, which you'll see again in a minute, Stuart, just to kind of show that sculpting that I was talking about around the Oracle logo there. Kind of, I'm going to call it the split side pod. It's not really. You can see a little bit of the floor actually there. Interesting. There's it looks like there's a bit of a
cutaway.
Yeah, maybe not a 2-tier floor to the same extent that McLaren have it, but that might even be. I mean, that floor might not be new. That bit, that might be something that we've not really spotted in photos before. But that's just a very good shot of the top of the Red Bull side pod there. So that's the big change, I think, is today is the side pod. Obviously, McLaren bringing their new brake ducts to try and sort their problem is one of them. We've already seen the Mercedes side pods. I'm sure there are lots of little updates on all the cars today that we haven't seen yet, and that's something that I'm afraid you're definitely going to have to go and keep an eye on F1 socials for. Ted Kravitz will probably go over some stuff as well. Definitely follow Summers F1, Matt Summerfield over on Twitter. Definitely follow Craig Scarborough as well. They will go through all of these in much more detail than we can for two reasons. One, I'm clueless for the most part. And secondly, it's obviously we're live. It's a bit more difficult to go silent for 20 minutes while I dig through photos looking for little flicks and new wings and things. But that's kind of the big story of the morning in terms of the upgrades, isn't it? I think that's the biggest upgrade we've seen today, isn't it? Definitely.
At least from a point of view that we can... That's visually dramatic. Yeah. You know, as you say, there are these teams could be turning up with tremendous Spec B cars underneath these carbon fiber chassis that we wouldn't know about it until it becomes incredibly obvious from people who are down there or who are leaking things. But yeah, I think this is, after Mercedes turned up with their weird side pods, I think this is the most dramatic thing we've seen. And again, I remain incredibly delighted at the huge range of solutions teams have come up with these rules. It's all really interesting.
Yeah, it's and we've said it a lot, really, haven't we? That it's for regulations that were supposed to be so prescriptive. It's fascinating to see. You know, you put the Mercedes side pods in comparison to the Red Bull side pods, night and day, completely different. Yeah. It's not like Red Bull have just, you know, the Mercedes isn't slightly tighter or it's got a slightly different, its angles slightly differently on the way it's trying to channel the air. It's completely different, and I am so pleased for the millionth time this week that we've not ended up with, I suppose, inadvertently a bit of a spec series. So I'm very, very happy to see that we're getting just different interpretations. And I just on the Mercedes side pods, actually, Christian Horner was asked again yesterday about them. He said that there are no legality issues as far as they're concerned with it, which is great because, of course, as we know, they're the ones that make these decisions. But anyway, there's no legality issues as far as they're concerned, and they are an extreme interpretation of the regulations. But I think his quote was, they tick all the boxes. So there's no more of this. They're illegal. Red Bull are happy. They're happy with them, and I guess that's all that matters, is that Red Bull are happy with the Mercedes side. I just don't want to end up in a season where somebody comes along, like an Adrian Newey, like in this case a James Allison, who comes along with a brilliant, clever, wonderful interpretation of the rules, and then the teams throw the toys out the pram and they get banned. You know, Das. I mean, how brilliant was Das? And the teams just were like, oh, we can't have that. So it ended up getting banned for the following season. You know, I want a bit of innovation in the sport. I don't want somebody to come up with something that, you know, obviously is going too far in terms of pushing the rules. But there's nothing wrong with the teams hitting the limit of the regulations so long as they're within them. And back to what you said on day one, Stuart, and I mentioned it to Jonty yesterday, and he completely agrees as well. There is no spirit of the rules. It's either legal or it isn't. So long as it's legal, let them get on with it. Just sort the porpoising out.
Yeah, just sort the porpoising out. Which seems to be a lot better, actually. The Mercedes seems a lot more stable than it has done, which is good. They're clearly coming up with some solutions. Whether it's affecting performance or not is a different issue that only they know. But yeah, and I'd love the FIA, the people who are in control of the regulations to not discourage teams from playing around with what's considered the norm. Because I don't know about you, but I felt that whenever a team does something different, innovative, new, that kind of like changes the game a bit, the FAA are very quick to kind of either ban it or control it, and they seem to just be kind of like containing F1 cars in a quite conservative way, like not allowing F1 cars to stray too far from, what we know an F1 car to be. That may be a bit abstract, but I guess if you look at, I don't know, 1970s F1 cars, if you can imagine those ones in that era, we're not going to get to that. We're not going to get back to that kind of thing. But in that era, you'd have teams turning up. The cars would look completely different. They'd all have their own solutions to things. They'd all be very different shapes. You'd have some with very flat fronts, some with very big sides, and so on. Obviously now, with all the wind tunnels and the data gathering and stuff, the teams are going to kind of all tend towards one solution. But the cars now are actually very, very tightly constrained regulation-wise into what they can and can't be. I would love to see regulations opened up in a way that allow us to like play with different body shapes, have the cars looking a bit different from team to team, as long as that from a cost point of view and from a safety or whatever point of view, that doesn't cause too many problems. I don't think we'd see the massive variation that we got in the 60s and 70s, because I think, again, they will all tend towards an optimal solution, which will look quite similar. But yeah, I would love to see something that allows variation, which, to be fair, we're sort of seeing it at the moment as much as we can.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, sometimes, so long as something's within regulations, sometimes it's just okay to leave it. We don't have to just swing the ban hammer, which is what Annette uses in chat. You have to swing the ban hammer on everything all the time, and I can understand why they might want to, if somebody comes up with something that gives them a 3 or 4 second a lap advantage. I can understand why they'd want to, but even then, maybe others should be trying to come up with that sort of thing as well, or try and copy that idea. But it's a trick. I was just seeing actually there McLaren on the screen, looking at their brakes, that they're having a good examination of them, and Lando Norris isn't in the car, so I hope they're not coming across any issues. I hope they're just checking them out. But on the subject of brakes, actually I'll do a lap count quickly. So Perez, so we've got Zhou, Gasly and Hamilton out on track at the moment. Perez 20 laps, Zhou has done 43, Gasly 44, Sainz 43, Norris 39, Latifi 33, Stroll 38, Hamilton 48, Alonso 40 and Magnussen 38. So far, most laps Pierre Gasly on 44, closely followed by Zhou Guanyu and Carlos Sainz. No, Hamilton's got 48. Sorry, even I can't read. Hamilton is clear on 48. So there you go. Good stuff. Lots of laps today, and K-Mag is out there. If you're following the channel, you're going to hear a lot of K-Mag on this channel this year, certainly in the early weekends. But I was just going to say, on the subject of brakes, we got a little update from Williams yesterday on what went on with Nicholas Latifi's car. So if you didn't see it yesterday, a bit of smoke coming from the back of the car, heading towards turn 11, flames started to come from underneath, and then the car kind of spun itself round and caught fire and did some damage to the rear as well, which meant they couldn't get out in the afternoon. We were speculating about a tyre exploded, but we were speculating about possibly was that a brake duct, or was that something that had exploded. The team said that wasn't the case. And I think Jonty yesterday afternoon said that there was some stuff on Twitter about them struggling with a wheel bearing, and that could have been what caused the fire. Apparently, it was something as simple as somebody at Williams, when they were putting the car together, hadn't aligned parts of the brakes properly. So you had discs rubbing against other parts, and they kept rubbing. And of course, the longer that sort of thing rubs, gets hot, catches fire, and that's all it was. So it's a negative in the sense that it was a mistake, and it was not a very nice mistake that resulted in their entire day being ruined. But it's positive that it's not a massive mechanical issue. It was just an error on the team's part with that one. So, and that's kind of backed up by the fact Latifi's out there on 33 laps at the moment. So it was an issue. It was a mistake in getting all that fitted rather than a mechanical thing. Do you get what I mean when I say it's sort of a positive? At least it's not this massive, terrible thing that's gone horribly wrong that they've got to try fix in time for Bahrain.
It's not. It's different from McLaren, where they seem to have a sort of intrinsic design issue they need to fix. That is interesting, though. If it's I don't know, the way the car was assembled, I guess, for the runs. I mean, it happened on both sides, didn't it? If it was like a sort of, the way a mechanic built the car, you'd think it would be, an error on one side, but it seemed to happen on both. Again, I don't know what process they go through, whether they go into a symmetrical thing that puts, I don't know, but yeah, you'd think if it was an assembly problem on the day, it would have just happened on one side rather than the mistake happening on both sides. But yeah, if true, yeah, that's a simple fix for Williams, and they hopefully won't happen again. Whereas actually McLaren, 39 laps today, they seem to be
just looking for,
doing all right.
He's not done bad, has he, this morning, Lando Norris? So the fact he's out of the car and they're having a look at it, I'm just wondering if what they're doing is they've put the new ones on, done some running, and then come back to check that everything's okay. Something like that. I'm trying to think positively rather than going, oh my God, it's a disaster. Although Carlos Sainz's Ferrari is still up on the... what are they? They're not jacks, are they? When they're up in the air like that. I don't know. But he's not in the car, and the car's got a few bits off it, so they're looking at something at Ferrari, maybe changing something set up, knowing Ferrari probably they've got a massive aero package they're going to put on that's going to send them backwards because they're determined to ruin my predictions this year. Let's do some stuff from chat for a little while, and then we'll start talking about Jonathan, for goodness sake. Just don't rub your nuts too much. Referring to Williams, do some stuff from chat, and then we'll do some more talk. I'm trying to think if we've spoken about this week, Stuart, that we still need to cover. We talked about Red Bull this morning, talked about Ferrari a little bit, talked about McLaren today, talked about Williams a fair bit, talked about Aston a little yesterday, spoke about Alpine, spoke about Mercedes a lot, spoke about Haas a lot. So I think really we're about covered. Maybe something on Alfa Romeo we could do in a bit,
perhaps.
Maybe.
Do you? I'll give you a little. Hang on. Do you want a little mini quiz?
Oh, I'd love a mini quiz.
Just you.
I've got no stings though, so we're gonna have to just make some fake music or something.
Well, it's just sort of one sort of kind of question. So I added up all the laps over the first 5 days of testing, including the shakedown kind of thing. Do you have a sense of, what order the teams are in terms of total laps covered? Who's at the top? With bottom's a little bit easier.
So, do you want me to try and list all 10?
Go on then.
All right then. So just based on doing these testing streams and the mini streams we were doing over Barcelona, so I'm going to say.
So not counting any of today's laps because I can't keep up with that.
So Ferrari, Mercedes.
I'm writing this down.
Red Bull, Alfa Romeo, because I think they've done more laps than we think they have. Williams, Alpine, Aston Martin. No. Look what you've done to me. So Ferrari, Mercedes. I'll say Red Bull. Then I'll say AlphaTauri. Then I'll say Aston Martin, Alfa Romeo. Williams ahead of Alfa, then Alfa Romeo. Alpine, Haas, McLaren.
Oh, okay. Some of that's right.
Oh, that doesn't sound positive though.
No. Okay, Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull. Those are the top three. You got those. Ferrari 669 laps, Mercedes 629, Red Bull 582. So that's good. Good start. AlphaTauri fourth. You got that right as well. 531 laps. Aston Martin 5th. You got that right as well. 501 laps. You said Williams were 6th. They're actually 7th. But that's fine. McLaren you put last. McLaren were 6th.
Were they?
McLaren,
They did like Barcelona, didn't they?
They've done 477 laps. Williams, so McLaren 477, Williams 463. Then Alpine, you got that in the right place, 441. Alfa Romeo were 9th. I think, their struggles in Barcelona really pulled them back. And then Haas at the bottom. So actually, I think you've got, 7 or 8 of those right? So, yeah, that's pretty good showing, to be honest.
Yeah. I think I got 6 points. I think six. Oh, no, Haas. No, I didn't put Haas right, did I? Why did I put McLaren still? I think I'm too focused on this week with McLaren, but I forgot they did quite a lot of lappage in Barcelona because they were one of the teams everyone was talking about, weren't they? I'm happy with 6 points out of 10, considering I just did that very quickly.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. Yeah, and a couple. Yeah, Williams just won out. Yeah, all right, very good. You've been paying attention. Good.
Yay! What do I win? 6 points.
Yeah, you win. 6 more hours of this? 6 more hours of talking.
A bit harsh on chat and people listening. if that's the reward. No, you're not banned or muted, Bing Bang. I can see you in the chat there, so you're not banned or muted. Let's see. So Jaws said AlphaTauri, Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes. So you got Red Bull third, if I'm right there. So that's not a bad shout. Drive to Survive is very mid. Not gonna lie, that's from Bing Bang. Annette's watching Drive to Survive tomorrow. Samuel wants to know if anybody's watched it. I watched the first 2 episodes last night.
Yeah, what did you think? I haven't seen any of it yet. I'm a little bit dreading it, but go on.
It's it kind of highlighted and reminded me that I'm clearly not its target audience. It was interesting to see a couple of the behind the scenes bits without too many. I don't want to give too much away, Stuart, for you. I know you know who won the championship, or I hope you do. But there was a few bits where Daniel Ricciardo struggling early on. Hearing some of the conversations he was having with the team was quite. I always find that bit interesting. But there were bits that I was watching like the first race in Bahrain. They were talking about Danny Rick and his struggles against Lando Norris, but failed to mention the fact that Pierre Gasly had gone into the back of him and caused him some damage. And I know it's not a review of the season, and it's not there to go into all this business, and it's there to kind of give an overview and a bit of drama and engage with new fans. But when and I think it was Johnson that made this point yesterday, when people like us have watched basically every minute of every session over the course of the season, when you're then watching something like Drive to Survive, you're like, well, you haven't mentioned this, you haven't mentioned that, that's not correct, that audio, that team radio is not from that race at all, that never happened, that's not even the Bahrain paddock, and you start to spot things, and I think it kind of, I find it quite jarring, and it kind of puts me off it. I like I say, I enjoy the behind the scenes stuff. I hate, and I really dislike with a passion, the fake commentary. They've had it ever since season 1. But I think, and I didn't really think about it until, again, Jonty said it yesterday, but season 1 was great. Obviously, season 2 was the best one for, clearly obvious reasons. But I think after you've had a couple of seasons of something like that, the novelty factor kind of wears off a little bit, and by the time you get to season 4, for someone like me, if you're in chat and you're listening to this and you're really enjoying Drive to Survive, or you've watched it or you've enjoyed it, fantastic. I'm genuinely really happy that people can find entertainment in that and they enjoy that, because it's obviously for you. That's fantastic. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong for liking it. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong for starting to follow F1 because you've just started watching Drive to Survive. But for someone like me, for seasoned F1 fans, for people that watch every minute of every season, it's not really. I just find it quite jarring at times. And I've seen some stuff on Twitter this morning that apparently Max Verstappen wins in Austria, but they show shots of the crowd in Zandvoort and Lewis Hamilton looking annoyed in Imola, which we're going to spot when we see it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I think is a bit much. Yeah. So to a certain extent, I can and again, this is going off previous seasons, obviously, because I haven't seen any of this season. Some of the commentary stuff, I can kind of accept. I mean, as long as it's from the same race, particularly. But if it frames what's happening in a easily understandable way, even if it's kind of out of sync with the actual, part of the race if the commentary wasn't from that particular part of the race, but it does sort of frame what's happening in a digestible way, then I'm kind of okay with that. I know there's some bits that don't match up. I know they mix in sounds that are a bit different. I'm kind of okay with that. But then when you edit different things from different races and different days to create narratives rather than frame things in an easy way, that's when it gets a bit much. Especially, again, if you're a diehard fan and it immediately sticks out like a sore thumb. I get what they're doing, and I get that when you're, even if you're making documentaries and reality TV that isn't meant to be over dramatized, you will, to a certain extent, have to mix bits of footage and mix bits of narration that allows you to tell a story that took place over an entire weekend in 10 seconds or in a few shots. And you do have to play a little bit fast and loose with how you assemble things in order to allow you to tell a story. That's a skill, and that's how documentaries work. That's how things are going to work. I think in any reality non-fictional programming you're going to watch. But when it kind of sticks out and it kind of looks fake and it feels fake, it's a little bit jarring, I think is the right word you said. I think that's the key thing.
Yeah.
So I'm not looking forward to things that are a bit like that. But the behind the scenes stuff is really great, I think.
Can saying in chat, that's the kind of stuff general audience will never know or notice, and it serves the greater good of the show. That's kind of the point. That's what I'm saying when I mean that I'm not the target audience. So someone like me, someone like Stuart, who else have we got? Content creators that we can mention. Let's go. Yeah, an Aldas or a Tomo or a Dan or something like that is gonna watch that, or a Tom from WCF1 is going to spot that and go, well, that's Zandvoort, that's not Austria, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right. But new fans coming in, that doesn't matter as much as a new fan. It's about getting people engaged in the sport. It's about getting people excited about Formula One, and that is what Drive to Survive's purpose is, and that is what Drive to Survive has done and is continuing to do well. But again, for the third time or fourth time, when you've watched every minute of a season, you spot them and you think, I don't know, that's not right, it's jarring. But I love the stuff, like the Daniel Ricciardo stuff yesterday that I was watching. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the behind the scenes stuff elsewhere this season. That's the kind of thing that we don't really get to see. And that's, Netflix are quite, I get that money is paid and it's business and maybe it's the wrong word, but they're kind of privileged to be able to get that close to the drivers and that close to team principals and be able to get these quotes and see these meetings. And that fascinates me. That's the kind of stuff I tune in for. I'm not watching for the drama of the season because, spoiler alert, Max Verstappen wins it, So there you go. Yeah. I don't need to see that. But the other stuff around it is quite fun. But as I said yesterday, I'm not a fan of the, Lewis Hamilton exhaled near Max Verstappen, nuclear blast in the background kind of thing. We don't need that. That's a little bit too much for me. But I'll tell you I would highly recommend on editing. If you head onto YouTube, it'll be on there. But Charlie Brooker a few years ago did something on Screen Wipe where he talks about editing and how they edit reality TV and how a camera angle put to a different voiceover can completely change what that shot is showing. And it's typical Charlie Brooker. It's all a little bit tongue-in-cheek to a point, but at the same time makes fantastic points. So I highly recommend that if you can find it on YouTube. Definitely.
I think it does a really good job. And again, like as you say, even with the Charlie, I've seen that Charlie Brooker clip, and again, there are lots of things, not just with documentaries, but with like movies and TV, fictional stuff. There are a lot of tricks you employ, be it color grading, lighting, the way you shoot, the way you frame something, the way you angle something, the way you cut something together that evokes what you want from that scene, from the story you're telling. And in fact, the way it's done in like movies and fiction is the exact same thing they will put into documentaries and reality TV to evoke the same feelings you would feel in a fictionalized drama. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing necessarily. That is a skill that you use in order to tell a story and not be a very boring documentary that just lists off a series of facts and gives you a series of quite dull shots. You need to like add some narrative to things, and I think the narratives are the strongest part of the show, and I think that's really important, especially to new people coming in. We know we're getting a lot of new fans to the sport off the back of Drive to Survive, and it does a lot of filling in the gaps. I'm sure you, like me, have introduced people to F1, even if just on a casual basis, you're watching it, someone happens to be in the same room, being it family, friends, partners, or whatever, and you have to you fill people in. You sort of say, well, Ricciardo's joined McLaren, and he's actually a really good driver, but he's struggling at the moment, and these two don't like each other, and Christian Horner and Toto Wolff, they're rivals teams, but they're sort of bantering with each other. And actually, people will come into 2022 fully armed with who everybody is, what their history is, what their storylines are, and ready to just leap into the first race. Understanding where we are so far and ready to kind of leap in and not feel completely lost, which I think that's a very valuable thing that Drive to Survive does, even if it does, over dramatize some of it.
As long as it's doing the job it's intended to do, that's a good thing. I mean, it's definitely Domenicali's talking about changing parts of it, isn't he? Or maybe wants to make changes to the way it's done. But we're just watching Lewis Hamilton go around the outside of Pierre Gasly there at turn 4. They've been together on track for a little while, actually, which is good to see. Anthony Davidson, I think, is stood on a box at the side of the track looking over the tyre barrier. But nice that they've been following each other. Hamilton's been following Gasly for at least a lap I've been watching, but possibly a couple of laps, and he's just gone ahead of him. And now Gasly's following Hamilton quite closely. So obviously drivers, we saw it obviously on day one, we saw some battling in the afternoon, but we saw it yesterday. I noticed it a lot more yesterday, probably because, unlike day one, I was actually turned facing the TV rather than the timing screen. I don't know why I did that on day one. I apologise to anyone watching when I missed all the stuff on TV, because despite having all the pictures to watch, I was staring at the timing. No idea why. But yeah, I certainly noticed yesterday a lot of drivers kind of letting others slip past and then following them closely and for a lap or two. So obviously they're wanting to get a feel for it. But the noise after Barcelona was tentatively positive, if that's even a phrase. But the noises coming from Bahrain about being able to follow are a lot more positive. And I think that's getting people excited. So I hope that I'm going to watch this because Gazzy's got his DRS open. Sorry, Stuart, I've not synced up with you, so you're getting spoilers here. Lewis is still ahead of him. Oh, he's going to send it. Oh, he has sent it. Oh, he is sending it. Oh, Pierre, steady. It wasn't that dramatic, but he just felt it on board there. But he's gone ahead, and Hamilton's going to try and switch back. And I wonder if he's going to try and come back at Pierre on the run to We've got a battle for you, Stuart. Down to turn 4. Hamilton doesn't have his DRS open, has a look on the outside, but Pierre says, no, mate, you're not coming through there. Hamilton switches back under. Oh, Gasly off the track. Has to take evasive action to a point, and Hamilton is back in front. Is Gasly going to... Don't send it at the hairpin. That would be imagine contact. Oh, dear. Because people aren't angry enough on Twitter. We don't need contact. Yeah, so we got a little squabble going on at the minute, which is good fun. Good fun. Just for you.
I'm actually very surprised as I watch them go down to... They're going down the main pit straight now. They're about to start the battle you just described on my screen. I know you can't get rival teams coordinating with each other, but I am surprised we haven't seen more, if not battling, but kind of following and swapping places just to get a feel for what it's like to follow each other with these new cars and understand what happens with the turbulence, so they're fully prepared to, confidently make overtakes in the first race, in the second race.
I'm quite surprised maybe Red Bull haven't had a word with AlphaTauri and sent two of their drivers out to do a bit of following and then swap them around for a couple of laps or something, because they're basically the same group, aren't they? So surprised they've not tried something. Oh, Hamilton pits. Oh, spoil sport. Boo.
Yeah. He's going for the undercuts. What's happening?
So yeah, that was a bit of fun for you all, bit of drama and excitement in there. I'll run through the time shortly. Don't forget to subscribe, by the way. Always appreciated. Got loads of content coming up this year, so it'd be great to have you along for the ride. Lots of stuff planned. Please do drop a like as well. 172, so let's try and get that to 200 for now. Would be very, very nice. And don't forget, I will come to chat throughout the day. I will take your questions and comments. I'm sure as we get towards the end of the day, you'll all get a lot more sarcastic and try and wind me up. Yeah, Gassy did have to jink to the left a little bit there, but yeah, not a big issue. But if you have got a burning question that you simply have to have us answer, then feel free to support the stream through Super Chat, PayPal, and Streamlabs. Just make sure you leave a message so I can read that one out. But obviously, as always, no obligation. I will always try and get to people in chat, but that is one way to make sure we read it. It's the way to put it. Sighted Canvas says, Bono, his tyres are gone. Yeah, that was it. He's come in, his tyres have gone. Carlos Sight's out there doing some laps at the moment, but yeah.
You know, I've only just realised why you said 2019 was the best series of Drive to Survive. Only just clicked in my brain. About 4 minutes too late. But
where's Jack?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jack says, I think Drive to Survive peaked season 2, episode 8, 42 minutes and 14 seconds in. Jack knows.
When you know, you know. Yeah, yeah. So it's all sinking in now. Just this very fast 38-year-old brain of mine. Sharp as ever. I'm sure you've covered this, actually. Just a quick one. I've been thinking about it several times today. What do you make of the old Lewis Hamilton fluorescent, numbers and colouring, I think? It's pretty... they definitely solved that number problem, haven't they?
Well, you can see them.
Yes.
That's for sure, which is good, because they were terrible before and they were even worse last year. But the more I look at it, so you've got the silver, which is great. That's their identity. You've then got the tealy turquoise stripe and the tealy turquoise rear wing. You've then got the red burgundy accents, and you've got little bits of grey here and there as well, as these teams do, and bits of black where they haven't painted and all that business. And then you've got all the Mercedes stars, 3-pointed stars all over the engine cover. And then you've got this massive yellow blob. And it's just a very busy, messy livery, if that makes sense. And slapping those bright yellow letters on there has not really done it any favours for me. Because I get, when you look at the front of the car, you can see what they're doing with the red on the rear wing. They're trying to get a bit more Ineos in there. And when you look at the front of the car, you can see how it all works together. But I don't like the red under that rear wing, and I just think it looks a little bit messy. So fantastic from a fan's point of view that when you see those bright yellow letters, it's Lewis Hamilton. When you see the blue ones, it's George Russell. From a purely aesthetic point of view, it doesn't look great.
Yeah, it's messy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. And they've been playing around with it because they did some fluorescent outlines with black numbers, didn't they? But I mean, after last year with their horrible numbers, you can definitely see what they are. George Russell still has fluorescent yellow bunny ears, doesn't he? Wheel.
I think so, yeah.
Wheel, isn't it? Yeah, if they'd sort of been a bit more consistent with that, maybe that would have been. But yeah, I think he's going for Valentino Rossi kind of thing, isn't he? Because I had Mercedes said that it was Lewis that picked the color. Lewis wanted it to be fluorescent yellow.
Okay.
And I guess if your 7-time world champion asks for fluorescent yellow, you get fluorescent yellow, don't you?
And it makes sense because I mean, you see those colours in, I was going to say anywhere really, and you think Rossi, don't you? So I don't know if people are going to start thinking Hamilton when they see those colours. I think Rossi had them a bit longer, so maybe not. But
yeah,
it works, doesn't it? What I would like actually, the bunny ears as we're calling them this week. Obviously for years we've had the yellow flash on the T-cam to help identify between which driver's which in the car. It'd be kind of cool if they could do that with the bunny ears, as you were saying, with sort of getting out there a little bit with George. If like his were blue, Lewis's were yellow. Carlos Sainz having a squabble with Lance Stroll at the minute. If his were yellow but Charles Leclerc's were white or something, just that would be a good way to kind of tell between the drivers a little bit, rather than having to, in some cases, squint to see the numbers. I mean, like I said, please don't get me wrong, you ain't missing them on that Mercedes. In fact, you might need your sunglasses when Lewis Hamilton goes past. But yeah, it's just ways they could make drivers more identifiable when I've got the halo, but also, again, I think I said this on Thursday, when it comes to being a racetrack, that matters when you watch it on TV, not so much because it soon comes up on the screen to tell you that's Carlos Sainz or that's Lewis Hamilton or that's first name, last name. But
just for that instant recognition.
Yeah.
I think there's I've chatted a little bit about this in the past because the numbers to me are what I look for. I know everyone approaches it differently. Some people even look for the helmets, even though they're obscured a little bit now. And a lot of people have said, well, I just look at the TCAM. I just look at who's the fluorescent yellow. But for some reason, remembering who's got the yellow TCAM and who hasn't, I retaining that information, really tricky to me. Just cannot. So I have to wait for the number quite a few times, or for the graphic to appear on screen.
Yeah.
I'm a number looker at kind of person, which is interesting, really, because it's not the bigger numbers are a fairly recent thing. Well, maybe 5 years now. Time gone by, the numbers were so small you couldn't see them anyway. But yeah, I'm much more of a numbers guy. Having said that, before the numbers were big, you had the kind of team-based numbers where the top team would get 1 and 2, the second best team would get 3 and 4, and in that case, the lower number, the 1 or the 3 would be the one that got the fluorescent TCAM. So you would, you'd know the TCAM would be more obvious which car it was. Yeah, that's just how I work. I think a lot of people identify cars in different ways, but I would like a few more ways just to make it really obvious who's who from a first glance.
I think it works nicely even with the halo. If, for example, you're always, if you ignore numbers for a second, you're always going to spot Sebastian Vettel versus Lance Stroll, because Lance Stroll is basically camouflaged into the car with his helmet, whereas Sebastian Vettel pops out quite nicely. I think the purple with Lewis Hamilton versus the black and a few of the red accents on Russell, that's going to make it easier. I always find it hard to identify between Red Bull helmets, but the AlphaTauri, could Tsunoda and Gasly's be any closer?
Yeah,
that's going to be fun.
Classic Red Bull and AlphaTauri just sort of forcing their stuff onto their helmets, isn't it?
Yeah.
As they continue to do. And I got a feeling you're quite similar to me on helmets. You're a bit more of a traditionalist. And I'm not I'm not actually a traditionalist on many things, but I do. When it comes to helmets, I want them to be quite simple, not too messy. I like drivers that keep their helmet designs for their whole career, and I don't want them to just become sponsor billboards. That's something. I think because I've always really liked helmet designs, and I just, it seems in the last couple of decades they've just got kind of weirder and weirder and messier and messier. And while I did appreciate that, I guess in the Red Bull Sebastian Vettel championship years, that Sebastian played around with his helmets a lot and brought lots of different designs, and that was really fun and creative. I do seem to remain with a traditional kind of view on helmets that I would prefer. I don't know how you feel about that. I kind of just assumed you were quite similar, but maybe you're not. Maybe you do like things to be a bit chaotic.
They're a driver's identity, aren't they? And I think the most... Michael Schumacher had kind of the white helmet with the blue top, and then the German flag around the back. That worked. Then changed that. Ferrari went with it to be red, but still kept the basic idea of his helmet was the same. It just went red with a few tweaks. I look back, I'm always going to be able to spot Jacques Villeneuve in a car in a picture because that's his helmet. Damon Hill is another one. So I don't mind a driver changing helmets for special events like Monaco weekend. Let's have, if we can't have the liveries, all the drivers bring fancy helmet designs. That's fine. But I think that they should have a base helmet that is their identity and it's recognizable. But at the same time, as you've just said there, advertising billboards, we don't want that. I don't, you don't, others might, but ultimately it's a bit of advertising space, isn't it? So they're always going to do that. I just have to cough a second, sorry.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about the wheel flick ups, the bunny ears, the things around the wheels is that leading edge. It's just a thin little strip that you could color, and no one's going to want to stick a logo there. It's a bit of free real estate, as the meme says. Because I think that's the problem with with the numbers on the cars as well. And to a certain extent, designing a helmet properly is that it's all got to be based around sponsor wishes. Teams aren't able to put massive distinct numbers on the side of the car because it'll mess with what the sponsors want and the space the sponsors want to use. That's why they kind of had to mandate them to make them bigger, because they would hide them previously. And the same with helmets. They're sort of like, if I was becoming a racing driver now and I had to design a helmet, you have to create a helmet that has space to stick sponsors on it, that works with whatever potential partners you'll have to stick on the side of that thing, which is why I think you tend to have a lot of stripes around the top, big bands, because that's a good place to put your sponsors. I mean, part of me would welcome a rule that said you weren't allowed to put sponsors on your helmet, but I think drivers need to come with sponsorship in order to compete, so that wouldn't work.
I'm just sat here disgusted at chat, to be honest, Stuart.
Are they talking about helmets?
And their innuendos. Well, you've already read Jack, so I'm not going to read that one out. But I'm going to go through the times after I've said this, and we're just going to move straight on from it, but I'll read it. Jonathan says...
I'm going to pop to the loo while you do that.
What I've learned from this morning's testing is don't rub your nuts and don't play around with your helmets. Perez is currently fastest on day 3 of testing. C4 tyre for his fastest time of 1:33.105. You make me sick, Jonathan. 25 laps so far on the board. Zhou Guanyu, second place, 1:33.959. That was set on the C4 tyres. 63 laps. 63 laps for Pierre Gasly as well. Is third place there, 1:24.865. That was on the C4. 1:34. I don't know if it's a 20, but I'll say 34.865 on the C4. 63 laps. 53 laps for Carlos Sainz at 1:34.905. That was on the C5 tyre. Alonso, 5th place, 1:35.421. C4 tyre for him, 47 laps. 39 laps for Lando Norris on the C4 tyre. His fastest time was a 1:35.504. Nicholas Latifi, a 1:35.634. That was on the C5. 47 laps in total thus far. Lance Stroll, 1:36.029. C3 for him, 43 laps. 67 laps for Lewis Hamilton, 1:36.217. That was on the C5. And Kevin Magnussen, 1:38.616. That was on the C2. And 38 laps so far. Started all very well for Kevin Magnussen, but seems to have gone quiet again. I will check social media very shortly to see if anybody's popped any updates on from the teams. But at the moment, obviously Perez fastest, but in terms of most laps, Hamilton on 67, closely followed by Zhou and Gasly on 63. So some very good mileage today. Perez out on track, Gasly out on track, Latifi as well, and Lewis Hamilton too. So yeah, good mileage so far, I would say. Thank you to John for your super chat. It says, if a driver gets spinal damage from porpoising, do we get active ASS suspension? I'm just trying to think. I mean, I'm no expert on this at all, John, but I'm just trying to work out how violent the porpoising would have to be to cause spinal damage. But I think active suspension, at the very least, to come to that, is something that I don't know how much it's been discussed within F1 amongst teams, but it certainly seems to be an idea that is, what's the phrase? I'm hearing more about it, so I wonder if it's something that's starting to pick up a little bit of traction now, the idea of looking at some sort of active suspension to solve it. And I wonder if that's something that maybe we'll hear more of in the next few weeks, and perhaps something we'll see later in the season, Stuart. I'm not 100% on that one, whether the teams will want to spend that money on doing that. But if it's a solution that means they can keep their cars low to the ground, maybe they'll be quite up for that.
Yeah, perhaps. Again, and it was something I sort of I didn't touch on, but I thought about earlier when we were talking about innovations on the cars and allowing the teams a bit more freedom to innovate, and things like DAS and so on that were quickly banned before. And this is definitely on your point, don't worry. The benefit we have now is we have a cost cap. So if teams bring innovations, or if teams are asked to develop things like, active suspension again and add them to the cars, it still has to be, unless the teams complain about it and ask for a bit of extra on the budget to do it. It still has to be within this cap. So you're not going to have this kind of runaway arms race around all these little details. They'll still have to develop it within the financial limits they're forced to work within. So, it is more feasible if the FIA wanted to, if the teams wanted to ask them to bring active suspensions to these cars. Obviously not this year. It'd have to be like a next year kind of thing. They can control it with the spec ECU, which the FIA have access to, how that controls all the electronics and things of the car. Yeah, it would be an easily, I say easily, but it would be a feasible thing to ask them to do that wouldn't, it would be tricky, and it would be tricky doing it within the budget as well as everything else they're doing. But I don't think it's going to cause them as big a headache as it might have done if we hadn't had that cost cap and they'd said, okay, next year we want you to put active suspension on these cars to fix some of the porpoising. Then obviously Ferrari and Mercedes would have been able to spend tens, hundreds of millions developing the best active suspension ever, whereas your Williams and your Alfa Romeos, would struggle. Whereas now they're all contained within a budget cap. There are limits to how the top teams can run away with something like that. That's a very rambling way to answer your question.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Just reading that Jaws 2308. So more likely that it could be added to the regulations next year? ? I
think there's no chance of this year happening.
I think that the easy solution is to raise the ride height. The problem is the point of these ground effects cars is to be as close to the ground as possible to maximize that, isn't it? So it's kind of counterproductive in that sense to raise the ride height. But if it becomes too much of an issue, then they're going to have to do something, and I hope they can solve it. But hopefully hear more soon. I just wanted to ask this one from Black Hawk. So actually says, try to remember just in case Ricciardo doesn't get clear COVID tests in time for next week, who is the McLaren reserve driver and who would take his place for the weekend? So I have a list of reserve drivers for you, Black Hawk. So this will answer this. It also won't answer this. So Mercedes have the world famous, wonderful, greatest driver of all time, Stoffel Vandoorne, as their reserve, and Nick de Vries. Red Bull have Sebastian Buemi. Ferrari have every other driver in existence, but specifically Mick Schumacher and Antonio Giovinazzi. Robert Schwartzman is on the list. Yes, we'll leave it there. Alpine have Oscar Piastri, Aston Martin, Nico Hülkenberg, Williams, Roy Nissany, AlphaTauri also using Sebastian Buemi. Alfa Romeo have Robert Kubica, obviously, and Antonio Giovinazzi if they need him. And it's Pietro Fittipaldi and Antonio Giovinazzi for Haas. Now, McLaren are TBC. Now, this is just a bit of speculation, a theory. I've not read anything that confirms that they will be running them. But looking at Ferrari, so they've got Mick Schumacher and Antonio Giovinazzi. Alfa Romeo have got their own in Robert Kubica, but they're also using Ferrari's Antonio Giovinazzi. And Haas have got Fittipaldi, but they also have the option to use Giovinazzi. So my guess would be that if McLaren need a reserve driver, it will be either Stoffel Vandoorne or Nick de Vries. And I would, not just because I'm massively biased towards him, but given his McLaren ties in the past, I could see that being Stoffel rather than Nick. So I'm going to plump and say Vandoorne, but I think it will be a case because I think it was last year and in 2020 when we really needed clarification, or teams needed clarification, the F1 did, around reserves because of COVID and things like that. I think it was then that McLaren were using Mercedes reserves, so it'll be, I would have thought, Stoffel Vandoorne and Nick de Vries, but I'll say Stoff. But yeah, interesting list there. Sebastian Buemi being used by both Red Bull and AlphaTauri. But I mean, they've got other options, haven't they, Red Bull? If both teams, I hope not, but if both teams need a reserve at the same time for whatever reason, I'm sure Sebastian Buemi can do one. And I'm sure they can either borrow a reserve or find a reserve, or give, pop Pierre in there for a weekend. If it's, at Red Bull, pop Pierre in the car at Red Bull, and then I don't know. I know what I'm trying to say. They've got Liam Lawson and others, haven't they, in F2? They could move up for a weekend if they've got the points. And I'm pretty sure if Red Bull have got a good car. I'm pretty sure there's a few others that wouldn't mind being in there. You know, Nico Hulkenberg might go, I'll do it, even though I'm Aston Martin's reserve. I'll do it for you because I'm super sub or something like that. But hopefully we never have to find out. Please, I just want to drive. But hopefully that's something we never have to worry about. But that is your reserve list. So to answer that, very long-winded, Black Hawk so. But to answer that, I would assume it'll be Van Dorn or De Vries, and I'm going to say Van Dorn because...
But interesting that it is the most unclear of all the teams. Even though we know McLaren have had sort of a shared reserve with Mercedes, at least last year, and probably I think for a couple of years. But they are going to have to think about it, aren't they? Because there's not a guarantee that Ricciardo will give a negative COVID test, by next Friday. There's not. I've had friends who were reporting positive tests for 10, 11 days. You just can't guarantee. So the next Friday is the first session of the Bahrain Grand Prix, and you've got to, I think they've got to fly someone in, right? They've got to make sure someone is ready to go, that they've got a super license, that they've got a seat that fits. It's not something they could just, ideally, not something they could just wait for. Just so you know, your Autosport timing thing has wandered for one reason or another.
Oh, is it at a move? Is it at a shift?
Yeah. But yeah, so I think, I know there was that time when Racing Point had to bring Hulkenberg in last minute, but that's, that was a genuine, they didn't know until last minute. And McLaren do have this kind of week to think about what they're going to do. I think it would be beneficial to have someone on standby.
I would be amazed if McLaren haven't already had that conversation with Mercedes and said, look, we're hoping he's okay. He should be. But if he's not, who you got?
Yeah.
I don't know when Formula E are racing next, though.
No, not for a while. They're in their sort of weird 2-week break. The 9th of April. So, Stoffel's probably not busy. I don't know what other things he does with his life, but in theory, yeah, they could get him on a plane, get him tested.
It should go without saying, I, of course, don't want Daniel Ricciardo to miss a first race, and I hope he's absolutely fine and he gets better very, very quickly. However, let's just pretend that McLaren is the car to beat. Imagine me next weekend with Stoffel Van Dorn in a potential race-winning car. I'm going to be a nightmare. I might just log off socials for a weekend and not put you all through it. No content next week if that happens, because I'll just not be able to be...
Well, what if we
compose myself?
What if we have the scenario that we sort of discussed about an hour ago where McLaren get pole position and then their brakes fail in 12 laps? Whew. Wouldn't want to be in your house that day.
No, there'll be no streams. I'll just be angry. I'll be angry all day. Jack saying, think Sky said Stoffel is in Sebring, or it's at Sebring. I hope not. Come on, Stoff. Just be ready. Just be ready. He's all right. I think they were talking there on the coverage as well about potential replacements for the Russian Grand Prix. I believe I heard Martin Brundle say that at the minute it sounds like Qatar's the favourite. I assume that's for no reason other than cha-ching. Basically. It's interesting. Well, actually, I say that, actually. No, it will be money related, but I will say as well, to be fair to Qatar, they've got a deal from next season, a long-term deal, haven't they? And the only reason they weren't hosting one this year is because it would probably have clashed with the World Cup. So a date earlier in the year for Qatar probably works for them, and it's maybe fair from a business point of view that a track that helped out last year and is going to be on the calendar from next year fills that slot or gets the first refusal of that slot before others, maybe. I see what I'm getting at. It's quite... I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Has to be Sepang for me. Yeah, and for Max. Boo, we want Sepang. I don't know if you're talking, Stuart, but you're muted. I'm just very aware yesterday I was talking over you and you weren't sure what was happening, so I was going to...
I was talking.
I was just wondering. I was like...
I was so confused. I went to type something into Google and I forgot to... Yes, no, I was sorry. What I did say to your Qatar thing was... lots of faster medium speed corner, so I think these cars would be pretty cool on Qatar. But again, Sepang, even more fast to medium speed corners and a lot of fun there. So I would go to Sepang every time if I had to choose.
Oh god, yeah. Trying to think who else there was other tracks. I think actually I keep thinking about Istanbul, but I think logistics make sense. But I think somebody said I think it was either earlier this week or in the Barcelona test that it might be that F1 don't want to go to that region at all at the moment. I don't. That is pure speculation. But yeah,
we're going to Azerbaijan, aren't we?
Well, yeah, that's true.
It's Azerbaijan and Ukraine and that bit of Russia and Turkey are all around the Black Sea, so it's all the
Do you know, I always forget about Baku as a race every year. I don't know what it is because it's more often than not a fun one, isn't it, to watch? But I often forget about it, which is a bit harsh. Thank you, Stefan, for your super chat. Says, good day, Sean. I tried not to do an accent. Awesome stream. Thank you very much. What will your upload stream schedule be this year? Also, very early top 5 testing. Who are they? Top 5 from testing. Who are they? So, I've had the whole winter to plan for the season. And I'm sat here now going, that's a great question. So, I mean, in terms of the fundamentals, the channel will be doing what it's been doing for the last it'll be 5 years this June. Bloody hell. So you'll get your preview. I'm going to tweak them a little bit because there's only so many times you need me to tell you certain things. So there'll be a preview on a Thursday. I want to get into a routine of going back to doing a weekly roundup, but something a little bit more lighthearted rather than just and speaking to Autosports, Christian Horner said, and then reading a quote. I'd like to do something a little bit more, a bit more interesting, maybe a bit quicker as well, a bit shorter video to wrap up the week. There'll of course be race reaction streams as well every Sunday. In terms of streams, I do want to try and start doing more midweek streams as well because I quite like a Wednesday evening or something like that. Just a shorter version of these testing streams in that I'll just sit and chat to you all and you can throw questions at us and we can kind of do topics that aren't necessarily related to a race, for example. It could be sort of wider F1 questions and things. I think that's a bit nicer than tagging a Q&A for 15 minutes to the end of a race reaction, which I think the race reactions are long enough as they are sometimes. Is that Stuart nodding I can hear? They are long enough, so I think having a midweek stream would be nice. And I'm looking at something, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but something to round up the weekend on a Monday. Not a review, and maybe not as far as went with my old debriefs, but something on a Monday that wraps up the weekend. And then obviously there'll be stuff in between, more feature videos, some more opinion stuff, a lot more sarcasm, that kind of thing. Basically what I've been doing for the last 5 years, but with my newfound, I've kind of given up caring what people think about what I've got to say. So I'm going to say it, and if it upsets people, then I'm sorry if it's upset you, but it's my view, it's my opinion. I'm a big champion of, I don't expect and I don't necessarily want people to agree with me. If you agree, great. But if you don't, let's have that conversation. Let's put those different viewpoints across, because I think it'd be a really dull world if everyone went, yes, I agree. That's a fantastic point, Sean. I'd rather hear different opinions. Just be respectful with it. That's all. That's literally all I want, is people to just be like, I disagree, Sean, and this is why, rather than I hate you, I wish you'd throw yourself off a cliff or something like that. Some of the nicer
completely
comments I
agree.
get.
Fantastic point, Sean.
Just be nice, be respectful. I don't think it's hard. And I need to nip to the loo, Stu.
All right. You're going to leave me with the mob?
I'm going to leave you with his second part of that question. Just if you were having a guess right now from what we've seen, who would your top 5 in testing be? And then remind me when I come back. I will answer it as well so that you're not the only one putting yourself on the spot. I promise. All
right. Here we go, chat. Top 5 from testing. I'm assuming you mean drivers, so let's go with that. All right, first off, I think Carlos Sainz, very solid. I think he's having a great time out there. I think definitely remains to be seen if he can continue to score at the level of Leclerc. We know Leclerc had a few difficulties last year, but if Ferrari are the championship contenders this year, still feels like Leclerc's going to be the one to lead that. But I'm feeling very good about Carlos Sainz. I think last year, or the last couple of years, have done a world of good for him, and he's doing a great showing out there, especially today out there 56 laps for Leclerc. I'm actually going to bring up my little list of testing laps and times and things just to remind me which drivers even exist. Ricciardo, not on the top 5 this year, having a bit of a mare, isn't he? George Russell, not yet. No, not yet. For Russell, I'm very excited to see what he does in the Mercedes, but I'm not. I haven't seen enough from him in testing, even though he's done an incredible amount of laps so far. I think he has done the second most laps of anyone over the first 5 days. Verstappen's looking strong, a little bit more anonymous, not really headline stealing, but actually putting in some good lap times, putting in some pace. He actually was saying they were being competitive without even trying yesterday. So I think he looks very happy. And actually, very interesting to see he's able to adapt his driving style. He's doing a lot less of the, as I'm watching on the screen, Fernando Alonso bopping up and down as his Alpine. I keep wanting to call it an Aston Martin because it's pink, even though Aston Martin wasn't pink. Racing Point was pink. Fernando Alonso bouncing up and down in the cockpit as his car continues to porpoise. Yes, what was I talking about? Max Verstappen, adapting his driving style. Apparently driving this car a lot smoother than he used to drive with a sort of very aggressive turn into corners. Now he's adapted, which is really fascinating, good to see. Clearly he's got the skill to drive the car as it is. I haven't really listed these in the top 5 yet, have I? I've just sort of... So we got Verstappen, we got Sainz. I sort of said, not Russell yet. I think Norris is having a good run as long as the car is competitive. Looking down the list here, Gasly actually. Gasly having a good old run. I think he continues to be solid, pacey driver. Definitely eyeballing next year as to what he wants to do and where he can go. Actually, I'd love to see him in a car that can challenge for wins and podiums on a regular basis. He's definitely ready to move up if AlphaTauri don't move him up. If AlphaTauri doesn't become a car that moves up by itself. Leclerc, obviously. I mean, I sort of vaguely mentioned Leclerc, but I think he's definitely top 5 this season. Both Ferrari drivers putting in some really solid laps over the course of these 6 days of testing. And then the problem with this top 5 is there's so many question marks everywhere. Is Hamilton having a good test? I haven't seen enough to say yes. I know there's some questions of sandbagging from the Mercedes. But actually, that's something I wanted to bring up with Sean. I don't know if he's back yet, but the very nature of what sandbagging is, not from a sort of existential point of view, but I think there are, when you talk about sandbagging, when teams are holding back performance, I think there are some different ways to read that, whether or not that's, I think sometimes people, so Mercedes are the classic people accuse of sandbagging. And my question is, when you think of Mercedes sandbagging, do you think, are Mercedes deliberately hiding their pace to throw everyone off? Is that what you think when you talk of sandbagging? Or do you think of the sort of more passive kind of sandbagging? Are Mercedes just running their own program, not looking for glory, not looking to put in hot laps, and in doing that, it just appears that they're a little bit slower than they are. So there are, I think there are two sides of sandbagging, of whether it is just like the natural, like, kind of lap times you put in if you're not looking for glory laps versus actively hiding the performance you've got. Have I answered your question? Maybe not. Have we talked a lot about a bunch of things? Maybe.
You just summed up our streams perfectly there. How I answered your question? I said words.
Yeah.
I've got some sort of bad news for McLaren fans. They're not going to be out again this morning, but with only 33 minutes left, it's not the end. Well, I say it's not the end of the world. He's not been out for a while, as Lando. So no more running this morning for McLaren. No confirmation as to why as such, but I would imagine it's brake related given the inspections we saw a little bit earlier on. So it's not... it's not been a good week for McLaren, has it? Which is a little bit concerning given how excited we all seem to be for them this year. I'm going to put some new pictures in as well. I've got a great shot of the Red Bull overhead and the Mercedes at the same angle from the top, which is obviously what overhead would mean, but you know what I mean, in the pit lane. So you might get a nice little shot there and a comparison on stream. I don't know why I've just opened After Effects. I'm going to do some some animation while we're live. Oh. That could go horribly wrong.
Have you opened After Effects in the window where the Autosport thing goes? In the
I did, space? Yeah, sorry.
I got a little bit insight into your OBS setup of what your of the many areas you're trying to capture. I guess the positive thing about McLaren is they seem like, and again, they seem like they've got a good car. They've got a competitive, pacey car. They just haven't been able to get the reliability there yet. And I think that's, fingers crossed, a better place to be in than having a car that, will run and run and run, but really slowly. So if they can just dial that reliability in, get those brakes working, get everything on the car like running for a full race distance, then they could still have a good season.
Yeah, it's they're one to keep an eye on. I think this afternoon. I think they're a team that obviously we've got. I mean, look, every single team has a question mark above them this year. But I think we're probably going to go to Bahrain, the race, next week with a massive question mark over McLaren. I think as well Mercedes, because we touched on it earlier. Ted was saying, Will Buxton was saying, sorry, not Ted, Will was saying on Twitter that from what his interview with Lewis Hamilton told him, and he's been interviewing Lewis Hamilton for many, many years, the vibe he's getting is that Hamilton is not comfortable and he's not confident, and Mercedes are not in good shape. However, I seem to feel that a very similar thing was said. In fact, it was possibly even in Drive to Survive. A very similar thing was said about them last year, and whilst they had their issues at times, they were still right up there and in the championship hunt. So saying Mercedes or Hamilton or whoever aren't comfortable doesn't necessarily mean that means they're going to be 8th fastest or anything like that. It might just mean that they're the fastest, but they could be quicker. It's kind of how I view that with Mercedes, because I don't buy it. I think, several years now of coming into this weekend, we don't think we're quick, we've got some problems, and then locking out the front row. You kind of get to testing, and when they start that kind of line again, you're like, oh, right, okay, whatever.
Yeah. There's one thing. There's two things I want to say. I'll start with this. Talking about kind of last year, that's kind of reminded me. And we speak a lot about Haas in this context, about how they sacrificed last year to develop for this year. One of the ongoing talking points last year was about how Mercedes weren't really focusing on 2021 as much. They'd shifted over to 2022 earlier. Their resources were more 2022 biased, whereas as far as we understood, Red Bull were continuing to put R&D into 2021 to get the championship, to seize what was in front of them. Having come to this test, having seen the launches, having seen the pace, I'm not getting the impression that Red Bull seemed like a team that weren't focused on 2022, that are more on the back foot now because they put all their effort into last year and now they're having to take the pain for it. I'm not, in the comparison between Red Bull and Mercedes, we're not seeing two teams that kind of appear to have different focus on this year, which I think is interesting. And I think it'd be even more interesting if Mercedes do have a bit of a bad year, and they would have benefited actually from focusing on last year. Bird in the hand and all.
I tend to agree. And I think absolutely. It was right to focus on last year. If you got a chance for the championship, you go for it. You absolutely do. So I think Red Bull were right to do that. But I like you, I don't get the feeling that there may well have been more focus on 2021 from Red Bull versus Mercedes, but it's not to the point that I think it's going to have a massively, have a detrimental effect on this season. I mean, it might mean they have a slightly slower start than maybe they'd like, as we've seen from Red Bull in the past, of course. But I don't think it's going to be massively detrimental for them. I think they'll be absolutely fine. And I fully expect it will still be a Mercedes, Red Bull, maybe not title fight, but they're going to be right up there in the mix with everybody, aren't they? They're not going to suddenly collapse because they fought for the title last year. Is not the vibe I get. But what do I know?
I'm definitely not getting. I'm not getting the same impression that this is like a 2009 issue where we had a new bunch of regulations and two teams were fighting tooth and nail in 2008. Kind of three teams really, and BMW were in there. And those teams were fighting so hard that they actually dropped right back in 2009 compared to some of the teams that had been in the midfield and were able to focus on the new year with the new regulations. I mean, to an extent, we're seeing a little bit of that. We are seeing Ferrari seemingly starting out strong. But again, I think 2008, 2009 is another lesson in that if you've got a chance to go for the championship, go for it. And to those that don't know, BMW with Robert Kubica, maybe Nick Heidfeld, were very, very strong in 2008 and were leading the championship at one point. And for some reason, halfway through, decided to focus all their energies on 2009 instead. Didn't end up challenging for the title, and then just kind of fell apart as a team, and were never really that competitive again. So it's kind of a classic story about how they regret not focusing on 2008 because it could have been a very, very good year for them. So, I mean, yeah, we shall see how everything shakes out. But again, yeah, we're definitely not seeing, at least in Mercedes and Red Bull, the differences in how they approached last year bleeding out into this year.
It's just come to me now talking back at 2009 and that 2008 time and that, and thinking about right now as well. But I wonder how much, and if we'll ever really get an idea as to how much, if at all, Honda regret pulling out at the end of 2008, given that they clearly built a very good car for 2009, maybe helped by that Mercedes power unit or engine. We'll probably never know. But also, not the same, but almost parallels to coming into this new regulation. Red Bull win the championship and then Honda disappear at the end of last year as the main manufacturer of that power unit. I wonder if there's any regret there for this year as well. Maybe thinking, because there's a lot of talk, isn't there, that they're going to be more involved than originally planned now. So I wonder if that is them sort of going, we probably shouldn't have gone quite so early. Let's stick around, keep our foot in the door, help Red Bull out, and then if we want to come back in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it's going to be a little easier to do. I wonder if they just regret walking away at the times that they do sometimes, because Honda are an interesting one, aren't they? They come and go and come and go and come and go, which a bit like Renault do that a bit as well, don't they? Sometimes it's a bit frustrating.
They are a funny one, Honda, aren't they? And it was the ultimate irony that once again they decided to pack up and leave just as things were going well for them. And their name is still on the back of that Red Bull at the moment. I don't fully understand Honda as an operation. After all the pain they took, well, twice actually, they took a lot of pain, especially in the Moses McLaren years. What was it, 2015, 16, 17? They took a lot of pain in those years as a manufacturer team, 2007, 2008, only to kind of miss out on the glory of all their work, which is a real shame. But such as it is, Renault as well. I mean, the difference is Renault never really left. They just kind of like, it's how forward they stood on the stage. For a while, they're just an engine supplier. Then they kind of decided to name the team Renault, and then they kind of stepped back again, and now they've come back, but they've rebranded the team, so it's not the Renault team, it's the Alpine team, but Alpine is just Renault anyway. They're a weird one themselves, to be honest, but I'm glad they're around. They're a staple of Formula One, and they have been for 30 years. Have they been in the sport for about 30 years solidly with no breaks, I think?
So they left in 97, end of 97, but continued to provide like year-old engines rebadged as Mechachromes and Supertechs and all that business. Then came back in. So they sort of came back in 2001 when they partnered with Benetton and kind of bought the team because they love Enstone. So they kind of came along and got back with Benetton, but then we didn't see the Renault in the sense of the yellow and the blue until 2002. Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? Because did they have Jensen Button in 2002?
They did, yeah. So Jensen was there 2001, 2002. The 2001 Benetton Renault was a real pig. That was a kind of like building year for Renault, which I think it was quite wise of them actually to not fully rebadge it Renault until they sort of had their stuff together. I think Jensen was there for the first year of Renault having their kind of classic blue and yellow overall look with those overalls that were horrendous because they had like the yellow pantaloons on the overalls. It was kind of blue on top and then yellow legs, and they looked really funny.
Yeah,
always amused me. Renault, of course, back then were, speaking of like weird innovations that you just don't get now, and something you absolutely cannot do now because it's mandated. But Renault had a 110-degree engine back then that they were trying to make work. The degrees. So the cars now have 90-degree engines, which means the V of the cylinders are at 90 degrees to each other, pointing at either side. Renault were trying to make an engine that was even wider, so not flat, not sort of a flat engine, but much flatter to be lower center of gravity. They never really got it working properly, and they kind of abandoned it. But yeah, again, we were speaking about weird innovations that teams bring. That's the kind of thing that you just don't get anymore because the engines are, I think, rightly quite strongly mandated and constricted.
Yeah. So I made the foolish error of going on Twitter and seeing people having a go at each other for having a different view on Drive to Survive.
Outrageous! How dare they?
I know. In 2 words, but 1 phrase. Grow up. That's aimed at Twitter, by the way. Not necessarily anybody watching or anyone in chat, but Twitter is the most. I use it because I have to. If I'm being honest with Twitter, I feel like I have to as a content creator or whatever you want to call me. I feel like it's important to use social media as much as possible, but it is the most infuriating app I've ever used in my damn life, is Twitter, and I don't feel like I can have a conversation on there anymore. That's why I always annoy people in DMs. Sorry, I can hear Stuart nodding again.
Well, while you're talking, I'm watching is it Latifi? Yeah, I'm watching Latifi chase down Sainz. I don't know if that continues. No, he slowed down now just when I started looking at him. I was hoping to see some Williams on Ferrari action, as I'm sure we'll see all year long.
Oh, I mean, talking about dreamland, could you imagine Williams being back towards the front somewhere? That'd be fantastic. I mean, it'd be probably George Russell's luck that Williams will be second fastest and Mercedes will be 8th or something like that.
Yeah,
we're on board
he's
with
never in the right place
at
at the right time, is he?
No, we're on board with Zhou at the moment, which will be interesting. I tell you what, that livery on the Alpha, when you go on board, it is very Toyota-like in some ways, reminiscent of the Toyota livery, actually, which was... I quite like the Toyota livery, if I'm honest.
Yeah, me too. What have you made of the revised Alpha? Because they ran a sort of similar livery for a few years, and now they've... Well, I think you said on Thursday, very Dragon-like, if you watch Formula E, very much like the Dragon team.
Yeah, I like the fact it's a glossy red. I like the fact it's got... I said to John yesterday, it's got a kind of retro vibe to it. From the side, it's almost McLaren... Marlborough livery in terms of its design, not the colourings as such, because it's a much darker red, but kind of the design of it. But it just stops short of that, staying red to the rear. But I really like it, and I prefer it to... see, the Alpha livery was always all right for me. I mean, I quite like what they did to it last year, just to invert it, because it kind of felt a little bit like it was a nod to the fact that last year was evolution rather than revolution. So it was kind of nice to see them just invert it a little bit, which I thought was nice. But I I've always liked the livery. So maybe what I'm saying is it's nice to see a change, and it's a very nice change rather than it's better than, because I don't think there was anything inherently wrong with the Alpha livery. It was a smart, tidy look for the most part.
Yeah.
That's nothing
And
too
remains
busy.
so. It's a nice, strong brand, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
very, you know what you could spot it a mile away. Lovely colours, very clean. Doesn't have a fluorescent number slammed onto the side of it.
No. Latifi lock up into, have a guess, turn 10. Nearly straight on towards the wall, but he's all right. I thought he was scratching his head there, but he was touching his helmet for something. I thought having to think. But what John was saying yesterday, his favourite part about the Alpha is or one of the favourite parts is the Italian flag on the back. He thinks that really is quite a nice touch. And I agree, it looks nice, but it always just is a way of reminding me of what a weird team Sauber are in terms of branding, in that the team's Swiss with an Italian title sponsorship and an Italian flag on the back, and you sort of they are weird. And again, we said it on Thursday, didn't we? Going back to the old BMW Sauber Ferrari days, they're quite weird with their branding of Sauber and the way they go about things. So it just makes me chuckle when I see that. But I totally get, Alpha. They're essentially a title sponsorship, aren't they? With not really. No, because they are involved, aren't they? A little bit more Alpha with financially as well, but it's sort of a bit more technical as well. And yeah, but it's.
I did have to double check after you said that. They are a registered Swiss team, aren't they? They are. If they win a race, the Swiss national anthem will play. Fascinating. For some reason, I just assumed that they'd be registered Italian once Alfa Romeo took over. No. I know they're still based in Switzerland, but wow, superb. Very, very funny. I wonder if they'd still be Swiss if Andretti had taken them over.
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Yeah. No, I think the idea wasn't it, that Andretti were going to buy them completely outright, and they'd be Andretti Autosport or whatever they were going to call them. But it was last minute that Sauber were like, actually, no, we'd like a bit of control. We'd like this, we'd like that, and then Andretti were like, no, absolutely not. If we're buying you, it's our team. Which is fair enough. If you're paying a lot of money to buy a team, you want control over that team. You don't want to be like, hey, here's our amazing American team. By the way, we're Swiss. It doesn't add up. Fuel system issue for K-Mag, by the way, Hatter just saying. So he's in the garage. Probably that's it for him this morning. And in testing, of course, next time we see K-Mag will be practice 1, which we'd have already had the first 2 practice sessions. So we won't see Kevin till next Friday by the look of it. 15 minutes to go and he's still in the garage with a fuel system issue. McLaren
38,
as well.
38 laps today, 50 laps yesterday. K-Mag has done a respectable 88 laps. So that's fair enough, isn't it? I think I can consider himself prepared. That's basically like a FP1 and FP2, isn't it?
Well, he's effectively done a full day, hasn't he? Because he did half and half, but also he had the exhaust issue yesterday. Got a red flag. I'm assuming that's a test. He did a half day yesterday, but then had the exhaust issue, which cost him time. And he had another issue earlier with a water leak, and now he's got a fuel system issue. So I don't think 88 laps is bad at all, actually. Thinking about it with the issues he's had. Obviously, they had the extra hour this morning and last night, which probably helps out with that. But I don't think that's too bad at all from K-Mag. If he'd done 88 laps in one day, we'd all be going, no, it's not bad. It would have been nice to see him at 100, but that's good. And when you compare it to Lando Norris yesterday, who did like 6, it wasn't that. It was, I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't a lot. Latifi did 12 yesterday because of his issues. So, it's a systems check by the look of it because nobody stopped on track. I wish they'd been more specific.
Bang on 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So, which tends to be when they do tests.
Are we getting a proper start? Are we going to get a start?
They tried to do it again yesterday afternoon, didn't they? And it never really.
Well, because they're rubbish. They can't organise anything, can they?
Cars to return to pit lane. I'm a little bit behind you, obviously. I'm at 14:40. Yeah. Crofty seems to be saying they're going to try and aim for a start. He said third time lucky. I'd love to see a little something. I mean, I'm sure race organisers would also like to do a test of a start because they're not going to get one in before the season starts if they don't
I
sort
found.
this out.
I mean, I found the shenanigans yesterday morning before the lunch break. Frustrating because I wanted to be able to get excited. But it was ultimately hilarious. If you didn't see it yesterday, oh my god, they'd basically done this. They'd gone red, and then they said, right, we're gonna do a standing start, practice the race start procedure. So Vettel goes out, Bottas goes out, and I think it was Leclerc went out, and they lined up on the grid first, second, third. But Verstappen and Russell had gone to the end of the pit lane. So the red light was on, so they couldn't go out. So they did an extra formation lap for those three, allowed the other two to go around and catch up. But at turn 7, Bottas stopped the car and pulled over and stopped, and that brought out a real red flag. And that was these dreams of this standing start gone straight away. And it was one of those classic F1 moments where you just sort of go, "Of course, it's gone wrong."
Yes.
Which is good fun. Charles Leclerc heading to the pit wall there, and I must admit, and let me know, I might be wrong, but I really, well, no, I'm not wrong because it's my view, but you might disagree is what I'm saying, but I really love the Ferrari teamwear this year.
I like it. I was surprised some people didn't like it, didn't like the sort of the black blocks across it, but I think it's really cool. I think the whole team, the whole look they've gone for this year, very cool. Car numbers, quite hard to see, but, you know, having said that, the fluorescent stuff sticks out really well against that car. You just got to remember Carlos Sainz is the yellow fluorescent T-cam. Maybe that's what I need to do over the next week. Just memorize which car has the yellow T-cam.
That would help, wouldn't it? Quite a bit, actually. You don't have to even think about who it is then. It's just there. Oh, that's Carlos. Yeah, so we got a red flag. Nobody stopped on track, no issues. It's a software test. I think they're going to do a standing start practice by the sounds of it. If I heard Crofty correctly there, I might not have done, but we'll see what happens.
Crossed. Everybody in the pits at the time. Although red flags disappeared, doesn't it?
Yes.
Race control says pit lane exit open. So we'll see.
I'll go green then on the stream.
We'll see what this turns into. Yeah, it seems to be green to me.
It's that awkward bit of the stream now where I'm going to be sat watching the TV working out what I think it will be a standing start test. So that should be fun. Yeah. Brief
aside of nothing, I do enjoy how the little monitors they put on the front over the cockpit of the car that the driver can look at do kind of look like those little spectacles that you hook onto your nose. Ever since that Halo's gone in there, they've had to do like a double monitor over the top of the Halo. I do always think it looks really funny, like compare Morpheus sunglasses just clipped onto the nose. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's fine.
A little bit of insight that you're all looking for.
Crofty the red flag's out again. Crofty just saying that the FIA are testing the systems, as we know. Yesterday they wanted to do the standing start with cars, but it didn't work. So it sounds like the decision's been made to run all the system checks without cars on the grid. So can I get a boo in chat? Because that's rubbish. Boo.
Let's get the cars.
Yeah.
So the cars are just sitting waiting for the system check to be over.
I wanted to see the chaos as they do a practice start yesterday and Seb Vettel and Valtteri Bottas collide into turn 1 and the FIA have to foot the bill.
Red flag again. Race control. Race will resume at 15:52 standing start. I'm assuming that's just part of the systems.
Carlos is out the car. Carlos Sainz. So race will resume at 15:52 standing start, yes.
But with no cars.
With no cars. So it's one worse than it was in Hungary last year at the restart.
Well, maybe they'll get Hamilton out there just to relive that glory moment. I forget just how bonkers last year was. I forget little things like that continue to happen throughout the year with things like Hamilton starting on his own.
It was a year, wasn't it, where just about anything that could have happened, it did.
I'll tell you what as well, he didn't realise it at the time, but Hamilton perhaps choosing not to pit in Hungary cost him the title.
Oh. I mean, I can imagine there's a nice big chunk of the fan base that would tell you the reason he lost the title is I was going. Oh, for God's sake! I was going to reverse the letters of Michael Massey's first name and surname to do it in code.
Genius. They'll never guess.
Oh, for the mucker. Yeah, no. So, yeah, no. Michael Massey costing that. But yeah, it's an interesting one. You could also, let's not upset too many fans with this one, but Belgium, if that race hadn't been allowed to go ahead, I think that if you go back through that season, there's lots of ifs and buts that could have swung the title either way, isn't there? You know, and actually, that's
Hamilton pressing the magic button in Baku.
Yeah.
Actually, if you want to that was a huge mistake. All in all,
I think that's what made, when people say, oh. Another line I saw on Twitter a lot last night is people only enjoyed last season because Hamilton didn't win. Shut up. We enjoyed last season because it was bloody fantastic from start to finish. It had everything from brilliant fighting, a fantastic championship battle. Yes, there was controversy, which is part of Formula One. We had controversy on track and off track, surprise winners, surprise podiums, twists and turns all the way. The reason we loved last season is because it was fantastic. It's irrelevant who wins it, ultimately. Obviously, if you're a fan of Max Verstappen, you're ecstatic and it's the best season ever. If you're a fan of Lewis Hamilton, you're livid and it's not. But as a neutral, it was an incredible season because it was an incredible season. It's nothing to do with who came out on top in the end, but it was such a good season that you can go back and say, well, if that had, Bahrain or the controversy over track limits, what could have happened there? Could that result have been different? Had Max been given a penalty in Brazil? Take Silverstone out of the equation. Is Max running away with the title? If Belgium doesn't happen as a race, as many say it shouldn't have, that changes things. You've mentioned Hungary there with the not pitting, the brake magic, so many twists and turns last year. And I think that if and when everybody, and it may well be that people start to calm down when Lewis Hamilton eventually retires, and I'm sorry to upset everybody, he will eventually. Maybe people will start to appreciate the season a little more for what it was up to those final 10 laps or whatever in Abu Dhabi, because as a neutral, it was one of the best seasons I've ever seen for all of those reasons. We have got cars on track for a standing start. We've got Pierre Gasly, Sergio Perez, Lance Stroll, and Zhou Guanyu. And I'm going to ruin it all for you, Stuart, because I'm ahead of you, aren't I?
I'm seeing them line up on track, Matt. Yeah, it should be a few seconds. Well, maybe 30 seconds, a minute till they start. Very exciting.
So Pierre Gasly,
and I will just say before the standing start begins, like all those little details from last year that could have changed the championship. That's the thing you've got to remember every single year. Little mistakes that are made, things that could have been race on race. Those are all details that could end up being, very serious come the end of the year.
I've gone all giddy, sorry.
For a race start, your first race start of the year.
It's not even a start. Sorry, Stuart, I've interrupted you, but I was just, they're lined up ready to go. So Gasly on pole, Perez second, and then we've got third place. They've aborted the start. Oh,
come on.
Do one. We had Lance Stroll third, and I think that's Zhou in fourth. So an extra formation lap, start aborted.
Right, don't break down, Zhou.
I'm looking at you, Zhou. I'm going to ask this question, actually, because Ted was talking to me yesterday and asked him how he wants to be referred to. He says, in China, it's family name first, forename second. So it's or first name second, if that makes sense. So it's Zhou Guanyu rather than Guanyu Zhou. But without being massively ignorant and inappropriate, because I'm not 100% sure and I want to make sure I'm right, his first name, as we in the West would call it, is Guanyu, isn't it? So his surname is Zhou.
Yes.
So if you were friends with him, would you
call him Guanyu?
You call him Guanyu, yeah. Because Ted was saying yesterday, how do you want to be known? And he's like, Zhou Guanyu, because that's how it is in China, which is absolutely fine. That's his choice. He's told us what he wants to be called. But then Ted kept calling him Zhou, and I was thinking, wouldn't you still call him Guanyu? But if you're giving the full name, it's Zhou Guanyu. I thought it can't be that. I wanted to check with you, but it can't be that hard to get a grip of that, can it?
Yeah, I mean, I can see why it sort of seems a bit complicated if someone tells you Zhou goes first. Maybe not quite understanding that that's just, putting the family name or the surname first. But yeah, his sort of, what is the, family name, surname, easy for that. But the other part of your name, the what I would, for me, Stuart, for you, Sean, we tend to call it first name or forename, which kind of means before. So there isn't really, what would you call that if you weren't calling it something that also told you whether it came first or second? I don't know. But yeah, like as people would call me Stuart, you would call him Guan Yu. There was another Chinese driver who was in some of the lower formula, maybe not last season, but in recent seasons, that I think didn't really have or maybe it was in Formula E, but didn't really have his Chinese name structure didn't really fit into the forename surname thing at all. So they just had to. Oh, it was I can't remember his name, but it was in Formula E in the team that's really rubbish now. My name, I think it.
Dragon, Neo.
Bear with. Anyway, yes, I think so. Yes, but he did.
I'm
yes.
going to interrupt you for a second, Stuart. Sorry.
Are we back to the start?
No, we're back at the start for ready
right,
for another
good.
reported one. I was just going to say, people in chat saying, "Oh, we refer to others by their surnames," and that's Max there. And you're right, but I wouldn't walk up to Lewis Hamilton and go, "Hey Hamilton." I'd say, "Hey Lewis," or "Hey Lewis Hamilton." 3 lights, 4, 5. Oh. It's lights out and away we go. Pierre Gasly on pole, gets away very nicely. Sergio Perez is second. Lance Stroll third, coming up alongside him, but doesn't really do anything. Zhou stays fourth, and literally nothing happened. They followed each other to turn 1. Hey, it was a bit of fun for 15 seconds of testing, but off goes Pierre Gasly. Perez still behind, Stroll behind that, and slowing down, and Zhou is there as well. So, yes.
Wow, the pace of that Aston Martin's really quite dire, isn't it? They should be worried.
He's holding up Zhou really badly here on the run to turn 4. Oh, Perez takes the lead off of Pierre Gasly. Oh, poor Pierre. He was on for his second win there.
Yeah. I can't wait to see that, what you just described. I'm just seeing them pulling up to their grid slots now.
It was, all that hype. They're showing a replay of the race start. They've put the replay of race start.
Why break a habit of a lifetime? Let's see all the angles now.
Yeah, we've got about 18 minutes of this. Oh, they are doing the angles. Oh my God. I guess it's testing everything, isn't it? That's what it's for. Zhou got a shocker. Almost like his heart wasn't in it in testing and didn't want to crash his car.
Almost.
Yeah, nice start from Pierre. I don't think Perez was really giving everything there off the line. Checkered flag's about to come out after all that drama. We're counting down the last couple of seconds of the morning session, of course. And that is your checkered flag. I am here, by the way, all through the lunch hour and all the way till 4 o'clock. Stuart with me until 12ish. And then this afternoon, red flag's gone out again, but it is the checkered flag. And then this afternoon, it was going to be Jonty and Mike. Unfortunately, Jonty's not very well, bless him. So get well soon, mate. Hopefully, if you are listening now, hopefully you'll be in the chat this afternoon and you can make me laugh because you are hilarious. You always make me giggle, so get well soon, Jonty. But we've got Mike this afternoon, so if you have any IndyCar questions, that is the time to ask them, because he is obviously one of those who runs the Indy Fanatics channel on YouTube. So you ask IndyCar questions, I can have a nap. Perfect.
When was the last time Pierre Gasly did a race start from pole position? I mean, not in F1.
No, he was second in Qatar, wasn't he? Was his closest. Second in Qatar.
So it must be quite nice for old Pierre to relive some...
Yeah.
Starting the race with no one in front of him, just clear track. I'm sure someone in the comments has that kind of statistical brain.
I tell you what as well. If we get to next Sunday morning or next Sunday afternoon, the start of the race... And we're commentating on Pierre Gasly on pole, Sergio Perez second, Lance Stroll third, and Guan Yu Zhou fourth. Either we have the greatest season we're ever going to witness and the most open season we're ever going to witness, or it rained on Saturday, is my guess. A bit of tape flapping on the back of the AlphaTauri they're just showing now. So that is the end of the session. We'll come to your question. If you've got any questions, so within the next hour, if you've not been with us the rest of the week, we're just going to answer a load of your questions and waffle utter nonsense for an hour. So if you've got any, please do put your questions in chat, and we'll get a bit more into testing later this afternoon with Mike. But your times for the morning: Sergio Perez, final day of testing. I can't believe it. Sergio Perez, fastest, a 1:33.105. That time was set on the C4 tyres, 43 laps in total. Zhou Guanyu, 1:33.959, 82 laps for him, and his fastest time was on the C4 tyre. Pierre Gasly, who started that mini race on pole position, 1:34.865. That was on the C4 tyre, 91 laps. 68 laps for Carlos Sainz, 1:34.905. That was on the C5 tyre. C4 tyre, Fernando Alonso to settle, 1:35.328. 54 laps. Norris 39 laps, 1:35.504 on the C4. Nicholas Latifi 1:35.634 on the C3 tyre, 73 laps. 53 laps for Lance Stroll. His fastest was a 1:36.029 on the C3. Lewis Hamilton down in ninth there, 1:36.217 on the C5 tyre, 78 laps. Kevin Magnussen 38 laps. His fastest time was on the C2s, and that was a 1:38.616. So most laps of the morning was Pierre Gasly on 9 short of a ton. 91 laps this morning from Pierre Gasly, with Zhou doing 82, Hamilton 78. That's your top 3 in lappage, I think. That is quite impressive from Pierre there. And I guess your headlines from the session, if you'd like some headlines. Kevin Magnussen started an hour early. Mick Schumacher this afternoon will stay 2 hours late for bad behaviour in detention. Kevin Magnussen started an hour early. He has had, though, not an exhaust issue at all, a water leak and a fuel system issue as well, which has kind of limited his running today a little bit. McLaren still appear to be having issues with brakes with about half an hour or so to go. They decided they weren't going to go out again this morning. Norris will still be in the car this afternoon because Daniel Ricciardo has tested positive for COVID-19, so will not do any running in Bahrain at all, which is pretty awful for him. But obviously get well soon to Danny Rick as well. We had a little practice start there too, which was very, very nice and very dramatic, and I mean, a bit rubbish in the end, but it was nice to see them lining up on the grid, definitely. But I think they're the headlines I could think of, Stuart, unless I've missed something that was massive. But they've all been pretty well behaved. And Pierre Gasly, 91 laps in a half day. That ain't bad, is it?
Really, really solid running. You should be pretty happy. No wonder he got on pole with that performance. Yeah, I mean, most teams, most drivers, we are, excuse me, getting in a shed load of laps, which is really great to see as we continue to be slightly baffled and not really sure what the pecking order is as much as we'd like to. Yeah, 91 laps, 82 from Zhou. That's really good considering Alpha had a shocking Barcelona. They are pumping the laps in now. And yet, 78 from Hamilton. There are some good lap times good lap counts coming out there. Not a lot from Red Bull, but they don't seem like they're struggling. I think they're just working on a few programs, aren't they?
Yeah, there's not any negative. There's not any negative news coming from Red Bull, is there? It's just very much like, maybe a teething problem here and there that we're not hearing about, but they're all right. Generally, I was just going to say, given that when we started on Thursday morning, we said that Alpha were a team we were concerned about, Alfa Romeo. They're fine, aren't they? Whatever those teething problems were, they've ironed them out and they're getting the laps in. So just to confirm as well, all the teams are swapping drivers this afternoon, except for McLaren, of course, because Daniel Ricciardo isn't well and has got the positive COVID test. So Norris in all day, but we're going to see Verstappen this afternoon, Bottas this afternoon, Tsunoda, Leclerc, Ocon. We'll see Albon. And then he said Russell at Williams. It's not, is it? It's Albon. We'll see Vettel as well. We will see Russell for Mercedes, and we'll see Mick Schumacher as well. Yeah, Albon. That was a 20-minute conversation on the notebook I don't think we really needed.
Ted's absolutely lost it. It took one day and he's...
Can you remember when they were on about replacing him at Sky, weren't they, at one point? And you're sort of like, I'm so glad they did it. Could you imagine? Well, there was uproar. Where's Ted Kravitz? Where's Ted?
There must have been some negotiations going on because, Ted had disappeared off social media for about 3 months and wasn't on any of the Sky things, and clearly something weird was going on that they couldn't talk about.
I think somebody would have picked him up at F1 if he'd properly full time if he'd lost it, because I think he's very popular. And he's very
I'd love
good
that
at,
job. I'd love to be a Ted Kravitz.
I tell you what, actually, I'm going to say this. I want to compliment somebody. I don't do this very often. I caught a clip yesterday. I didn't get to see it all because I was busy with a couple of things getting the stream ready. But Aldas, content creator, he works with, I think, Tomo and is it Hayden over on their own thing called Live Fast, their other channel, and they interviewed Valtteri Bottas in the paddock yesterday. And I've got to say this, I've known Aldas for a little while now, and he's been on quite a few streams, and we've had very, very, very long catch-ups, sometimes as many as 7 hours. We'll sit talking in Discord in an afternoon. He's so comfortable in front of a camera in the paddock. He just looks like he fits. That sounds so stupid. He's in there. He's sat there in his shorts with his microphone, and he just looks like he's been doing it for years, sat there interviewing drivers. So if you've not seen it, definitely go check it out. I just wanted to give him that compliment because he just looked. I would not be surprised in 10 years if he's presenting for something around F1 at all. Was just all I wanted to say really on that. So I don't think he's listening because he's in Bahrain. He's got better things to do. But hey, Aldas, he wants to come on some race reaction streams this year. So you hopefully hear from him this year. He tends to, when he comes on though, he tends to end up with a boring race. So I might try and pick a race that we're expecting to be boring anyway, just in case. You never know. The way I do.
We got to get to Bahrain next year.
Yes, I mean we talked about this. I think, if I'm being honest, I think we've talked about it every year for the last 3 years. Trying to get to testing, but I would like to go to testing.
I'll start twisting some arms.
Yes, I mean not literally. Don't hurt anyone. Well,
don't know. I'll dig up some gossip, do some bribes. We'll get there one way or another. Blackmail, not bribes. Blackmail. Well, blackmail, bribes, whatever works. I'm not fussy.
I mean, they're probably both as bad as each other morally. So yeah, either I didn't mean to punch the mic. Sorry, either or. Let's see what chat are saying before we get off on breaking arms and bribing people to get into F1. It's been a good week. I've enjoyed this. So apparently we need a pot noodle discussion. So we'll do this quickly. Can we clear up the pot noodle situation? What flavour do you prefer? And do you add the soy sauce? That's from Dan the Indoor Man. Hope the wife and baby are good, mate. Hope all good. I think I saw earlier that Arlen's coming home today, so that's lovely. But I think you said you're a Bombay bad boy pot noodle fan yesterday, Stuart, not generally speaking.
Top of the roster, bad boy, king size is nice. That's a good solid lunch if you can't be asked to do anything else. I am something of a curry fan. I know you're not. Bottom of the list, beef and tomato. Can't stand it. Not for me.
See, I love curry. I just don't like the curry pot noodles. In fact, I think we're ordering a curry for tea tonight. I did say that Saturday night would be takeaway night after streaming.
Oh, that's good. I want to do that
exciting.
Now.
Why don't you pop all the up to Lincoln?
Curry sauce? Hey, all right, I'll be there.
Do you know, it's weird. I do on my chips. Chip shop curry sauce on my chips, but I don't like the pot noodle. It doesn't taste. It's a weird taste. My favourite. I'm so sorry. It's so boring. My favourite is chicken and mushroom.
It's a good solid flavour.
It is, and the soy. And I'm one of these people that when I make a pot noodle, you've got to fill it up to a line. We're going into real in-depth analysis here of pot noodles. You fill it up to a line with your boiling water. I don't. I underfill it because I like it to be a bit thicker. And I really enjoy
Concentrate that flavour.
Yeah, it's really good. But on the soy sauce, I have a weird relationship. So if I can find the scissors, I put the soy sauce in. If I can't, and I can't do it with my hands, generally what happens is I then go and use my teeth, realise I've squeezed the packet too hard, squirted all the soy sauce in my mouth and all over my face, and I throw it away in a strop and don't bother. It's generally the answer to that one with the soy sauce. But I'm with you, Stuart. Beef and tomato in the bin. Get out. Not interested. In the bin.
Great. Perfect. I think we covered all the main flavours there, didn't we?
I love that people are just tuning in and hearing me talking about squirting soy sauce all over my face. This is not what I subscribed for. I'm leaving. I'm willing to bet actually it is probably what you subscribe for, because this is what we do. They are. Why are they? Yeah, they're showing a clip of Mugello again. It is about the 932nd time I've seen it this week, and we're also seeing Red Bull's first win in the cinema. Martin Brundle and Christian Horner talking about that 2009 Chinese Grand Prix, because we've only ever seen that all day, every day for the last 4 years or whatever it is.
I mean, they'll never live down that Toro Rosso got there first. Let's be honest.
That's it. Yeah, I'm sure they're very happy for them, but yeah,
Toro Rosso trounced them in 2008, just in general, with the same chassis.
I'm going to ask this one on the food as well, and then we'll move on from food. Black, because I'm getting hungry. I might have to have a pan au chocolat. I've got a bag of them next to me. Black Hawk says, best option from Greg's. For me, it's sausage and bean melt. I like a chicken bake and a sausage roll. And I'm going to say
That's a good shout.
I'm going to say something controversial. The vegan sausage rolls are actually quite nice.
That's not controversial. They're really good.
They are good. I mean, I'll be honest. I prefer a proper sausage roll, but I'm happy with a vegan one, and I love a chicken bake. So that's my pick from Greg's. And usually a box of assorted donuts to eat over a few days. And by a few days, I mean a day.
The intentions are good. No, you got to eat donuts fresh, or they'll start to get a bit stale. You want the maximum donut experience.
I like that excuse. I'm writing that one down.
Well, you're going to buy some donuts, and then they're going to go. You need to have them fresh if they're from a I mean, generally, I think. I mean, they're bread, aren't they? You can't just be faffing around with bread. I do love a sausage and bean melt, and that I think I'm with you on that. I think we could easily split a Greg's without too much controversy. I've been over the last couple of years, I've been trying to eat less meat. Generally, I'm not going full vegetarian because I think that would drive me crazy. But like, I've been doing a lot of veggie and vegan substitutions, and they're generally actually things are really good right now. I often. I have these fake chickeny things in when I make a curry. I have fake sausages, fake burgers. It's all pretty good. The one thing I can't kind of figure out is mince meat. There's nothing really that's solves that issue. So if I'm making a bolognese or a lasagna, it isn't just like a veggie one. If I want a mincy thing, then I found nothing to replace that hole yet. The technology isn't there.
I see. Here's the thing. I'm not vegetarian. I'm not vegan. I'm sorry to anyone who doesn't like it, but respect my choices. I respect yours. I love meat, but I'm trying to cut back as well. And when I make a spaghetti bolognese now, I use corn mince every time. It isn't the same as minced beef. You can tell it's different, but it's not different enough that it's a problem for me to use it. So I use that just so that I'm cutting back somewhere a little bit more. So every time I use the corn mince for that, because but it's not. Do you know what I mean?
The key is if it's still good, if it's still tasty and it still works, then that's the key, isn't it?
Well, I think most of a spag bol is just making sure your sauce is nice, isn't it, really?
Yeah, true. So sauce is the key.
And just to answer JM's question, my McDonald's order is generally one of everything because it's cheap and cheerful. Should we head back to some F1 motorsport related questions before everyone starts getting annoyed at me? Joe with the mileage says laps. Yeah, he did. I mean, 82 laps is impressive this morning, and Gasly absolutely on it. Max Claydon, will F1 ever return to the BBC? I'm going to say no, because I don't think the BBC are leaning towards a big exclusive rights package, are they, for sport? I know they show some of the rugby and we get Premier League highlights and things, but I think the way the BBC operates and the budget they have to operate within, I think something is... I mean, look, Sky paid rumoured somewhere around £1 billion for the rights. I can't imagine the BBC have got that kind of money to buy it back. So I'll say no. Maybe they'll do a deal with Sky and take the highlights off Channel 4 in future if especially if these regulations work really, really well, and we end up with a really great competitive grid, and maybe last year might have tempted them as well. But I can't see them doing a deal. I think probably highlights will be shared over the years between Channel 4 and ITV, if I'm honest. They're the ones that could probably pay the money for it.
Yeah, highlights are definitely the only thing for the foreseeable BBC will get. I think if F1's going to go anywhere, it'll be somewhere like BT Sport or one of those other people that spend a lot of money on exclusive on exclusive rights to things. And without going down the politics route, at the moment, last decade or more, and going forward, BBC are very much kind of having to justify every penny they spend and really cutting down on the budget and things like that. So that F1 is just an extravagance, really, isn't it?
There are a few things from the BBC that I think are probably more popular for them viewership-wise that they've already let go than Formula One. So I think they've got to be... It's a difficult balance for them to strike. So I would be very, very surprised. Never say never. If F1 becomes really appealing and it maybe doesn't cost as much as they thought, which I imagine it's only going to skyrocket in value, then maybe they'll do something. But I think, like I said, I think more likely we'll see, highlights than a proper full rights like we saw in the past. But I mean, if they do go for it, and again, no disrespect, because I know I do these and I've done watch-alongs before, and commentary is sometimes a little bit difficult enough to try and fill these gaps. But the likes of Crofty in that, I've got to do it to millions of people with 30 screens in front of them, people talking in their ear constantly. That's not an easy job. But I will say, if they do, please find somebody better than Jonathan Ledyard for commentary, because he's good. I quite like his football commentary and the stuff he does on is it football, not Football Focus, Final Score and things like that. But I'm not a big fan of his commentary style. So maybe controversial.
Just not the right energy. There was a lot of those 2 or 3 years he did lead commentary for the BBC. There was a lot of pushback. I think he didn't have the right energy. It was a little muted maybe, and I know Crofty is very much the other end of that, very much dramatic, shouty man. But yeah, you're right. I don't think Jonathan Ledyard is the right person. I will say, while we're talking about the BBC, something I tried a bit last year, not during the race because I couldn't sync it up properly, but it was very easy to sync up during other sessions. The BBC 5 Live commentary is very, very good, and if you do want to make sure you're synced up to your TV stream, however you watch it, if you're in the UK Sky or Sky Go, which again, as we've discussed here, are about a minute out from each other. But yeah, on the BBC radio commentary team, as the session goes, they'll give you a countdown to the session going live, so you can look at the clock on the screen, pause the radio stream where you need to, and get everything synced up nicely. And they are very, very good team. And Jolyon Palmer is it's actually really, really insightful. You've probably seen his videos on the F1 YouTube channel. It's just they work really well as a team, and it's really good if you want to mix up your commentary a bit.
I obviously I'm sure like people listening now and like you, I pay for Sky, so I try to get my money's worth from them because it isn't cheap at all. Even on things like Now TV, it's quite pricey. But I must admit that last year I did start on, I think it was either your advice or Hazel's advice or both. I did actually start syncing up to the BBC Radio 5 live commentary for at least one of the practice sessions, just because when you watch every minute of every session like I do, sometimes Crofty can be a bit much for the day, but also it is nice to get another viewpoint.
Absolutely.
So I like to do that, and I also started towards the back end of last year, started to watch at the very least the post highlights part of the show on Channel 4, because then again you get another point of view, so you're not just getting Sky side of things, you're getting several pundits and several outlets side of things. So that's kind of how I started doing it towards the back end. So I definitely recommend 5 Live. I think they do a great job with a lot of what they do, to be fair, but certainly Formula One, which isn't as I can tell you from streams, it's not an easy sport to cover without having the footage to kind of back up what you're saying sometimes, because a lot of F1 is very much look at what's happening. Especially because ever any sport, they're actually thinking about it, having to describe goals in football and things, for example.
Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted by Twitter for a second in the last part of your thing, so I could follow on for what you were saying.
I was kind of pausing for a second because I'm just rendering some more photos, because I realised I'd left a gap at the start of that one, so it keeps flickering. But I haven't got many more. I've put another 5 or 6 in, but every little helps. Why not? There'll be more this afternoon, of course. We'll do another update later on with the pictures as well. Jack, yes, from Autosport. I've told the story before on streams. I'll tell you all again. Went to Autosport just before COVID hit, actually, properly hit in the UK, 2020, January 2020. We saw David Croft, and everybody he introduced himself to, he was like, "Hi, David Croft." I was like, "Yep, that is exactly what I expected, Crofty, from you, to be honest." Handout, really... proper, man. Anyway, BBC Jake Humphries, Eddie Jordan, DC, such a great chaotic energy hosting team. Absolutely agree. I think Jake Humphries gets way too much stick. I think he's very, very good as a presenter, and I kind of miss him from F1. And his, I was sort of tuning out from CBBC as the likes of Jake, and that started to come through a little bit. I was getting a bit too old for it at 38. No, I'm not really. I'm not that old. I think Jake's pretty good at what he does as well. A lot of people do listen to 5 Live as well. Are you playing Fantasy F1 this year? That's from Derek. I mean, right now I haven't set anything up, and I'm going to probably sit on this stream for about the 3rd or 4th year in a row and say yes, and then forget come next week. If I remember to do that, I will set something up that I can share with everyone and pop it over on Twitter and maybe in a description somewhere. But I'll be honest, Derek, I'm likely to forget. And then even if I remember the first weekend, I'll probably forget for the next 6, and then I'll be well out of sync because it's not something I keep remembering to do. But are you playing fantasy? I think you've got your own one that you do, don't you, Stuart? Something you... Who...
Yeah, I don't play the official one.
No.
I play one called Fantasy GP. I've nothing really against the official one. I've just been playing Fantasy GP, which is a slightly different one for a long time, and I just really like it. And I'm doing something. Well, here you go. Ready for a plug? I'm doing something a little bit different this year. In that before every race, I'm going to do a little video where I get someone on from the old F1 world that we live in to do my Fantasy GP team and predictions for me. Someone different every week. That will be starting next week. So fingers crossed that'll be fun and interesting and not a complete disaster.
I know we've talked about it before. I think that'll be a lot of fun. It'll be kind of an interesting way to do it versus how others do it. And I think it'll be a really nice way to as we've said again in conversations, it'll be a nice way to preview the weekend without actually previewing the weekend, if that makes sense. Not putting yourself in the pot with me and the 300 other creators that all do previews on a Thursday, doing something a bit different.
Yeah, hopefully it should be like a nice little framework to sort of discuss the Grand Prix that's upcoming and stuff. And you know me, I like to gamify everything. So so we'll see how that goes. That should be out in the middle of next week sometime.
I think we can all agree we need another Chain Bear quiz thing at some point. When you were doing your rip-offs of things like Pointless, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I do think about that a lot. I do need to get back on that. It took a little bit of work, and I need to remember how that Excel sheet works. But yeah, I should start running those again.
I can't get over when I was sat there and you threw a question at me about, I think it was Kimi Räikkönen and a penguin or something, and I was just like, I have no idea. James Hunt, and you were like, yeah, it's James Hunt. I was like, what? That was a total guess. There you go. Always go with your gut. That's what I say. No, that was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed listening to the other ones that you did with people as well. It was again something different in the space. I think as creators, it's important that I think there are certain things that we all do as staples for our channels, but I think it's important to diversify a little bit and try things. And if it falls flat on its face, doesn't matter. You tried it. If it's successful, brilliant. That's the way to do it. Experiment. People like a bit of experiment, don't they? Or experimentation is probably the word rather than experiment.
They like a bit of experiment. Yeah, and I like to think so. And I like playing around with things a bit. I don't know about you. Well, I do know about you, but I'll pretend I don't.
For the sake of conversation.
Yeah. I do know about you. No, but there is an apprehension about putting something new out there. I think there's to some extent people expect one thing from your channel and stuff, but the nice thing about YouTube and things like that is it gives you the ability to try new things and play around, and maybe you'll have different audiences for your different things. I like doing things like putting out quizzes or putting out other little things that are not the main content. And of course, they do have less viewers, than some of the main stuff, but you've got to sort of remember that kind of stuff maybe cultivates its own little audience, and they'll come back just for that stuff, and try not to get too stressed out by numbers or by people saying this is what we subscribe for and stuff like that, and just sort of just having a little try things out. But it is a despite knowing all that, it is a source of anxiety sometimes.
I don't know where you got that idea from me about. I mean, we've never had that conversation in DMs. Without saying, I don't want to give too much of our private conversations away, but without giving too much away, we'll often sit for a little while, and I'll chunter about things that I'm worried about, and you'll chunter about things that you're worried about, and then we generally agree that we're both rubbish and bog off and crack on with whatever we were doing. Not rubbish in content creation, just rubbish in coming up with ideas or being brave enough to approach people. I even approaching people for streams, I'm like, hi, you're free. I can't just go, like some people just jump in and be like, got an idea, let's go for it. But no, it's all part of the fun. We'll try some new things, I'm sure. Lots of stuff I'd love to do. So
approaching people is also a weird thing for me. It's like, what are they going to, what's the worst thing people are going to say? No, that's fine.
It's more in person. You see people like reporters shoving microphones under people's noses as they walk past. I could never do it. It's too rude. I'd be like, excuse me, Lewis. Excuse me. Following it down the street. As I was last week when I got arrested. But did kind of miss the Chavez season review, but then again, didn't have to see him naked again. So that's, I remember watching your last one live in your chat just when you were doing your premiere, and people were just like, oh, well, I've had enough of this, I'm leaving. It's like, oh, please. It's a bit of fun, for goodness sake. Same people probably love Naked Attraction. Refill your glass every... Sorry.
No. I had nothing to say. Carry on.
Refill your glass every time Verstappen makes contact with Hamilton, says Max. Or vice versa, Max. Playing devil's advocate there. There you go. What are you talking about, says Josiah. God knows. Anything and everything is what we tend to do in this lunch hour. All the times we're on screen, I'll go through them again before we go for the second half of the stream today. Last half of testing. Can we just give some love to Sean and his guests? It really is like sitting in the pub with your mates talking bull. Like and subscribe. Thank you very much, Dan. That is the intention of these. Very much chilling out together. Colborne says veganism explains the stuttering. Thank you very much. I don't know what that's all about because neither of us are vegan, but yeah, fair enough. Sorry for stuttering. If you'd like to pop on and give it a go for 8 hours, you're more than welcome to come and keep us company because then again, I can go for a nap. It takes the taste of the sauce relatively well. I'm guessing that's something to do with pot noodles or no, corn. That was it. Yeah, we were talking about that, weren't we? So
yeah,
there you go. There was one other, I spotted one, and then I reset the chat, and now I've lost it. People having conversations, and I won't read those ones out at all. Patty massively prefers Alex Jakes over David Croft. Too much shouting for my... Crofty is very excitable on the first couple of laps, isn't he? And it is... You have your TV. I have my headphones on sometimes if it's like early hours, and you got your sound on. I do tend to turn it down for the first couple of laps because he does give me a headache when he cracks on. But I must admit, again, with all due respect to Crofty for the job he does, I am a big fan of Alex Jakes in commentary. I think he's... I think if Crofty turned around tomorrow and said he was leaving, I could easily see Sky trying to buy Alex Jakes out of whatever contract he's got with Channel 4. I think he'd be the one they'd go for because I think he's brilliant.
He's a very solid pick, isn't he?
As Harry Benjamin's got the job, hasn't he, full-time for F2 and F3 this year now?
Is that right?
I think so, yeah. I'll check his Twitter. I don't know if he's... I mean, he might have tweeted 1,000,001 times since he said it, but I seem to think he said something the other day about it, which... Because I think for standing in last year, I think he did a fantastic job, actually. So... and
that gives... considering F2 and F3 are on the same weekend now, I think that takes a load off Alex Jakes. Talk about going for 8 hours a day.
He said he's incredibly excited to be stepping up to the lead coverage of Formula 3 this season. Huge thanks to everyone at F1 Management for their trust and support. It's an honor to pick up the mic. I can't wait to get started. He's going to be doing the Formula 3 commentary this year, but I'd imagine if Alex Jakes' plate gets a bit full, he'll probably end up with the F2 role after that because that'll be a good place for him to kind of get to grips with it full time and then move up to F2. Kind of like he's on his own little road to F1 for Harry, maybe. Congrats to him for that one. So I'm looking forward to to see how he gets on this year. So I'm guessing Alex Jakes will still do. In fact, Alessio just saying Alex Jakes will probably still be doing F2. So yeah, definitely.
Do you think the Formula 2 title sequence thing will still have like the future of F1 written across it, considering as soon as you win it, you disappear off the face of the planet?
That's an interesting one. It's a nice bassy intro though, isn't it, versus the F1 one?
Yeah.
It really does. But I've said it before on Twitter, but I'm going back to a few years now to a show called Harry Hill's TV Burp.
Great show.
And they have flash across the screen, don't they, sometimes, that says the stars of tomorrow. And all I can hear is the stars of tomorrow today. And I think that would be a much better intro. Get Harry Hill to do it. Anyway, well done keeping up. Remember, we're all counting on you. Thank you very much for your super chat. Rife fella, I'm gonna say that's Welsh, so I'll call you Rye or Ree, you know who you are, but massively appreciated. Thank you so much. I'm not gonna keep butchering names. I don't want to offend. I'm terrible. Literally, your name could be John Smith and I'd struggle. I'm just one of those. Sorry. Jack and Dario are brilliant in Formula E commentary. That's another one, actually. Jack Nichols, I think. I quite like Jack Nichols. Definitely. A good commentator. Again, we'll do it. I'll do it for Ash. Favourite house robots in Robot Wars. Mine was always Shunt. I think Sir Kill-A-Lot ruined it because they just focused on him way too much, but I'd go with Shunt. I don't know if Robot Wars is something you've used to watch, Stuart, but do you have a favourite house robot if you did?
The problem I had was I sort of watched it a little bit, but not enough to remember much. I did go and see it once live, and one of the robots, whichever one had a flamethrower, might not be just one, accidentally burst its little gas pipe, and we had to evacuate the studio. That's basically my experience of Robot Wars. Yeah, but I did get to say hello to Craig Charles outside in the cold.
I like Craig Charles. I'm a big Red Dwarf fan. I love Red Dwarf. So I like Craig Charles, but he'll always be Lister to me. He'll never be Craig Charles. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Typecasting. Definitely. I haven't tried BattleBots Black Hawk so at all. Jack says he was there when that happened as well, Stuart, for Robot Wars. So you were closer than you think, and having been there, Jack, run. Stay away, Stuart. I'm going to embarrass him now. I'll never forget Autosport 2020 when we all turned up with, me and Jonty turned up with suitcases and bags, and Jack turned up with a toothbrush wrapped in some pants. And
there were two types of people.
And that was literally it. So, yeah, let's try and get some F1 related questions in, and I'll scroll back a little bit and see what we can find, because I don't want to just, we've done Robot Wars more than a couple of times this week, and we've done food, and we've talked about commentators, so it'd be good to see. I did see a fairly good question. It was from Jaws. There you go. That was it. I meant to shout this one out. So, Jaws 2308 says, with all the issues we are seeing in this test, do you think the first few races of the season will be more attritional than previous seasons? And the reason that jumped out to me is that word, attrition, because it used to be Australia was often, or the first race of the season, usually Australia was often described as a race of attrition, wasn't it? It was not uncommon for 11 cars to finish that race, for example, because teething problems. 2014 is quite a decent example of that. Because of the new regulations. So I do wonder if maybe he's got a point there that the first few races we might just see, if McLaren haven't solved their brake issues, well, that's two cars that are probably going to retire before the end of the race, and then you've got normal reliability issues, the teething problems with the race. Somebody gets a bit of damage, how much is that going to affect their pace? What about Alpine? They've got this new power unit, they've focused on power, trying to work on the reliability, make sure it's reliable. It might be reliable, but we'll see. Maybe that could be another two cars that struggle. There's going to be inevitable contact in races. It could be it's a really good point. I do wonder if we're going to see what I would call a bit more of a classic start to the season, back in the good old days when nobody could finish a race. I think it's a fair point.
It's a possibility, isn't it? That we'll get, not a smooth start, more attrition. People still, we're seeing at the moment there are some struggles to keep these cars running for long periods of time. Some cars doing great. Some cars doing great and then changing something and not doing so great. So obviously they're processing a lot of data, and they should in this day and age turn up to the first race with a good idea of how they're sitting reliability wise. I do wonder if the likes of Alpine, a team like that, are able to turn their engines up fully and run them properly, or if they're still a little bit concerned about things like that. There's a lot of question marks, but I wouldn't actually be that surprised if we had more DNFs than usual over the first few races. I think if we're gonna get that, that'll probably be something that carries on until we get back to Europe, probably, and we have a first major upgrade. So what's that? That's Bahrain, Saudi, Australia, and then we go to Imola, I think. Is that
so,
right?
Yeah. I think it's Miami before Spain. I think Miami's before Spain as well, isn't it? I think Spain's pushed back a little bit.
Oh, yeah, we got that stupid thing where we go to Australia, then to Italy, then to Miami, then to Spain. It's like we're also flying to Canada in the middle of the European season as well, as we always do. It's for a sport that's being more sustainable, it is a weird bit of traveling we do.
I mean, look, I've not got a map in front of me, and I've not got the distances, but my head says to me Bahrain, Saudi. I mean, no, my head says to me Bahrain, Saudi, Qatar. If we go there, Abu Dhabi, then on to Europe, then on to the Americas. That's what, and Asia. That's what it says to me. But anyway, that's they don't work like that. But looking at the calendar, my head would say to me it would make more sense to go Bahrain, Saudi, Australia, then, just to let them know they can fly the other way around the world, go Miami, and then on to Italy and Spain, or Spain and Italy from there would make more sense to me, and begin your European season and stick there. Obviously do their stupid Baku to Canada in a week. Do that one as usual, but is it much of a difference in distance between if you go Australia to Miami? The other way? Thinking Pacific rather than...
Well, Australia to Miami instead of Australia to Italy?
Yeah. Just thinking of
I could look that up, but in fact, I will quietly look at that while I'm talking. But I think it's the fact that they go to Australia to Italy and then to Miami and then back to Spain.
Yeah, that's more the issue, isn't it? Distance. We're doing it on the fly. Hey, on the fly.
I typed in Melbourne to Miami, and it turns out there's a Melbourne in Florida, so it's only 174 miles away.
Not far. So I've just done Australia to Miami is 16,605 kilometers. Australia to Italy
is
14,300, so it's 2,000 kilometers less. Sorry, Stuart, you're typing at the same time, ruining your moments.
No, I'm not getting the results you're getting. Okay, so similar-ish.
Oh my god, what have I done?
If you crashed everything, yeah,
it's all over.
Liberty were speaking, and I don't think they've mentioned it in a little while, but they did want to sort of like compartmentalize the season a little bit more sensibly into maybe Middle East, East Asia, Europe, America, maybe North America, South America, but they did want to sort of like tidy up the logistics a little bit. I mean, it's not awful. Obviously, we do travel down the Americas. Well, for some of it, we do stick US, Mexico, Sao Paulo all together. There are, as we know, some seasonal regions why Canada isn't sort of in that bunch, because I think Canada gets a bit miserable by October, or at least Montreal does, by what I understand. But still, it's all a bit. And again, I guess having the Miami Grand Prix and the US Grand Prix close to each other doesn't really work as a marketing thing. But still, it's all a bit over the place for some of it, especially that weird jaunt to Canada we always do. Why isn't Canada connected to Miami?
Oh, I don't.
You had the opportunity.
Azerbaijan, and then have a week off, then go Miami, Canada, back to back, then a week off. I know it's probably still a hell of a trek, but you're on the right continent. But thank you to Max, by the way, for the super chat and the heads up. And apologies to Monocles. I've been checking the Streamlabs list, but the Streamlabs contributions haven't been coming up. It's just been the ones on the super chat. So I've done a log out and a log in, and I've refreshed, and you are there now. So apologies that I've missed your super chats on Streamlabs. a Streamlabs issue or me not refreshing regularly enough. It's somebody's issue. But thank you, Max, for your contribution to let me know to check Streamlabs. Appreciate the heads up. And thank you to Monocles. I'll do your first one from 33 minutes ago. That's atrocious, Stuart. How bad's that? I should be more on the ball than that. It says, odds on Jessica Hawkins getting Vettel's seat after he retires. I mean, first of all, it'd be great to see Jessica get a shot in F1. I don't know.
She doesn't have the super license points.
Yeah, that's what I was going to Google. Yeah, the super license. So that would be an issue. I'm not sure how she's going to get them in time. I think.
I'm not sure all of the series she's doing, but I just don't think she has enough going on right now to be able to.
No.
Give her all those points.
So she's British touring cars, did 3 races. W Series did 8 races. Touring cars 3. I mean, look, I say it'd be nice to see Jessica Hawkins get a drive. It'd be nice to see some women in F1. Full stop. But just looking, I've not really looked much at her career. Looking at her career, it's not a glittering one. 5 wins in the Mini Challenge UK from 18 races. But nothing since. But then in her defence, she's not really done a lot of racing since then. 2018, 2 races in Volkswagen Racing Cup, 6 races with W Series, 2 races in the Jaguar I-Pace E-Trophy, which I don't think exists anymore, does it? British Touring Car Championship 3, W Series last year 8, British Touring. So I think right now the odds are slim. But if she has a great, gets herself in somewhere like W Series, has a great year, maybe, I know this is a bit of a contentious issue at the moment with W Series, but maybe gets a chance in F3, would be nice, because is it Jamie Chadwick who's not got...
This is the thing, isn't it? This is the
problem.
Controversy that's happening. Jamie Chadwick has won... she's won 2 W Series seasons in a row. Was a bit more challenged last year by Alice Powell, and again, just cannot... She's in it again this year. She just cannot progress. She's not getting the drives, even though she probably should. She probably should be moving into Formula 3, I think that's the questions that need to be asked, because the whole point of W Series is to provide a sort of growth platform to develop and give you funding to move on. The whole, we talk about Formula 2. There's Formula 2 champion not allowed to stay in Formula 2. They have to move on. And of course, that causes a couple of problems. But I think it's right, because I think all of these series are designed as part of a ladder and not for you to stick around and dominate without moving on. So, yeah, it's a bit of a problem at the moment. I'm hoping it's something they can work on. Obviously, we've only had a couple of series so far. I think it is a good part of the portfolio of options available to female drivers coming through, but we are seeing teething issues now that I think really need to be addressed.
I mean, I'll be honest without trying to, because I'm rubbish at wording things like this. So I'm going to be honest, but I don't mean to be ridiculous with it. But this was my concern with W Series. My concern, great idea. We need to see women getting those opportunities, but my concern was, this is not me saying this. This is what I figured, in someone's head somewhere. This is what they're thinking, and it may not be. I was worried it was a case of, right, we've got somewhere for the women to race. We've done something. We've stuck them there. We'll leave them there. They can get on with it. That was, do you know what I mean? I'm trying to word that the best way I can. That's not my view at all. I think it would be better if W Series not necessarily guaranteed you a seat in Formula 3, but gave you a better opportunity to progress. And then I still think Formula 3 does it quite well in that a lot of drivers do progress from Formula 3 to Formula 2 and then they get stuck in Formula 2 because there's no seats in F1. But I think there needs to be a way to get people through W Series, but it was always my worry that it was just going to be a case of, right, we've got a series for the women now, like Bernie Eccleston's idea of Formula Women instead of Formula One. Mm-hmm. Didn't want, or not they didn't want them, but didn't think they would. So let's create a patronising version for them to keep them happy, kind of thing. Is how I imagine Bernie went about it. But that was just my worry with W Series, because it's, there are women out there that love motorsport. It seems to surprise people in 2022, but there are so many very good. Women, I mean, look at Jamie Chadwick. She's a fantastic driver, doing a great job, but just no progression there, and it just doesn't feel right. So it's a shame somebody hasn't picked her up in F3. I'm trying to. Was Tatiana Calderon the last?
She was in F2, wasn't she?
To get into F2 as I hate saying women drivers because they are just drivers, racing drivers. But I'm trying to distinguish
specifically women drivers.
Yeah.
I think Sophia Flourish got a lot of stick for criticizing W Series when the idea was floated, when it started being built, and what she's sort of saying now, I think there's a lot of merit in saying, which is what she said, is what if all this money in building a racing series was actually made in building an academy with sponsorships and stuff that funds female drivers that come through and have the talent and need sponsorship to get into these seats and get into Formula 4 and whatever, to move up. Would that be a better, more efficient use of the money and time? Or is it better to create a racing series where you can actually showcase, I'm not sure how many teams there are, but let's say 20 drivers at once? I don't know what the solutions are, but again, I think if you've got a portfolio of options as you're coming through, as a junior driver who's in a particular category, who's sort of overlooked, and we're trying to make changes in those areas, I think it's very difficult, and we're seeing that even with a racing series that is appearing to sort of find its footing. And seeing what's happening to Jamie Chadwick, I think, is exposing a lot.
I got some confirmation on a conversation we were having earlier. Sorry, Stuart. Well,
Excellent.
I'm not cutting you off on that point. I'm not dismissing W Series like other series seem to be doing. But yeah, I've just spotted it. So McLaren are fully expecting that Daniel Ricciardo will be fine to race. Apparently, he's already feeling better, but obviously it's all down to returning a negative COVID test. But they've said that they have got reserves on standby and are quoted as saying, "We have an agreement with Mercedes to share reserve drivers. We also have Paul di Resta on standby in case it's needed. But again, we expect Daniel will be good in good shape next week." So they have got Paul di Resta, and they also have an agreement in place with Mercedes to take one of their reserves, which, as we discussed earlier, is either the Stoffel man himself or, I was going to say, itty bitty Nick de Vries. I really like Nick de Vries. I think he's very happy in Formula E, and I think he's doing a very good job over there. And if he never makes it to F1, I think he's pretty settled in there, and he'll do he could go on to win many championships in Formula E, not with Mercedes, of course, because they're pulling out, but he's done a cracking job. So I would have liked to have seen him in that Williams this year, as was rumoured. I would have liked to have seen him get a chance in F1, but my go-to line, F1 is not the be-all and end-all. There are plenty of racing series out there, and I think he's done a cracking job. Stuff's still amazing, obviously. But yeah, I like Nick de Vries a lot.
Yeah, me too. It'd be interesting to see if he is called up to take that second seat, that other seat, or the missing seat, however you want to phrase it, Daniel Ricciardo's seat for a race or whatever he's needed for. I would be very surprised if Paul di Resta is called up. No shade on Paul, but he's been out of the F1 game for quite a while now, and when he was last pulled up for Williams, I think he did struggle rather with that. You need to be. You can't really take a break in momentum.
No,
I guess that's how I'll put it. He's still a very solid racing driver, and he's still very good. And I'm sure if you had him as an integral part of the team and he was regularly in that car, then he'd do fine. But I think he would struggle a little bit.
That's it, isn't it? It's not just that he didn't know the Williams, so it was a case of hopping in and going in blind. He'd also not raced in F1 for ages, so he'd not had the experience properly of those cars, had he really? So it was. I think, like you say, he struggled, but I totally expected him to struggle. It wasn't a surprise that he got in the car and struggled, but I think it would be Stoffel or Nick. if I'm being honest. And to be honest, you know what? I love him to bits. Stoffel Van Dorn, don't know if I've said that. I love him to bits, but I think we've seen him in F1. I wouldn't mind seeing Nick getting just, again, I don't want Danny Rick to miss it, and I want him to get better, so he's there on Friday for practice and then Saturday for quali and so on. But if they have to replace him for a weekend, I think I'd kind of like Nick to see him get his opportunity, even if it's just once.
Yeah, agree. I think a lot of people are looking for that. And to be honest, as happy and excited as everyone is for K-Mag to come back, there, I heard a lot of people who were like, really wanted to see Piastri in an F1 seat. There are, as we've spoken about many times, and the lost Formula 2 champions we're sort of collecting now. Fully agree with what you're saying. F1 isn't the be-all and end-all. You can have lots of success and very valid success outside of F1 and have a great career, and it's not invalidated by not going to F1. But I think there are lots of people who follow junior drivers up through F3, through F2, see them win championships, and they're dying to see them in F1 and see how they compete there. So, it's easy to see why people like De Vries, like Piastri, are get people excited if there's a little hint of a seat available.
Jay Sharani says, if Ricciardo doesn't deliver this year, I see Gasly getting the Mercedes seat, McLaren seat. I know a lot of people think Gasly's going to end up somewhere like McLaren and not at Red Bull. I can't see him getting back in that seat. Thank you again to Monocles. It's refreshing for me again now. So I'm going to give you money until you remember Streamlabs exists. I shouldn't have said anything. I could have made millions. Just ignoring Streamlabs. No, apologies again that I missed those ones, but it is refreshing now. So if anybody does donate through Streamlabs, I should be able to spot that in good time. I'll have to go to the page. You'll have to bear with me a few minutes. But thank you to Jonathan for your super chat. Says, any thoughts on Jev back in F1? Always felt that he has unfinished business, competitive with Sainz and Verstappen. Thank you very much, mate. Jev is an interesting one for me, I think.
I think he's done with F1.
I think he is, but from an F1 perspective, I think Sainz was in some ways the one that got away for Red Bull. They could really have used him after Ricciardo left, but I think Jev is a driver that was maybe let go too soon by Red Bull, because I actually think he's a lot better than maybe he's given a little bit of credit for. But from listening to interviews with him and conversations with people, I think Hazel said in the chat before, when we've all been together, that Jev has no interest in Formula One. I think he was stung a bit hard by it, and I think bridges were burned, and I think that was pretty much it for him. But again, I mean, 2 Formula E titles before it became World Championship, so he's been winning things. He may well win more championships in Formula E. So again, there's plenty of places for Jev to race, and he seems pretty happy. So I'd be very surprised to see him back. Same with Buemi as well, just for the record. But there does seem to be this thing at the moment of drivers going to Formula E and then Formula One wanting them back. We had Alex Albon, didn't we? Went to Nissan and then ended up back at Toro Rosso. And then there was the rumours about Giovinazzi this last week, although apparently Haas only ever had eyes on K-Mag, so that was just rumours. But, maybe things are changing. FE to F1 rather than the other way around.
Yeah. I mean, I fully agree with the K-Mag decision. We've discussed it a little bit. I think that was the right move. But as continues to be the case, many, many hungry, very talented drivers waiting or able to take F1 seats. I'm actually quite curious as to what, you just talked about, like, you don't think Gasly's going to go back up to Red Bull. Maybe McLaren is the place for him. I'm interested to see how the Red Bull Perez relationship develops. Maybe obviously he's a very talented driver, and I think, if he's able to get success there, that's great. But maybe he's that kind of. I really don't want to shade Perez, but he's not Verstappen, is he? He's not, or at least he's not right now. And I being that kind of solid, talented driver as a kind of second driver to Verstappen might actually be like really, really good shout for Red Bull. The way that I would rate him above Bottas, but in that kind of same spirit, he might sit quite well in that role, being someone who brings home the points, gets a win when he's able to, but doesn't stir the pot. Isn't a young driver who's constantly freaking out about what's happening with their career. I think he might find a nice little home there, perhaps.
I would say on Jean-Eric Vergne as well, and I'm saying this fully aware that Fernando Alonso is like 70 now, and I'm 35 and 4 years older than Jean-Eric Vergne. I would also point out he is 31. So it's not like it's not the same as others who perhaps what's the phrase I'm looking for? I'm trying to think of it. Oh, not a phrase, an example. A driver who's like 25 who gets dropped from F1, a bit like Ocon, lost a seat in F1, disappeared, reserve role. He thought, oh, is he going to come back? Him coming back makes a lot more sense than Jev. I'm going to nip for a quick top up of drink, Stuart, and then I'll let you go, and then I'll bring Mike in a moment because it looks like he's ready. I forgot to put us in the other thingy, so I will bring Mike in a moment. I'm just going to nip off. So if I can leave you with chat for all of 2 minutes, and I'll be back.
Lovely.
You can go.
Okay. Hello, chat. Oh, God. What are you guys all talking about? I haven't been looking at chat for a little bit while. Has started talks to K-Mag before they got rid of Mazepin. I can't speak to that. I don't know enough about all of the gossip. What I think the fastest time will be by the end of the day. That is a good question, Adam Osborne. It's a question... I don't know if Sean asked it of the people in the afternoon, but Thursday morning... No? Yeah, Thursday morning, first day of testing, we pondered upon that, and I thought the fastest time by the end of Saturday, by the end of the 3-day test, would be a 1:32.1. I think Sean went I went 1:32.1. I think Sean went with a 1:31.3 or 4, I want to say. So he was a bit more optimistic than me. You know what? I think my 1:32.1 is achievable. We're 1 second out from that now, and I think if they start doing some low fuel runs and doing some cheeky hot laps at the end of today, I think they could do a 1:32.1. I think quite easily they could do a 1:32.1. The pole time was a 1:28.9 last year, as was the fastest time in Bahrain testing, a 1:28.9. So we're not going to get particularly close to that right now, but yeah, I think 1:32.1 is possible. The only caveat to that is that sometimes teams disguise their glory runs by doing like a glory couple of sectors here and a glory couple of sectors there, but never the 3 sectors in a row that count, that will put that purple lap time at the top of the timesheets and steal the headlines. So sometimes there's a little bit of playing around with the way the timing sheet works. But yeah, I think we could shave a second off that lap if people actually want to push. It's going to be a long year for Mercedes. There's no way they're sandbagging. That is a real question, isn't it? I covered that last time Sean disappeared on what the real pace of that Mercedes is. But I'm getting a feeling from the way they're talking, from the way people that know them are reacting, that they are not in a happy place right now. With the floor being a major part of the aero package now, what team or driver will pull out the floor damage excuse first? From Alfie Alf. Well, that's a question, isn't it? I think whichever team is underperforming. I do think we're going to get floor damage on these cars pretty quickly. The first second they try some competitive lap times next weekend, and they hit a curb or clatter something and immediately lose 3 or 4 tenths of a second a lap. It really depends whoever gets into a scrape first. I think it could literally be anyone. It could be anyone who, to be honest, actually, Bahrain isn't that problematic for curbs. They're all pretty shallow. We don't, as far as I remember, have any of those like sausage curbs that are going to really bash them. But they could get a little too close to each other, a nose into the back, and things like that. I think it's going to be very easy to get floor damage and start to lose significant amounts of time. So we'll maybe at Bahrain it'll be more about cars sort of knocking into each other for the floor damage. But as soon as we get to a track with a few more bumps, a few more curbs, Jeddah I think is quite bumpy. We're going to see a bit more of that.
Imola could be fun.
Yeah, Imola is classically curbalicious.
Curbalicious. Oh, I love it. We are green, by the way, for the afternoon session. Bottas straight out there. Just a reminder, all the drivers are swapping out except for McLaren because Daniel Ricciardo tested positive for COVID-19. So Lando Norris will hopefully be out there a little bit more this afternoon than we've seen so far this week. That's it then, Stuart. You're done.
That's it.
It's over. Thank you so much for your company this week. It's been fantastic. Really enjoyed just sitting and waffling along to F1. And are you more or less hyped for next week than you were Thursday morning?
You know what? I'm actually quite more hyped. I think we continue to be surprised and confused. So I'm in a good way. I'm ready for. Sorry, I turned on the Sky Go screen and it blared in my ears, and I got distracted. I think we are continuing to wait for answers, and I think right up to that qualifying session on Saturday, there'll continue to be much to look forward to and beyond. So yes, thanks for having me on these mornings. Good luck with your last 4 hours, and then you can have an actual rest.
I think Mike is the one that needs to be wished some luck. He's got me after 3 days.
Make sure to ask him about pot noodles.
I will, definitely. And thank you so much again, Stuart. I'm sure we'll talk again in DMs probably later today. This is us. But yeah, thank you so much. And I'll chat to you again soon. It's massively appreciated as always.
Lots of fun. See you again this time next year. Yeah. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye. I'll bring Mike in just a second. Let's have a look at this order then for anyone who's just tuning in. So Sergio Perez topped the morning session 133.105. That was on the C4 tyres, 43 laps for him. Zhou 133.959 C4 tyre for that fastest lap, 82 laps. Pierre Gasly 134.865. that was on the C4 tyre, 91 laps. Carlos Sainz fourth place, 134.905 on the C5 tyre, 68 laps. 54 laps for Fernando Alonso. 135.328 C4 tyre for that fastest lap. Lando Norris 135.504 C4 tyre, 39 laps. Nico Latifi C3 tyre for his quickest lap on a 135.634, 73 laps, 53 laps for Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin, 136.029 on the C3 tyre. Lewis Hamilton 136.217 on the C5, 78 laps. And Kevin the K-Mag Magnussen Master, what other words can we use for him? 38 laps this morning. Couple of issues for him, though, which limited his running. 138.616. That is a C2 tyre. So apart from Lando Norris, you're not going to see them drivers again until next weekend when they're doing practice and qualifying for real, which is super exciting. Other headlines from the morning: Norris, his running was cut short by about half an hour this afternoon, maybe a little bit longer. Not sure why. I will check again on Twitter, but possibly down to those brake issues. But laps, Gasly takes the record for the most on the morning with 91 yesterday. So yes, please do drop a like on the stream. Always appreciated. 319 so far. Don't forget to subscribe as well. Loads of content coming up over the next few days, weeks and months, and hopefully years. You never know, of course. You can support the stream as well through Streamlabs, and I will keep checking that one, I promise. And Super Chat as well, and you can do through PayPal if you would prefer to. I used to say it's a lottery testing. I should just bear in mind that when you pop a donation, if you send me £1, I only get 70p of that because YouTube takes 30 because they're like that. So if you do want to put something in through PayPal, you can do down below, but it's totally fine. I will always try and get to chat. It's not all about Super Chats on this channel, so they're appreciated, but no pressure. I'll always try and answer questions. If you do, on the off chance, send anything on PayPal, though, please do leave a little message with it so I've got something to read out, because I always feel like I need to say more than just thank you. At least be able to read something out. So, yes, support always appreciated. Right then, should we bring in my afternoon guest? I'm going to do levels on the fly. So Mike's either going to be super quiet or extremely loud when I do this, because there's never a bloody happy medium on this channel. Good afternoon, Mike. I've not spoken to you since 2019, mate, properly. Fair bit's changed in the world since then. His levels are so quiet, he's not coming through. Have I muted him somewhere else? Hang on. I don't know if Mike's got an issue on his end, but I'm sure we can sort it. Or he'll crack on with it. I can't wait. Just as soon as you can come in, Mike. I don't know if you got a push to talk issue. Let me know and just talk over me, and I know you're there. It's absolutely fine. We should have probably done this before we went live, but I didn't want to wake you up at 6 o'clock this morning. If I'm being honest, yes. Just let me know. So Bottas and Russell out there at the moment. So that's. Is that it? Yeah, it's just Bottas and Russell at the moment. So Bottas already with a couple of laps on the board, doing installation laps at the moment. Very awkward 2 left feet. Like 2 left feet, funnily enough. Russell is out there as well. Not a lot happening to kick things off. No great surprise. I'll just check actually social media. Have a look on Twitter and see if we've heard anything from McLaren just yet. I don't think I've seen anything on McLaren. That's the big question mark from the morning. Why was Lando Norris's morning session cut short? Nothing just yet. I'll check the Autosport blog as well, because that was the big headline for the mornings. Really were the laps from Pierre Gasly, the fact that there was no or limited running from Lando Norris, possibly because of a brake issue, we don't know, but also the issues for Kevin Magnussen. What were they? They were a fuel system issue, weren't they, and a water leak down at Haas. So I'm just going to double check if there is anything from McLaren. Nothing that I can see on socials. There's probably a bit of speculation out there, but nothing concrete. So just to confirm, in for the afternoon is Russell for Mercedes, Verstappen for Red Bull, Leclerc for Ferrari, Norris is still in the McLaren, Alonso for Alpine, Tsunoda, AlphaTauri, Vettel, Aston Martin, Albon for Williams, and Bottas for Alfa Romeo, and Haas have got Mick Schumacher in. And don't forget, of course, Haas doing the extra 2 hours this evening. So that will be some mileage they could do with, I think, Haas, having missed those 4 hours. We're on board with Russell at the moment. This will be an interesting one as we approach turns 9 and 10, I think it is.
Hello,
Mike.
hello. Are we in? We're okay. We can finally hear me.
I'm going to adjust your levels as you're talking. It's all right, no worries, mate. These things happen. It's like I say, we've not done this since 2019 together, so a lot's changed in the world, and clearly a lot's changed in Discord settings as well.
Clearly, mate. I mean, we had to kind of add the hype to the build-up of finally bringing my voice onto the chat, and a chance for you to expand the waffle, because you haven't done much over the past 3 days, have you?
No, I've been quiet, to be honest. I've not really said a lot. I thought I'd let the timing screens do the talking. Yeah, apologies there. I turned so I was adjusting your levels, but I turned the wrong audio down, so everyone got you at full whack there.
Oh,
so
wow.
Apologies if I've deafened
apologies
anybody.
to everyone's ears.
Let us know if you need Mike to be turned up a little bit or down a little bit, and I will, of course, sort that one out. So let me know in chat is the best way to do it. But yeah, how are you doing, Mike? I said my intro to you, probably heard it, was that we've not done this since 2019. A lot's changed in the world since then. A lot's changed in Formula One since then. How have you been? Are you good?
I've been very well, thank you, mate. I think what we saw in those COVID years as well was some pretty good F1 as well. I think it has to be said. I mean, I know the back end of last season is kind of like the Voldemort in the room. We don't talk about he who shan't be named in Michael Massey. Oops, did it. But yeah, I mean, F1's been incredible, I think. I think it's just gone on a rise in this. And looking at these new cars on track, I don't know about you, they look incredible. I've really kind of how they look on track with their testing. I'm really excited to see them race wheel to wheel.
Yeah, I mean, it's my line of testing so far. I was really worried about these prescriptive regulations and we'd end up with cars that all look the same, but it's absolutely incredible to see so many teams going so many different directions. I don't think, aside from the sidepods on the Mercedes, I don't think there's an ugly car out there. And I know, obviously, a championship winning car or a fast car is always going to look good, but I don't think there's an ugly car out there. And I'm quite amazed by that, because I thought we were going to get some interesting innovations like, the noses from a few years ago that looked like, gentleman sausages, for example. I thought we were going to get something crazy like that, but I think they're really good looking cars generally. So I'm very, very excited for this. And the noises seem to be that they're able to follow more easily. And I think it's kind of all it's all building us up, all this hype and excitement and anticipation. It's all building us up to really depress us next weekend when somebody goes a second and a half quicker than everybody else.
Absolutely.
Typical F1.
You know, that's naturally the way thing goes. You know, everyone's like, yeah, new season. We don't know what's going to happen. New regulations. Oh, Haas are going to win the first race. Kevin Mags, as you put it, Kevin the K-Mag, amazing he's back as well. I mean, I don't think that's a story going into the season 2022. But yeah, I'm so excited for the start of the season. See how it goes. Mercedes. I mean, we just presume, I think, don't we? Because we've got nothing to go off that Mercedes and Red Bull will be up there. But it's been for so long going, well, someone's focus is on 2022. What are they going to do in 2022? Everyone's been focused on this. Are we going to have it a little bit like when Red Bull and I suppose Brawn in 2009, that kind of rules and regulations, a complete change up of the field when McLaren and Ferrari dropped off? I don't know.
It's going to be fun. I mean, again, we've talked about it. We talked about Barcelona as well. We're going to have no idea of the running order for several races, which excites me because I don't want to go into F1 every weekend knowing what's going to happen. Yeah. Oh, Dan, you've got to stop it. You're making me emotional in chat. Dan the Indoor Man says, dude, you are the first bit of content my boy has listened to. Arlen is the next Schumi Hamilton. Hey, Arlen. You'll have no idea what any of the words "hey" or "Arlen" mean, but I'm waving as well. I have no camera. Let's all wave. That's
it's all right, Sean. I'm with you waving too. We can wave together.
I take it. I must have missed it earlier, but I take it they're home early then, Dan. So if you weren't with us yesterday, I think it was. Or was it the day before? I can't remember. It's all rolled into one for me. Dan was in chat on stream, and whilst he was on chat, his wife went into labour. And they've had a baby, a little baby boy who was born yesterday. So, again, massive congrats, mate. Also, you might want to put these streams on a loop because you ain't getting any sleep for a long time. So good luck with all of that one. And congratulations again. I'm glad that he's enjoying the F1. Definitely. I don't know where to start today, but I'll tell you what, I'll put the same question to you that I've put to everybody that's been on so far, because it's a nice, easy one to ease into the stream, apart from talking babies and technical issues. Because that's welcome to the F1 word. But yeah, what's the best looking car for you then, all round? You can either do it as an all round package, or you can say the best one in terms of aero and best one in terms of livery. But which car have you looked at and gone, oh, yes, please?
Well, livery, I'm going to go for Ferrari. Just on the base that I love the kind of late 80s, early 90s ones with Mansell and Prost. And it's a real kind of throwback to that era. So I absolutely love it. But overall package, the Aston Martin looks good, doesn't it? It's actually come up on screen. It's there. So maybe that's just a cop-out. I've seen it. So it looks good as it comes up. But it does look a really nice car. I think having that pink trim gone this year, it just looks so much better.
It pops, doesn't it? And the slightly lighter green, you can see it. It's not as dark. Yeah, the Ferrari looks like the 91 Ferrari, I think it was. Especially with the return of the black wings. So I'm liking that retro vibe. But Ferrari, I mean, I loved the Aston when we saw it because it was the first car we saw proper. It wasn't just a livery reveal. I was in the Natural History Museum when that launched. Fun fact. Which I was like, whoa, out loud, a bit too loud. But the first car that really took my breath away this season, if you like, was definitely the Ferrari. And I'm not going to stop banging on about it. Like I said this morning, I'm on the Ferrari hype train, but I'm fully prepared to get off at the first station as well. It's not a problem. I know how these things go with Ferrari. But like I say, good looking grid. And a lot of positivity around Ferrari. People saying that they seem to be the favourites. Red Bull are quietly getting on with it. Alfa Romeo having a much better Bahrain than they did Barcelona. A lot of people positive about Williams because they're kind of quietly getting on with things, and apart from yesterday's moment for Latifi and the issue there, no real issues. But there seems to be some question marks around Mercedes, as there is every year in testing. Some things haven't changed since 2019, Mike. Mercedes still playing games, we think. But concern around Aston Martin, Alpine, and now really McLaren seems to be the three that everyone are looking at and going, are they in a spot of bother? But Ocon lots of laps yesterday, so maybe not. It's a weird one. Again, we discussed it yesterday. Alpine are kind of like, yeah, we're fine. The car's good and we're okay. And Aston Martin are giving the same noises, but paddock insiders are telling you it's not looking good. And McLaren, everyone's telling you are looking very good, but then they're not doing the mileage because of these brake issues. So I think this is the most... I mean, you can't ever take a running order from testing, really, and you can't ever read into the times. But I think this is the first test for a few years now that I'm watching, and I have... Whilst I have a hunch we're still going to see Mercedes and Red Bull at the front fight for the title, I'm not 100% on that, so I'm not sure what the running order is, and that's just building the hype for me, which is a dangerous thing in F1, I know.
I know, we can't get ourselves excited about this because it'll only let us down. But no, actually, I mean, last year was probably one of the best Formula One seasons. I know it had all the controversy in the battles between Max and Lewis, but if you look at it as a just kind of battle in isolation, that's one of the best title fights that we've had in absolute years. So if we get anything close to that, that's going to be pretty incredible. But yeah, I think this is probably the first testing in a long while that you can take, like you said, absolutely nothing from it. I don't know if we can take anything from these times. We don't know really what the programs are they're running in details, what kind of bits of aero package we're actually going to see come that first race in Bahrain. And I think it's more just the mileage. I think it's always the mileage in testing. How many laps have they got down? How many programs have they been able to get? How much data have they been able to collect over these, obviously, 3 days in Bahrain and 3 days in Barcelona? And there was a bit of dodgy morning I'm looking at. So catching up from you and Stuart, was there some issue with Haas and McLaren this morning because they didn't necessarily cover too many laps?
Yeah, Haas had an issue. Magnussen had an issue with it was a fuel system issue, and he had a water leak as well. 2 separate problems for him this morning, which curtailed his running. But obviously, he got that extra hour this morning, so he managed to get quite a few laps on early on. In fact, when we started, I think he'd had 30 already, so it was kind of like, whoa, that was quick. Haas are champions confirmed. And the other thing, McLaren, no one's really sure because they were supposed to be bringing these new brake ducts in. Or we were expecting them today, and we've all kind of assumed that they are on the car, but we're still not seeing any real long-run stuff from Norris. And the fact he's out there now on a set of soft tyres says that they're probably not long-running now either. So I'm hoping that's an issue that's solved, because as Jonty was saying yesterday afternoon, if those brakes cannot run for a full race distance yet, they're in big trouble for at least the first race. But I mean, obviously, there's a whole week until then, so they can fly lots of parts out if they need to and try other things. But testing-wise, this is it. It's got to be this afternoon for them if they're going to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where you throw everything at it, last ones, to make sure that it's ready for the start of the season. Otherwise, it's just something that's getting pushed back. And then we've seen, I think, so much in F1 that if you fall those couple of races behind, playing catch-up is a very difficult game. And that's part of the reason. I know they didn't win the first race last year, but Red Bull came out the blocks fairly strong last year. I know then Mercedes battled back, and it was that kind of to and fro, isn't it? But when you're having to play catch up, the pressure's always on, isn't it? And you're always chasing time rather than coming out the blocks fast and going fine-tuning those little margins to get that extra pace. I always feel like there's more pressure on the cars in that chasing pack, especially when Ferrari really stuffed that 2020 year.
That's the best way to put it. Yeah, definitely. No, you're right. In as well, you've got to think about what am I trying to think of? The word I'm trying. So if they're stuck in the midfield, McLaren, which they could be, they might not be, they might be right up there as title contenders. Some are getting very excited by them, but if they're in that midfield, a slow start can be very costly in a championship fight, but in a tight midfield, a bad start to the season could cost you 2 or 3 places in the championship if you don't ever regain that. So it's critical for them to get that right. And I hope that whatever the issue is, it's not a serious one, that can be resolved. I'd like to think that at least if they've identified the issue and they know they need this part sourcing, then they can find a solution. But in terms of running, yeah, you've got practice next week, but practice is about getting ready for the race and qualifying. It's not about, is this working necessarily? I mean, maybe FP1 they could use for it. I mean, they've got enough data around Bahrain over the years and 3 days of running as well, what they have done. But it's critical this afternoon they get some laps on the board. Somebody asking there what the longest stints. Dan, just asking what the longest stint is for McLaren. I don't actually know, if I'm being honest. I could have looked that up before I started the stream this morning, or should have looked that up, really, because that would have been an interesting thing to compare. But what I do know is that Lando isn't, Gasly this morning did 91 laps. Lando did 41, and he's not doing much more than that on most days. So, even a 41 lap stint isn't a race distance, is it? So I'd imagine that's, from what we've seen, I mean, he's back in the pits now. That seems to be kind of 5 laps here, 10 laps there, 5 laps. It's not a consistent, like Gasly's just kept going all morning. Ocon yesterday just kept going. We've not seen that from McLaren, which worries me. But they've got the resources, they've got the people. I'm sure McLaren can. They're smart enough to work that one out, aren't they, and turn it around. So that's we just got to hope that they're going to be okay. But I've got nothing else to add on it, really. It's just a concern, but we'll see. I mean, I watched Ted's notebook tonight, and it might all be fine. Who knows?
It might well be. It might well be, because Ted is the source of all knowledge and
cheese knowledge.
I'm sad. I don't think we've seen the parrot, have we, this year?
No, not yet.
Up on his shoulder, but I'm sure that'll pop up. He is one of a kind, isn't he, Ted? I think the McLaren one is an interesting. Because I think I heard you speaking with Dylan, was it on Thursday, about McLaren and whether they can make that step up. And you were talking about, they did well to get, I know they finished 4th, but to get to that 3rd, 4th spot and to be around that and get ahead of the midfield, but then to make that next step up to Mercedes and Red Bull, it's a really big jump. And I'll use... It's my thing as McLaren as a team, comparing them with their IndyCar side of things, as well as guys know we are quite interested in that as well, who know us. They have a talented driver in that series in Pato O'Ward, a bit like Lando Norris. But it's off the track, strategy-wise, and not just quite getting setups right, which has let them down in putting a consistent title challenge in that series. And I feel like that may be something that transfers across to the F1 side as well with McLaren. I just feel they're falling short off track at the moment. Sochi is probably the best example of that. They should have just overruled, I think, Lando on that basis and just forced him to come in. And that may be the difference between challenging at the top and just settling for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's fair. It reminds me, actually, just to let chat know, super chats and what we're calling normal chat for some reason this week. If you've got any IndyCar questions, now is the time to ask them, because I'm clueless. Mike is very good with his IndyCar. I've put that. I think I've done the right thing. Please tell me if I haven't, Mike. I've put the link in the description to your IndyCar Fanatics channel, or your Indy Fanatics, rather than the F1 one. I could change it if that's the problem.
No. That's the right move to go. F1 nowadays is, I think we mainly cover the fantasy when we can do that, but the IndyCar one is taken off. So we just chat IndyCar, as we make it hard for ourselves to watch a motorsport that's purely based in America rather than the one that actually comes to the UK. Although we were at Silverstone last year, so that's always fantastic to kind of see the cars on track. But yeah, any IndyCar questions, I will happily answer anything on that basis. But yeah, McLaren, I don't know. Do you get the feeling with them? I get this. They're amazing at PR. Like, they are the best marketing team by an absolute mile. Like, social media, any new merch that comes out, it is plastered with the feed of people buying it, getting it. Even the new Lego F1 McLaren car, I've just seen so many people purchase that. At Silverstone, it was basically a sea of McLaren. And, Lewis is a 7-time champion, and Mercedes fans were easily outnumbered, because you generally think those kind of fickle fans who maybe a little bit casual go, well, I'm going to pick the guy who's winning a lot. But McLaren, they've swiped everything. And I think they've done a really good job of getting a feel-good factor. They've now just got to nail the on-track stuff to kind of become a team at the top again.
Virtual safety car test, about the same time, I think, as it was yesterday. So they're consistent. I wonder if we get some red flags a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, that's one thing McLaren have smashed is the PR. I mean, they're just, as you say, they're scooping up social media, aren't they? They've got that absolutely down to a T. I mean, helped by the fact, Lando does his own streaming and things like that, of course. But they're doing a fantastic job. But they've kind of got the perfect driver lineup for that, I think. You know, you got Daniel Ricciardo, who is, you know, not in a negative way, the class clown. He's a lot of fun. He'll say things to possibly wind people up, but he'll also say what he's thinking. You've got Lando Norris, who's also a lot of fun, really nice lad. Maybe clouds about a bit as well, but there's nothing wrong with that. But they're both talented as well, so they've kind of got a really good driver lineup, but they've also got something that, from a marketing point of view, they can really sell, and they've been quite clever about that. But then they did that with Carlos, to be fair, as well, not just Ricciardo. I think Carlos and Lando were brilliant together. I just hope that it comes together on track because, you know, without getting too much into the business side of things, can you imagine a team that has a very, very marketable driver lineup like that when it comes to social media and are winning back-to-back championships? And I must say, not that Lewis Hamilton isn't a marketable driver. He does a lot of social media, but you know what I mean. Lewis doesn't engage with fans in the same way that Lando Norris does. You know, you don't see. You know, I'm gonna get so much stick for this now. He's not as accessible to fans as a Lando Norris is, for example. Lando will stream, he gets involved. I think they've got, you know, also a quadrant that they've set up and things like that. Lewis is very much, he does his social media, he's great for marketing, he's great for PR, but he's not as... Lando's... I'm struggling with this one. Lando's a bit more modern day, isn't he? He's the next generation. This is what it's going to be with F1 drivers going forward, I think. I guess it's what I'll say.
Yeah, I think you got it right there, Sean. I think you know, F1 has got this big drive of trying to get the next generation, because that's where motorsport's always struggled. I think it's always been like an aging viewership, and it's always getting that next generation in. And Lando is basically the poster boy for that. You know, he covers the streaming, like you said. He covers the social interaction, the kind of YouTube collab and team quadrant where they kind of get different content creators, putting silly sort of content and racing related content on there. Not all their content's silly. I've just kind of blasted them off. But, you know, sorry to Arava and the team.
Screw you, quadrant.
Yeah. Unbelievable. But, yeah, I think it is. He just epitomizes where the sport is going with that gaming background as well, gaining a whole new audience there. That's the support. Like you said, if you put them in a championship winning car, they are really a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that's fair. Platilobi was saying aging viewership. Ouch. Yeah, I mean, I'm only 35, to be fair. I'm not old. I said this yesterday. I know there are people that watch F1 that are much older than me, and maybe are listening to us now that are much older than me. But I'm. It is. I get what you're saying. It's some. You know, this is what we're not getting into it. We did it this morning, but this is what Drive to Survive is about, isn't it? Bringing through the next generation of fans, and Lando Norris will be part of that. Your next young drivers coming through will then expand on that, and there'll come a point when I'm gone. Again, depressing for me, but when I'm gone or I'm not watching anymore, I'm sure I'll watch F1 forever, but there'll come a point where people will say, oh, Lando Norris isn't as accessible to fans as this new young driver is, because things evolve, don't they? So, yeah. I don't know how we ended up there, Mike, but we did.
Yeah, wow, cool. Yeah, I mean, we've gone on a deep philosophy one here. Is there Carlton? I think I've seen in chat as well, there's quite a few... Well, there was a few IndyCar questions that popped up, so I don't know if you want whenever. I've got some screenshot that we'll come back to in a bit. I was going to say we're only 29 minutes into streaming. I've killed myself off already. I mean, Jesus. Or 29 minutes into the afternoon. Anyway, we are 4.5 hours into the day, so yes, it's a long one. Jonathan says he's 52 and still lit. I love the confidence. I'm 35 and still. Yeah. There you go. Sorry, just one more time with that. Still.
I probably should just have said really, but there you go. I've got a beeper and I keep using it. It's fun. I feel guilty for not knowing this, but is Mike new? Is this his first stream with Sean? It's not his first stream with me. He was here in 2019. Were you on with? I want to say you're on with Chris from the Backmarkers F1 show.
I believe I was on with Jordan.
You were, yes. You were here to
the
translate.
Dynamic duo of Jordan and Lyle from the F1 debate. Exactly, yeah. The Geordie accent was thick as ever.
Yeah. Mike was here, but that was the 2019 testing when I think we had 6 days of testing then across 2 weeks, which was a lot of streaming. So first time since 2019 when the world was totally different. You know, this is a whole new world now. Don't sing it.
Don't do it.
I've done enough singing this week. So yeah, Mike's been on before. But Mike's got a channel, Indie Fanatics, which he does with his brother Stephen.
Correct, indeed. People get confused because he's ginger and we look nothing alike, but we are actually related. Well, that's at least what our parents tell us. So
let's move on before we totally depress ourselves here. I'm dead and you're adopted.
Here, this is the takes people have come for on F1 testing, Sean.
Hey, cut me some slack, everyone in chat and listening. It's we're in the final stint, so this is going to be fun. I'll slowly crack. I get to a point where we sort of run out of things to talk about, although they are looking at the Ferrari sidepod versus the McLaren sidepod on and the Mercedes sidepod on F1 TV or Sky really at the moment on the TV footage. You've seen something flying off an Alpha as well. You can really see the difference. Are you watching on Sky or Sky Go, Mike?
I'm watching on Sky, so I'm currently looking at Fernando Alonso's Alpine. So I don't know if my stream is a little bit behind or ahead.
Yeah, you're one of the two because I'm looking at the sidepod comparisons of the three, but you can really see the obvious.
Yeah, there we go. They're coming on for me now, so I'm a little bit behind.
It's quite obvious that Mercedes have gone a different way, but when you look at the onboard, you can really see how different they've gone with their ones. I mean, they don't exist, do they? So that's quite an interesting comparison if you're watching. I can't show you the pictures, unfortunately. I'd love to, but there you go. So a little comparison there. I'll do a quick lap count. So we've just gone past the half hour. For those just tuning in, obviously, as always, on the hour, I'll go through the full leaderboard with times and all that business. But Perez has done 43 laps this morning. Zhou did 82. Gasly 91. Sainz 68. Alonso 54. This morning. I thought he was in this afternoon, but he's not, is he? Norris 42. He's in all day. Latifi 73. Stroll 53. Hamilton 78. Albon's done 4 so far in 10th place. Vettel's done 5. Russell 9. Magnussen 38. 15 for Bottas and 11 for Schumacher. So who are we? Obviously, Daniel Ricciardo isn't coming out. So who haven't we seen yet? We've not seen Verstappen. We've not seen Leclerc, and that would take us to 17. I'm missing somebody. We've seen Vettel.
Have we seen Tsunoda?
Tsunoda, that would take us to 18, so we're one shy. Because Ricciardo would be 19, wouldn't he? So we've 18... Do you know, when I'm doing things, when I'm making graphics and that for videos, I will be putting them together, and there's always one team or one driver I always forget. It's not always the same one. Ocon, there you go. He's the other one we haven't seen yet. If I just turned to my left slightly and looked at my TV, I'd have seen all the names there of the drivers
but
that are
wouldn't
going
be
out
as
this
fun,
afternoon.
Sean. That wouldn't be as fun.
I've got to fill the time. Thank you to Jaws and to Nick as well. I could just wait for chat saying Ocon. So I'm going to throw my first. Obviously, it's an F1 stream, so I won't go to IndyCar, but we'll save some of them up. But I'll throw an IndyCar one at you and then throw an F1 related IndyCar one at you. And I'll try and answer with my limited IndyCar knowledge of I know how to say and spell IndyCar, which is essentially my knowledge.
Wow, that is a good start.
That one. So I did spot one. Not too bad. Jaws wants to know what went wrong with the Carlin entry in IndyCar, apart from the obvious that they weren't quick enough. I don't know if there's any update on that one.
I'm not entirely sure they were fully invested, if that makes sense. I feel they went over, but they only had one car, and within IndyCar, you can have... It's not like F1, so when the teams are dedicated to the season, they're there for every single race of the season. You can go part-time schedules, and full-time schedules as well. And they have run pretty much full-time, which they were in the series, but Max Chilton was with them for quite a long time, and then he decided he only wanted to run the kind of racetracks and street circuits and not the ovals other than the Indy 500. So they got Connor Daly in part-time to do the ovals. So they really needed to expand to 2 cars to really compete with the teams data-wise, and I just don't think it was quite a big gap they had to make up to the big teams and established teams within the series, and I'm not sure they kind of went fully invested. So they seem to have pulled out and given all their technical knowledge and equipment to Juncos Hollinger Racing, and Juncos were a previous team within the series, but it's their first one back full-time for a while, and their driver is a familiar name to guys this side of the Atlantic, with Callum Ilott is their driver in his first full-time season within the series. So that's pretty exciting on that basis. And he had a pretty good first run out in St. Pete, actually, finishing 19th. But considering where the team are and coming back in, it was actually a pretty strong result for them.
I've not seen anything from Alpine as to why. I'm just looking now, or if anyone knows in chat, please do let me know. But Alonso's out there and not Ocon this afternoon, but Ocon was down to run. Or was he? No, Ocon did all day yesterday, didn't he? Did he? Let me have a look. I'm going to check the list now, because I'm sure Ocon was in today. So let's have a look. So, no, it's Fernando. It is Fernando Alonso all day. So Ocon must have done all day yesterday then. So never mind. No Ocon today. So we are going to see 18 drivers. They're all just names in the end. I've also got from the press conference an interesting quote for you, or a very interesting quote from Lewis Hamilton. Now, I would urge if you don't want Mercedes to be winning, or you don't like Lewis Hamilton or whatever, I'd urge some caution if you get excited by this. We've been here before with Mercedes. They like to say stuff like this, but it's quite an interesting quote from Hamilton. He says, "At the moment, I don't think we will be competing for wins. Yeah, there is potential within our car to get us there. We just have to learn to be able to extract it and fix some of the problems, which is what we're working on." So at the moment, Lewis Hamilton does not think they're competing for wins. However, the potential is in the car, and they're going to try and work on that to make sure they can extract that potential, which could mean that they're in big trouble and they're not going to be competing for wins, as he says. Or it could mean, which I suspect, is that they are not confident now, but then they're going to go away, do a couple of bits behind the scenes, and turn up to Bahrain and everything will be fine. So that is the official line from Lewis Hamilton. He's also said that he will retire from F1 long before Max Verstappen's contract runs out, which is what, 2068 or something like that. It's a long way away. It's Verstappen's end of Verstappen's contract. So that is essentially the situation. Well, I mean, look, I keep saying it. How many times have we had in testing? How many times have we had in races that Lewis Hamilton's tyres have gone and then he just turns around and bangs in the fastest lap 15 seconds later or whatever? You've got to take it all with it. It's all part of the gamesmanship, isn't it? And all part of testing, sandbagging, and playing the mind game. So I would be very surprised if Mercedes aren't in the mix come Bahrain. But equally, a Haas-Williams Alfa Romeo title fight would be nice. So if they want to really shake the grid up, that would be fantastic. I'd enjoy that one. George Russell heading out on track at the moment. Alonso's out there, and Mick Schumacher. Thoughts on Mick Schumacher going to Mercedes to replace Hamilton when he retires if Ferrari don't want him? A talented German driver under the name Schumacher in a Mercedes again, says Harry. Thank you very much, Harry. Obviously the ties to Ferrari there for Mick Schumacher at the moment, aren't they? But I mean, if he continues to develop, grows, reaches the potential that a lot of people will absolutely tell you that he has, and continues to build on the raw pace he's got as well, then I fully expect we'll see him in a Ferrari one day. But what I find interesting, Mike, is that Carlos Sainz is in contract talks, reportedly with Ferrari, and Charles Leclerc is the one they're kind of they've kind of their chosen driver, if you like, their chosen boy to be in that car. They promoted him fairly quickly, considering Ferrari don't tend to do that all the time, and he's probably there for the long term as well. So it's just interesting that the seats at Ferrari are probably, if Sainz signs his new deal, closed off for the next couple of years. So if Ferrari keeps sticking with Sainz and Leclerc, obviously a couple more years for Schumacher somewhere like Haas isn't going to hurt him if he's getting some good development. But, a couple of years down the line, Schumacher's fed up a Haas. If they keep Sainz and Leclerc again, maybe Hamilton retires and there's a seat open there. But I don't know what you think on that one. I'd be more inclined to say that Pierre Gasly might be a little bit more appealing in that. I mean, look, I can't believe Gasly's going to spend his career in an AlphaTauri. I'll say that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Gasly's performances on track have been unbelievable, and he definitely warrants. I think that was a conversation. Will he get another shot at Red Bull? Well, if Max Verstappen's, signed on to 2028, that's probably not going to be where he's going to want to go, because that team's built around Max, and he's going to need a championship contending team to build a team around him. But in regards to Mick Schumacher, Ferrari, I think he always gets traditionally linked because, well, one, he's part of the academy, isn't he? But, you can't get away from what his dad achieved with Ferrari, with those kind of 5 titles back to back. But Mercedes could be an interesting one, couldn't it? Because, his dad came back out of retirement to go with Mercedes, and it's always difficult. The pressure, if he goes to Ferrari, he already has a massive kind of burden on his shoulders, doesn't he, with the legacy of what his dad achieved in the sport. But if he goes to Ferrari, everyone's going to expect him to win world titles because his name is Schumacher. But if he goes to Mercedes, where his dad didn't really have much success, I mean, the most notable one was probably that pole position in 2012 at Monaco, which was unbelievable. But yeah, it could be a chance for him, if he's going to succeed and really does develop into a driver that some people think he's capable of, or has the skills that his dad had, then creating a new legacy at Mercedes, taking over from where Hamilton was, could be quite an exciting challenge for him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because obviously, Hamilton's here this season. He's got a contract for next year. I'll probably stay on for that as well, especially if they've got a car that's still at the front winning. He'll want to keep going, won't he, while he's winning? But so he's at least here for a couple of years, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him stick another year or two on the end of that stay at Mercedes. I don't think Hamilton will ever go anywhere else until he retires. I think he's at Mercedes to the end of his career now. But obviously we don't know what the landscape's going to be like in 2 years or 4 years if he stays on a little bit longer. But it will be fascinating to see what Mercedes do. How George Russell grows into that team and develops. Is he gonna? They've brought him forward into Mercedes, and he's the driver that they seem to be backing to kind of, take over the baton when Hamilton does retire as their lead driver. But we don't know how he's going to develop in that car. What drivers are going to come through that could suddenly be massive superstars that everyone's chasing? Could Lando Norris be somebody that they look at in the future when Hamilton retires? Again, it would need to be a few years down the line because he's got that contract with McLaren, but then you can always get out of a contract, I suppose. But it'd be fascinating to see which way they go, because you look at Red Bull as a comparison, you can generally tell that if Tsunoda absolutely smashes it this year, he could be in that Red Bull, next year. Perez has a very great shot of being in that car next year as well, but Tsunoda could be in that car next year if he really performs this year. Gasly might get a chance. I don't believe he will. I do not see him back in that Red Bull ever again. I don't think it'll happen. But then you've got drivers coming through. So you can sort of see with Red Bull, I think the progression of young drivers is clear. I know that Mercedes have their own, but it just seems a much clearer path when it comes to Red Bull. Your Liam Lawson's, for example, in F2. So it will be fascinating to see which way they go. Because, I mean, Mercedes have got... Is it Vesti? Is one of their young drivers. So maybe he might get a shot in the future. But where's he going to be in 2, 3, 4 years' time as a driver? It's a fascinating one for me because, Ferrari as well as an example. They've got a great academy that you look at and they keep dipping into. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one to work out with Mercedes which way they'll go, because ultimately as well, you've got to find a replacement for Lewis Hamilton It's I think Ferrari were quite fortunate in the timing of Schumacher's either enforced first retirement or chosen first retirement, in that Kimi Räikkönen was around and he was the one they could go for. But replacing Lewis Hamilton, I tell you what, that is a tough task. And if Red Bull lose Verstappen as well, if he were to go somewhere else because Red Bull weren't delivering, I mean, imagine trying to replace those two drivers as a team boss. I mean, what do you do? That's tough.
I think you hand in your resignation and try a different sport and say, I've had a good run at the top.
Yeah.
It's a too big a problem for me to deal with. I hope somebody else deals with it. A quick note, hopefully I won't cut out, but my charger seems to have died on my laptop. So if I go suddenly, I'll just switch over to my phone and
okay, no worries,
the kind of audio goes from there. But yeah, it's an impossible task. I mean, we all hope. I think what we've seen from George, that he is capable of stepping up and being a top driver within his own right. But is Leclerc going to kick on again from that kind of obviously first season he had from Ferrari and really take the reins of the sport versus Max? It's impossible. But then I saw the name Porsche pop up in chat. We don't know who's going to come in through those young ranks and just be unbelievable. A bit like what Lewis was back in 2007, where he just jumped into that McLaren car and has been competing at the top of the sport ever since.
There's a lot of talent out there, and I was kind of getting on this yesterday as well. Not just in the junior careers, but throughout other series. And having you on, it's a great time to kind of talk about this a little bit with somebody who kind of knows what they're talking about. Me and Stuart are useless with it, but drivers like Colton Herta and Pato O'Ward, they're over in IndyCar, and I know Pato's got a bit of a link through McLaren, but they're over in IndyCar, and we hear all the time Théo Pourchaire and all these drivers coming through F2, and that is the natural progression to F1 is F3, F2, F1. But it would be nice to see some more IndyCar drivers given the opportunities, and it would be nice if there could be, again, back to what we were saying yesterday, a shake-up of the super license point system, so that IndyCar drivers, if they're winning titles over there, are getting a bit more recognition in that point system with the FIA. I know it's not an FIA series, but they could still take that. I know you get points, but more into account than they do, because otherwise, again, examples from yesterday: Villeneuve, Montoya coming over from IndyCar and the impact they had. I mean, Villeneuve was a world champion. Mario Andretti, was he IndyCar and then F1?
Yeah, he was.
So, world champion. We haven't got that at the moment. So it would be nice if there was a little way to get that. I know, again, Pato O'Ward with his links to McLaren, they're desperate to get him some FP1 sessions. They'd love to get him into some more testing. I think they're quite keen to maybe look at him if Lando or Daniel ever move on. But it's not easy for IndyCar drivers coming over, and it's easy for us as fans to sit and watch on a weekend the F2 drivers and the F3 and say, oh, look at that talent. But I sometimes think that other series get forgotten a lot, and there's a hell of a lot of talent in IndyCar, not least of course Romain Grosjean, superstar ish.
He's become a man reborn, the phoenix, which he's kind of donned ever since rising from the flames of Bahrain, and thank goodness he did from that crash. But he's come alive in the series, and I think the big key one, what it's going to be, is Andretti Autosport. Can they get that deal over the line? Can they convince F1 to become an 11th team within the series? Or if things unfortunately go bad with Haas, I hope they don't, because it would be great to have 11 teams rather than to lose a team like Haas and have it replaced by Andretti financially. But they would be the bridge, because if Andretti come into Formula One, then Colton Herta will be in Formula One. And I think I saw a question earlier, is like Colton or Pato, which one has a better chance of getting into F1? I think it is really Colton Herta who has the best chance. And for those of you who don't know about Colton Herta, he's a phenomenal driver. It's difficult. A lot of the funding, I think it's well publicized through the European junior scene, especially for guys coming over from America. He did kind of do a bit of a European category. I think he did like Formula 3 or the equivalent of what it was back when he was competing. at that time, and he did reasonably well, but he admitted to struggling because he moved from his family at 14, like so many of the guys do. Like I remember Perez was talking during COVID times, like his first time he spent proper time with his family since like the age of 13 or something ridiculous. After chasing that motorsport journey, but Colton really is fantastic. If anyone wants to kind of get a grasp of how good he could potentially be, IndyCar is not completely spec. They have like development wars on dampers within the cars, but they're pretty much as spec that you're going to get in an elite level series. They really like try to focus on the drivers rather than the car development, which is in Formula One. And at Nashville, a new street race last year, he qualified, I think, in the end it might have been 7/10 quicker than the next closest in second, but at one stage he was a second and a half clear than the rest of the field, which is a phenomenal time. He got caught, as always can sometimes happen in strategy within that race, which he really should have won, but he was lightning quick, better than anyone. So he's probably the most exciting one to come. But if Andretti secure a team, then I think you're going to see a bridge where IndyCar talent has a route into Formula One if they see it, because Andretti will compete in both series, a bit like McLaren obviously competing in both series. But I think Zach poured kind of cold water on the Pato rumours by saying that Ricciardo and Lando's contracts were pretty well established for the foreseeable future at least. But yeah, I would love to see it. Alex Palou obviously won the championship. He doesn't really get put across, but he would be fantastic in a championship fight because he's so consistent. Champions, they don't just win races. When they're not winning races, they're maximizing the result they get. They're getting podiums. Like, Max, that's how Max pretty much won the championship this year. We won't get obviously into the controversial decision at the end of Abu Dhabi, but in that championship fight, whenever he wasn't there in the races that he finished, he was pretty much on the podium every time. And Alex Palou has that sort of serial championship winning form. He's shown it in the first season he had a championship capable car last year. He won the championship completely out of the blue. And yeah, they've got a great stack of talent within IndyCar. I'd love to see more switch over between the two series because I think there are so many brilliant single-seater drivers out there. It'd be fantastic to see them competing in the different style of cars that IndyCar and F1 bring. And but F1 wants to be franchises like American football, doesn't it? And have 10 strong teams. That's why they're so skeptical about Andretti coming in, although it seemed weird for their American market. But I think I kind of covered that. Good waffle there as I went on. But yeah, I think Andretti is the key, I would say, in any sort of future of other series coming into the sport.
I appreciate it, Mike. It's a chance for me to just give the voice a rest. And everybody else give their ears a rest. No, I think Andretti are a massively important thing to it. I think they I hate the fact the teams are being really F1 about it. Because I think they'd be a huge asset to the sport, not just generally like the road for certain IndyCar drivers to get a chance or whatever. It'd be huge for F1 to. I'm sure I suggested Andretti, Michael Andretti, saying that he thinks his team joining F1 would add $100 million to F1's baseline in the US. I mean, how can they say no to that? I sort of get it from a team's perspective because they don't want their slice of the pie to get smaller, do they? They want their split of it as it is. But from a Liberty Media perspective, that's a huge amount of money potentially in the US that they could really exploit. So I said yesterday, again, I think they'll be pushing that behind the scenes. And I think Andretti, it'd be good to see them in. Thank you very much for the super chat, Nick. I'll call you Nick because I butchered it all yesterday. Says, thing is, with all, and this is a great point, I was reading it as you were just chatting there, Mike. The thing is, with all the drivers coming up deserving it to stay in F1 for maybe 20 years, the grid is just full. Feels like the new gen is already in F1 and current junior drivers are kind of screwed for the next century. It's maybe not to that extent, but it's a great point that with so many young drivers coming through, it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's not
you
screwed.
can't find a seat for them all, can you?
Yeah, that's it. If you've got these drivers are getting younger and younger. If you've got a youngster who comes in at 19 years old and they're good enough to stay in F1, then looking at Fernando Alonso and Kimi Raikkonen, that's 20 plus years, as Nick is saying. So if you fill the grid up with people like that, then it's harder for your Piastris to find a seat as it is, without then looking at your Hertas and your Awards and things, isn't it? Because you've got a feeder series that can't feed drivers through because there are no seats, which is why an Andretti would be brilliant, because yes, they would absolutely bring in I think you were saying there Colton Herta, that would be almost nailed on, but you've also got, they could give, if they've done a deal with Alpine to run Renault engines, which is what it sounds like they want to do, then that could get Piastri a seat if Alonso stays on. So they've got two potentially very good drivers there in what could be a very good team. And then if it doesn't work for Herta, or he doesn't want to be there and wants to go back to IndyCar, then there's a seat there. They could give somebody else a chance from IndyCar. And if Piastri then moves up to Alpine, there's a seat available there for another youngster that might come through, or another one from the Alpine Academy. There's something there that could be really, really brilliant for young drivers and for Formula One. But for some reason, well, I know the reason, it's money. Like I say, they don't want their slice of the pie to get smaller, do they? That's why they're saying no. But it's yeah.
It's a difficult one because obviously, within IndyCar, if a team isn't established, they just run part season. So a team that's probably good to put is Meyershank Racing. From 2015, I think they were kind of competing part-time schedule, and only actually over COVID in 2020 they did their first full-time season. And then in 2021, they ran 2 cars at the Indy 500 for the first time, and actually won the race, which obviously is one of the biggest races in world motorsport to win, with Helio Castro-Neves. And that gives so much opportunity to their young drivers over there to get a shot. They even still within that struggle, but because F1 is such a closed door with those 20 seats, and yeah, it is so difficult to find a seat for all of them, because Kevin Magnussen's come back, and you could argue that he was quite unfortunate to lose his seat because he was involved in a car that wasn't very competitive. He's a very talented driver, but he was quickly being wanted to kind of be pushed aside. I think it was Mick Schumacher and Robert Schwartzman people wanted in there, and obviously we got Nikita Mazepin and Mick Schumacher when him and Grosjean fell. But these are really talented guys, even the guys within the series. But when there's only 20 seats available, it doesn't quite only come down to driving. There's got to be a lot of other factors in it, and unless you're a generational talent like the Verstappens and Hamiltons, nobody's seat in F1 is really safe or guaranteed, is it?
No, I mean, Jonty's saying in chat, hey mate, get well soon. Again, I know I dropped your message. Hope you're feeling better soon. But yeah, we'll have a few seats in F1 in the next 3 to 4 years coming up with Hamilton, Vettel, Alonso, Perez. The trouble is then, no, you're right. That's 4 seats potentially. So you'd say, some drivers might move around from other teams into those seats, and then you maybe get your youngsters coming through in that. But it's a little bit frustrating. I mean, it's, again, for the millionth time this winter, it's one of those things for me where it's a little bit harder to swallow this year because Piastri's missed out. Makes it tougher for me, to be honest, but
realistically he should always have a seat, shouldn't he?
Yeah,
he should realistically have a seat.
So
he's won it back to back. He's done what Leclerc did, and Leclerc was lauded for it, wasn't it? And Russell winning it in their first year. The title, he won F3 in his first year, he won F2 in his first year. He's done all that he could possibly do, and still that wasn't enough for someone to give him a seat.
No, and that's that's why I think if the seats are closing off in F1 and it's harder for these champions to progress, then they maybe need to start considering letting the champions stay on for 1 extra year. in F2, because I know that then you're just risking a really big bottleneck in F3. But if you maybe let a champion stay on for one more year and say that's it, you win the championship, you could do another year, but after that you have to move on. Maybe that allows them somewhere to race and wait for a seat, but then it doesn't solve the problem, because again, back to that point that Nick was making in his super chat, if you've got young drivers that are there for 20 years, an extra year in F2 isn't going to help, is it necessarily? So it's such a difficult one. But I'll run through the times. We've just hit 1 o'clock in the UK. Then we'll have a look at what's going on track, talk about somebody, I don't know who yet. I will pick a team out, or you can let me know. Then we'll get back to answering some of your questions, and then we'll enjoy the last couple of hours, nice and chill, lots of waffle to round off what's been a great week. So thank you everyone for joining us. It's been good fun. Looking forward to these last few hours. So 3 hours to go. Sergio Perez remains top with his time from this morning, 1:33.105. That was on the C4 tyre, 43 laps for Checo. Zhou Guanyu, 1:33.959. That was on the C4, 82 laps. Seb Vettel, 1:34.862 on the C3. He did 11 laps, or has done 11 laps so far, sorry. Pierre Gasly, 4th place this morning, 1:34.865. That was on the C4 tyre, 91 laps. Busy Pierre. Definitely. Carlos Sainz, 1:34.905. That was on the C5, 68. 67 laps for Fernando Alonso. His fastest time was done on the C4, and that was a 35.328. Just to confirm, Alonso is in all day. I thought Ocon was coming in, but he's not. It is Alonso all day. George Russell, 1:35.381. That was set on the C3, the medium tyre. 21 laps so far this afternoon. He's in for Hamilton. Lando Norris, 1:35.504. That was on the C4, 45 laps. He is in all day, but still not getting that lappage in. I'm going to go check Twitter out in a minute, see if we can find out. But Nicholas Latifi, 1:35.634. That was on the C3, 73 laps. Alex Albon's in this afternoon for his teammate, 1:36.003. That was on the C4, 12 laps so far for Albon. Lance Stroll, 1:36.029. C3, 53 laps, 78 laps for Lewis Hamilton this morning, 1:36.217. That was the C5. Mick Schumacher, 1:37.845 on the C2, 22 laps, 38 laps for Kevin K. Magnussen is what I'm calling him now. 1:38.616 on the C2s, and Valtteri Bottas, 25 laps so far with the fastest time of 1:40.629 on the C1. So we've still not seen, right then, we still haven't seen Charles Leclerc. Lando Norris isn't doing too much. At the moment on track, we've got Verstappen's just moved up into 6th place. That will update on the timing shortly. So we've seen Verstappen now, which will take us to 16 drivers. Russell's out there. Norris is out there. Bottas is out there, and Tsunoda. So we are going to get some more times on there in a moment. So I'll have to adjust that slightly in just a sec. But nothing from Ferrari. Charles Leclerc, they've just tweeted actually saying time to see you at the final stint of F1 testing, and they've shared a picture of Charles Leclerc, so it looks like he's going out very, very soon indeed. So hopefully, but he's not come out just yet. I'll just double check and see if there's anything at all on why there's a delay there. Then I will go back and check McLaren, because there's a real concern around those brakes. It is a worry. It really is a worry. So to double check it and see if we've got anything at all. Norris, also Sport Live just tweeting, Norris is completing some constant speed tests, just as he was yesterday, with some aggressive corner turnings too. Still no long runs from McLaren, which will be put to the back foot, or on the back foot for now. So, or put them on the back foot for now, sorry. So yeah, so still no long runs as suspected, which is weird. Very, very weird and concerning. But yes, I'll adjust that in just a moment. So Verstappen is out there. Alonso's heading out again, but nothing official from McLaren as far as I can see on what is going on. But yeah, sort of not ideal is what I keep saying for McLaren. They could have really done with this. And if you are just joining us, by the way, or you're popping in and you missed it earlier, Daniel Ricciardo will not be in the car at all this week now after he tested positive for COVID-19. So he is not going to be out for any of testing, which means actually Daniel Ricciardo only did laps in Barcelona, so he's got no experience in Bahrain with this car, and I don't think they did quite a few laps in Barcelona, I think, McLaren, didn't they? So maybe not quite that much of a concern, but yeah, not not ideal for McLaren at all. Usual YouTuber spiel, by the way. Please don't forget to drop a like. Always appreciated. And subscribe. Lots of content coming up. And you can support the stream through Streamlabs, Super Chat, and all of that good stuff. PayPal and the like. So, yes, just make sure you leave me a little message so I can say hey. Always appreciated. But, yeah, we'll come to chat again very, very shortly for a few more questions. So, who so far, Mike, out of these 2.5 days that we've seen, just over 2.5 days, which team is really standing out to you? I know it's difficult to pick a favourite, but which team is really standing out to you? Who's looking in great shape? Possibly more. Oh, I did say about his laptop, didn't he? I'll wait. We'll come back to you, Mike. Don't worry. As soon as it works, maybe his laptop's gone, but yeah. So that's the situation at the moment. Not a huge amount from McLaren. Again, Norris sat there, but again on the soft tyres, doing these shorter runs. Let's put it that way, shorter runs. Bottas is out there as well, doing some laps. Lots of Flovies on the side of that Alpha Tauri, Yuki Tsunoda on TV. Keeping an eye on that one for you all, as always. So, yeah, Yuki did a bit of aero work there by the look of it, testing some stuff. I'm not sure what...
I lost it there for a second. So,
right.
Yeah, sorry, Sean. I wasn't sure if I'd missed the kind of rundown. I just popped off quickly, so I'm back.
That's all right. I
just let everyone know.
I was just going to ask you because I didn't know if your laptop had died, so I did throw a question at you, but I didn't realise you'd run off. But it's okay. It's fine. These testing streams, it's fine if you disappear for a minute or two. It's not the end of the world. We've got plenty of time to film, Mike. Don't worry, mate. All I was going to ask you is who, out of all the teams so far that you've seen from sort of the first 2.5 days or these last 2.5 days, who is jumping out at you as looking in good shape? Tough, I know. Very tough.
Yeah, God, start with the easy question there, Sean, for this kind of next section. I really don't know. I think Ferrari are the ones that feel good. They feel very confident in what they're doing. They had a very competent and competent almost undersells them. A very good partnership in Sainz and Leclerc last year. I think they were very good. And obviously, Sainz performed a lot better than myself and probably a lot of people were expecting from him going forward. So I think they've got a really good development team in those two drivers as well going forward. And their pace has always kind of been there or thereabouts. They seem excited by this new big engine upgrade that they're bringing. But outside of that, you just expect the normal until we see what happens in Bahrain. Like I said, I've literally no idea who is going to look any good actually out on track.
Which again is a good thing. It's a very good thing. We don't want to know, do we? I'm watching now. We've got well, that ruined now. I thought we were about to have a little battle between Max Verstappen and Sebastian Vettel, but Seb hopped out of the way. So yeah, Max out there on the C2s by the look of it. So yeah. Keep an eye on him. He's coming through turn 12. Nice and steady. 13. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just camera angles, but you get on board with your likes of Verstappen and that, and you can see that you can tell it's testing because they are not pushing at all. They're nowhere near their potential. But I wonder if we get some proper sandbagging. Can you remember a couple of years ago? It's possibly when we were doing the last streams together, Mike. There were some teams that were kind of doing really good sector times and then approaching the start-finish line and literally lifting off so that we didn't get a proper idea of their pace. We might see some of that again. That'd be good fun. Is that... Oh, no, I thought he spun. It was, sorry, I was one of Leclerc spun, then he hadn't at all. The timings were wrong completely. But yeah, Charles out there as well. So that's the 17. We're still missing somebody. Who are we missing? There should be 18 of them.
My laptop did die, so I can't help you this time.
That's all right. No, I'm just trying to work out who's missing. So we've got Ocon. Ocon's not going out, so that will take us to 19. Ricciardo's not going out to 18. Do you know I'm rubbish at picking out a driver who should be there that isn't? It's not Tsunoda, it's not Stroll, it's not Bottas. I have no idea. It'll come to me in a minute. I'll work it out. I think it's just Leclerc's not on the leaderboard is what's throwing me, but he's out on track. He is on the leaderboard now, so there we go. That's your 18. Charles Leclerc up to 16th place, 4.8 off the pace. Oh, come on, Charles. It's all falling apart. 4.8 seconds off the pace. Have you had to switch to your phone then, Mike? Is that what you...
I have indeed. So I'm sorry if the audio has got worse or maybe even better. I don't know. But yeah, apologies on that. You can still hear my voice. I hope it is still doesn't like murder your ears in any sort of way.
Murder your ears? No, it's fine. It's fine, mate. It is what it is. It is what it is. Which is a phrase I hate, by the way, but I still felt like using it. Try and get Leclerc on the leaderboard. I've got my leaderboard is too big, I think. Which I guess is a nice problem to have. I'm just going to try and make it a little bit smaller to make sure I fit Charles on there. So apologies while I mess about once again in OBS. Its little studio mode thing, because it's a pain in the backside trying to do this when you're live, as I'm sure you can appreciate. But I think that will do very, very nicely for now. So we've got all 18 have set a time of some sort, which is good to see. And I think... yeah, just double checking it. Alonso is definitely an all day, so that is going to be the full 18. I don't need to make it any smaller there. So let's look at Max Verstappen getting wheeled back into the garage in his nicely sculpted side pod. So going a different way. Red Bull, if you didn't catch it this morning, there'll be some pictures. In fact, look at that for timing on the screen now of that Red Bull sculpted side pod they've introduced today. Was expecting something big, but you know it's something. Maybe not as big as we're expecting. In terms of changes, but certainly noticeable. Certainly something new on that Red Bull, at least not as slinky as the non-existent Mercedes side pods. So I'm going to have a look, Mike. I'm just trying to have a think. So we've talked about Red Bull a lot this week. We've talked about Aston. We've talked about Alpine. We've talked about Ferrari a lot. We've talked about Williams a fair bit. We've talked about Mercedes a lot. Talked about Haas a hell of a lot. Should we have a little chat about Alfa Romeo? I'll go with them because we talked about Gasly quite a bit as well at AlphaTauri, so that kind of covers them a little bit. And we've talked about Tsunoda, so talk a little bit about Alfa Romeo. And coming into this week, they were a team that looked in trouble after Barcelona. Not a lot of lap time, lots of little niggling problems, and they had them in the shakedown as well, and there were concerns over reliability. What was the pace like? I know Barcelona was an anomaly in the sense that it was a test, but it wasn't a test, so maybe there was some of that to take into account, but they were a team that I was genuinely concerned about. But they've turned up to Bahrain and they've done really good with the mileage. I mean, Zhou this morning 82 laps, Bottas already up to 25, so they seem to have sorted out whatever those problems were. So I'm feeling a little bit better for them. But what do you make of them coming into this season? Because they're an odd team for me. I can never work out what to make of Sauber or Alfa Romeo, whichever you want to call them. Alfa Romeo or Sauber, I suppose, is their official name. But what do you make of them this season? Do you think they are going to be one of those that have the potential to make a big leap up the grid, or do you think they'll just, as Sauber tend to do, hang around at the back a little bit and the odd foray into the midfield maybe?
I think if you were a betting man, that would be what you do, because for the majority of their Formula One time and their various iterations of Sauber in their name, obviously Alfa Romeo being the latest kind of naming of the team, that's roughly where they are or thereabouts. They have the odd good season here or there, and they may absolutely nail these regulations. I know when the Andretti potential takeover was going, it wasn't through lack of money that they were looking to sell. They weren't looking. It was just that, Andretti were bringing a big paycheck, but clearly not enough for Alfa Romeo. The guy who's invested in Alfa now, obviously it's not. Is it Peter Sauber? I think is the original owner, but the guy who is basically bankrolling it now has quite a lot of money and is willing to invest within the team. So they could nail this set of regulations, but I think the big one for Alfa Romeo for me is the driver lineup. I think it's two drivers with a lot to prove. Zhao didn't have necessarily a standout junior career. He's had standout moments and really high points within that, but yeah, I wouldn't say that he has had a career that has made you go like the Leclerc, like a Piastri, who did win the championship and beat him after Zhao's. That would have been his third season within Formula 2, I think, for the championship run that time round. So he's got a lot to prove. And also Bottas will be keen to put his Mercedes days behind him and prove that he is a talented driver who's worth his place on the grid, who wasn't just, Hamilton's whipping boy in certain situations, which I think was a slightly unfair situation. You don't know entirely what was going on behind the scenes with Mercedes and all the kind of orders that he would have been put in place. And it's no real shame being slower than Lewis Hamilton, because, Lewis Hamilton arguably is one of the best to ever do it in the sport's history. So quite a lot of people would fall short to Lewis Hamilton. So drivers with a lot to prove. I think that's what I'm mainly looking at with Alfa Romeo this year. Sean, what about you?
See, I like that. I think that's a really good way of putting it. Drivers with something to prove. I think that's a really good point. Bottas is an interesting one, isn't he? Because when he was at Williams, he very much kind of, even though he hadn't the experience of Massa alongside him, he took that team and kind of, I felt, led that team. And he looked like, maybe I'm going a little bit too far, but he looked like the next big thing. Maybe not to the extent that we'd look at, a lot of people look at Lando Norris and say the next big thing, but he was really highly rated, and people thought he was, he had his pace was brilliant. He had a great future, the potential to be quite successful, but it kind of, in some ways, that was always going to be tough going to Mercedes and replacing Nico Rosberg. It was always going to be tough to go up against Lewis Hamilton and try and reach that potential that people thought he had. But you don't lose that talent. You don't lose that speed. And I think this is an opportunity for Bottas to, once he's got settled in, back in let's say a midfield team, let's say they're in that midfield, to get in there, to lead that team with a rookie teammate and show everyone exactly kind of the point you're making, like, hey, this is me. I've still got it. I love Hamilton's whipping boy, as you put it. I've still got this pace. I'm still the same Valtteri Bottas. Let's go. He can go out there under absolutely no pressure, have a lot of fun, find some great form, and hopefully change people's minds a little bit compared to where they are. But what I will say as well is that I'm not criticising him for going to Mercedes, because he absolutely did the right thing. If Mercedes come knocking in 2017 or the end of 2016, you say yes, because at the very least you're going to win races, and he did win races, and I think he did a better job than even I give him credit for at Mercedes in the role he played. The points he picked up to help win the championship. I don't think he was, in terms of a second driver, I don't think he was on the level of a Barrichello, for example. Which I don't think he'll be too offended by. Probably quite likes the idea that he's not having to hop out of the way all the time. But I think he did a much better job than he's given credit for at Mercedes. And Zhou, I think I've said before, he's another one of those drivers where I think he's got incredible speed. He's not a driver that blows me away, Guan Yu Zhou or Zhou Guan Yu. He's not, I don't look at him in the same way as I look at a Piastri, or I look at a Norris when he came through, or a George Russell, Mick Schumacher. Now, I can't explain it. I like him. He seems really nice. His interview with Ted yesterday was good. I think he's got some good speed. He wasn't bad in F2, was he? He wasn't awful by any means. I just don't think he's one of those that, he just didn't blow me away with his performances, ultimately, is what I'm saying.
He could be a late developer, though, couldn't he?
Yeah, could be.
And that's the only thing that goes in his favour, because we rely, especially as the feeder series in recent years, probably since that 2019, actually, when I was last on. I'd say it's massively boomed in popularity and the amount of people following it, rather than just, the odd name popping up into it and the diehard race fans who watch every form of racing going, watch out for this kid. I think, we want kids to be, and they are kids at 17, 18, 19. We expect them to be the finished article, and Zhao isn't the finished article. That isn't saying that he couldn't be the finished article, because like you said, there is raw pace, and on his day he can, really compete and do impressive things within a race car. But yeah, I looked at his records when I looked at it in F2. When I first came probably paying attention to him in his first F2 season with Uni Virtuosi, and he did really well alongside who was it, the Italian guy, Giotto, I think, who was an experienced teammate, and I think he came third in the championship in his first season, and that was definitely something to stand out of note. But Prema, who have basically had a stranglehold on F3, I think he had 3 seasons with them and finished no higher than 8th in the championship. And so that's like a real alarm bells of going, wow, okay, that's a really good team. You realistically shouldn't be finishing lower than 4th in the championship with Prema, if in the odd case that someone does really well in that. And yeah, he didn't set the world alight, but Latifi has developed within Formula One. I think his pace has definitely improved, and there were definitely question marks over him having spent 5 years within Formula 2. Zhao, if they put the time and effort into him alongside Bottas, if they get on together and work and develop a partnership, there's no Lance Stroll, I suppose, is another one coming through who you can argue on that basis, that develops over time within the series and becomes a very competent driver, and maybe even a driver that can challenge for wins. But I guess the argument would be, well, okay, you're going to give that guy 3 or 4 years. Why not give Piastri the seat, who's nailed it every year in the junior category? I suppose that would be the argument against him. But yeah, that's my 4, Zhao. I suppose.
No, that's
Give
fair.
him time.
That's fair. Yeah. It's hard to judge, isn't it? It's kind of unfair to judge rookies before they've done anything in F1. I'll say it again for the 3rd time this week. Stoffel Van Dorn won everything on his way to F1 and didn't do anything in F1. Obviously, because of the car, wasn't a help at all. But ultimately, yeah, it's not just all on what you do in your junior careers, is it? I listened to Andreas Seidel while you were talking there. He's talking on Sky. So just to give you an update on McLaren, as I've tried to sort of what I've heard correctly there, is that the issue on the front axle has been resolved to a point in that they managed to get some upgrades across in time to get them on the car and to try and solve the issue again to a point, but it's not been completely sorted, which is why they are still only doing the short runs. They can't do the long runs because the issue is still there. It's just because it's not been fully sorted, and they're hoping that they can get all the parts they need to the track for next week. I mean, plenty of time to do that, so I'm sure they will, and get those installed, and hopefully that will resolve the issue. So McLaren are not going to know 100% for sure if this problem is sorted until FP1 probably on Friday or after FP1 when they've got all the information. So a lot of concern there from McLaren. Andreas Seidel saying it's positive that they've got a lot of the plans that they wanted to do that weren't the long run plans done, and the upgrades on the car they have been able to do, that's all positive. So trying to put that positive spin on, but from a long run pace perspective, that's another one. I love alliteration. From a pace perspective, a long run pace perspective, it's a concern, and that is obviously the big issue, because it's great having no problem on the short runs, because that means you can have a great qualifying on Saturday. But if you can't complete a race distance, then you might as well not bother with qualifying, because you're not getting anything from that. So hopefully these parts that they've got coming will be on the car for the first race weekend in Bahrain. But today it is going to be short runs, and that's pretty much it for McLaren. So that's a concern for them, a massive concern for them. I just wanted to bring you that update. So yeah, I mean, we'll go back to Zhou. I mean, I'm just looking at his junior career here. I think you went through a few bits there with stats and things, but I mean, it's not a glittering career, is it? His junior career, but I mean, it's not it's not the worst I've seen. I mean, I know he's not in F1 anymore, so we don't really need to go on about him. But Nikita Mazepin, when he signed for Haas and looked at his junior career, I was like, was that it? What's he done? What's he doing? He's not in that car on pure talent, is he? As we
Brutal,
know.
just shot down. Is that it? Is that all you've got? I mean, get me on the F1 game and I'll put you to bed, Nikita.
Oh, easy.
Oh,
But I mean, if you compare it to some of the like a Lando Norris that's come through, and you compare Lando's junior career to Mazepin's, I know two very different drivers, very different talent levels. You sort of look at McLaren's decision to give Lando a shot, and you go, yeah, that makes sense. You look at the decision with Mazepin, and you go, do you know, he's not been horrendous, but there is definitely better out there. But it's quite clear that the money has accelerated him to F1 because I think Lance Stroll's one that I think frustrates me when people have a go about Lance Stroll, because actually his junior career was pretty successful, was Lance Stroll's junior career. And I think he would have made it to F1 even without his dad buying him a seat at Williams, or in this case, a whole Formula One team now. I actually think he would have made it eventually, or had the potential to make it eventually on his talent because of the things he'd won. But he got his opportunity when he did because he was accelerated to F1 by that money, if that makes sense.
It does. I mean, the conspiracy theorist out there, I know.
Love a conspiracy.
Yeah, Josh always goes, there were a fair few dodgy things within that Formula 3 championship winning year in terms of money and invested. I think Lawrence bought Prema and just got Formula One engineers to be operating on Lance's car. So I agree. Lance definitely has talent, but his money was used in a very smart way to amplify that talent. And I think he even had guys like Juan Pablo Montoya being his driver coach, like just personal driver coach. Like Lawrence would just drive him, like fly him in to races to go, you could improve in this sort of aspect. But look, regardless, there's that talent in F1, isn't there? There's that gap. There's the people where you have the Russells, the Leclercs, the Verstappens of the world, the Gasly's. You just don't question. You just go, okay, Norris's. I see what you deliver. Then there's that next bracket where you're trying to justify, aren't you? And it sounds harsh to them because they are really talented, but it is with all things in life, isn't it? Sometimes some people are just better than you in some things, and that's the harsh reality. Are they deserving of the seat? Probably, yeah. Are there other guys deserving of the seat? Absolutely. But that's the situation it is. Do they really hinder the quality of the grid? I don't think Zhou's going to hinder the quality of the grid. Could it be even better? Yeah, but I don't think F1 has ever been a complete grid of the top drivers in the world, because there's so many other factors that have to come into play, especially with the financials. If the money, I mean, look at the money that Lawrence Stroll has brought into Aston Martin with Racing Point. I know it hasn't necessarily translated to on-track performances, but they could have never have hoped of really getting a driver of Vettel's quality probably in the past. And the amount of investment he's put into that team and kept people in jobs, that sort of significant positive impact on the sport, you can't really measure, can you?
No, and it's, the things you talk about there with the other factors involved, I think it'd be unrealistic to believe that F1 is just the 20 best drivers, like you say. I think, Zhou's in that seat because he's a good driver, because I don't think I've said this for ages. I'm going to say it. It's been a while since I said this one, because ultimately you've got to have some pedigree to get a seat in F1. You can't just rock up and say, here's 50, 30, $100 million, whatever, I want to drive your car. You've got to have some pedigree to get to F1 in the first place, to be in the position to pick up on seats when they open up. So having some sponsorship helps, but if you've got the talent, then or you've got to have some talent to get to Formula. So even Mazepin, who gets that stick for his level of talent, he wasn't a horrendous driver because he got to Formula 2. and was there for a little while, and then got his chance in Formula One because the money helped him do that. And so Zhou is a good driver with good pedigree, with potential, but what helps him is that he's got that backing from his sponsors, and then a team like Alfa Romeo look at their options and say, well, I could have Oscar Piastri and get very little money, or I can take Guan Yu Zhou or Zhou Guan Yu and get a hell of a lot of sponsorship. Yes, probably looking at their talent level, Piastri's maybe better, a step above, but Zhou's good enough and he brings money. So that's the reality of particularly teams down the back of the grid, you know. And I think if Alpha had unlimited cash, then they probably would have taken Piastri if that was an option, or somebody else. But fact of the matter is they needed some money. Zhou's a good driver. It ticks all the boxes. So it all makes sense. It's completely understandable why they decided to go down that route. But as a fan and a fan alone, it is hard when you see seriously talented drivers missing out because somebody's got a bit more money. That's my frustration. I like Zhou. I like him even more after his interview with Ted yesterday, although he refused to sing his song and wouldn't answer the question on boxes or briefs. But you know, I like him even more now. I think we've seen, you know, I see these drivers through F2, but we don't see a lot of their personality as much because, you know, when you've got a Sky Sports subscription, generally speaking, it's like, here's the F2 race, then it gets to the podium, and they're like, bye. So you never get to really see what the drivers are like. So when they get to F1 and Ted talks to him and others talk to him as well, you kind of get to know him better. So I really like him, and I think he's better than people think he is, but I think there are better out there. But again, to your initial point about 10 minutes ago when we started talking about this one, Mike, he's better than me. I don't think I fit in one of these cars, let alone be able to drive them quick. So, you know, who am I sat here in my office talking about drivers and how they're not that good? Well, better than me. I struggle with my road car.
But that's our job as fans, isn't it? We suddenly we watch F1 a bit and we're experts. We go, he's awful. He's not very good. He's terrible compared to that driver. I'm going, we don't really know what's going on. But yeah, look, Zhou has potential. And I don't know, would they have gone for Piastri? Because do they look at like a Leclerc situation and go, we're just being used? Because realistically, if Piastri comes in, smashes it, then he goes to Alpine. And then they're like, well, we've just invested a hell of a lot in a driver.
Yeah.
And we don't get to reap the benefits. Where Zhou is, we've got this money. If he doesn't pay off, Teo Pacher is our driver. He's our academy driver. And, you know, we can basically bump Zhou whenever we want for him, realistically.
That's an excellent point, Mike, actually, yeah. And actually, I think a point I've made before, so I'm probably just completely contradicted my own point from months ago when I was saying why would you develop somebody else's driver if they're just going to be taken away in a year? But yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. Verstappen goes purple in the first sector, by the way. I'll keep an eye on this. Dan the Indoor Man says, I'm off. People have had an amazing few days with you all. This F1 community is the best on YouTube. Genuine love to you all. Thank you so much. Like and subscribe or you're banned. I knew I shouldn't have given him that spanner. I knew this was going to be trouble. If you've already gone, Dan, then sorry, but have a good afternoon. I hope wife and baby are okay. And I'm sure we'll see you later in the year if you come back for the race reactions. I'm sure you will do. I mean, you might see you later. You might miss us so much that you'll come back. But yeah, have a good afternoon. Hope everything's okay at home. So yes, we'll start to come to chat again in a bit. I think Alpha, I suppose a summary of all of that is give the drivers a chance. Let's see how they get on. Both of them have got a point to prove. And ultimately, Alpha are looking better than they were in Barcelona. So there you go. That's your summary. That would have been easy, wouldn't it? That would be so much easier just to say that. That's a short video on itself. Max Verstappen's just gone fastest on a 1 something or other. It's just completely disappeared. Sector times 29.409, 39.911, 23.325, and a 132.645 on the C3. 12 laps so far. So Verstappen fastest at the moment on day 3 in Bahrain. Yes. Oh, these days are flying by. They always do. I kind of get to the first stream on a Thursday or a Wednesday or whatever it is, and I'm kind of like, oh, do you know, this is good. This is a lot of talking. These could drag a little bit, and then it's you know, we've nearly halfway through the final afternoon and it's flown by like we've been here 10 minutes. I bloody love it. We should test every week.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Trying to ring me there in terms
Hey,
of
ring me if you
I
want.
had some
Hello.
music come. No. Hello, Sean, are we talking? Oh yeah, we're still on stream.
Sean
Right,
speaking.
Yeah. Amazing, but yeah, they fly by, don't they? And I think it's, as a fan as well. I know you and Stuart were talking about, like, should we finally get out to testing? But it is a really great place to go and watch if you just want to watch the cars. I know you only get limited times and they're not necessarily going competitive wheel to wheel stuff, but if you just want to get kind of interrupted track time, is a pretty great thing for a fan to kind of go and see, isn't it? And having Sky Sports now broadcast testing, it's a really little great bonus for the fans, should I say, in content. It's what F1 have done really well in kind of bringing. Some fans don't want all the F1 they can get, but other fans just lap it up. And to provide that, I mean, when first started watching Formula One, it would have been the same for you, Sean. Like, you didn't get any testing broadcast. You would just have to kind of try and catch up on news articles maybe at the end of the day, and that's not as interesting. We want to go and watch it ourselves.
Didn't even used to get practice, did we?
No.
It was until it went to Sky. It was all you could get your practice on like 5 Live or whatever, or like you say, read them online. Oh, not online when I was a kid. read them in paper next morning. Get your Autosport delivered, or pick it up at the newsagent. Yeah, no, we didn't even get practice back then, so it's kind of crazy how much coverage we've got now. And I mean, that's why I do the streams, because I know that there are people who enjoy testing, and I know that you are just watching cars go around slower than we know they can, and I know we can't read anything into it, and I know people maybe listen to these and think, well, why aren't we talking about the on-track action? But there's not really anything to say. I'll always update the times, I'll update things when they're happening and tell you what's happening on board, but there's not a lot to say. So it's just an opportunity for 8 hours a day for 3 days in the preseason, just to sit down with fellow F1 fans in a way that, back to the good old days. Start playing that Hovis advert music in the background, or the Warburtons one. In the old days when I was a lad, you couldn't gather around with 800 people as we've got right now, and a mate and chat around like you're in a pub. I mean, imagine 800 people in a pub. That'd be quite mental anyway. But maybe we should do that one day. Hire a pub and cram 800 of us in there and just talk.
The pub would love it. I mean, we'd be great for business if that was the case. Unbelievable. They'd be like, this is my best day of the year. F1 test, or best 3 days. We were there for the 3 of them. I mean, that would be a heavy bender, I think, over the course of a weekend. But it would just be slurs by the end of the third day of testing. I think Mercedes are great.
It'd be so cramped. It'd be like the Tube in London on Piccadilly at kicking out time, when all the restaurants and theatres are kicking people out and they're all done it. It's like, Christ.
Be mental, wouldn't it?
We went a couple of years ago. We went to see Only Fools and Horses actually at the theatre, and it was because we went in February. This February just gone, and we went to see The Lion King, which, by the way, wow, unbelievable. Went to see that at the theatre.
The Lion King?
I know, but it's so good, Mike. Honestly, if you ever get the chance, if you haven't seen it, go see it.
No, I've been. I think
amazing.
Pre-COVID times was the last theatre show I saw pre-COVID.
It's so good. It blew me away. The whole thing blew me away. I did not expect that at all. But we went a couple of years ago to see Only Fools and Horses, which again is one I highly recommend. That was pre-COVID as well, actually, I think. Or in the gap, as I call it. I think it was pre-COVID. And we got on the tube afterwards, and it was so cramped. And you almost can't imagine this now that we've had a couple of years of all this and social distancing and that, but it was so cramped that you were like, your cheeks were practically, I'm not even exaggerating, pressing up against strangers. And I got off the tube and I turned to my mum and I was like, I think I might be pregnant. I mean, it was so it was so cramped. It was way too intimate for me. We went. The point I was making was, we went this year and it was like so quiet on the tube, even though we're done with all of that apparently. Let's not get back into that. We covered it this morning, but there's a story for you. So there you go. Big recommendations. Go and see The Lion King at the theatre if you can, and definitely Only Fools and Horses. The next one I want to see is Back to the Future. So
I saw that. Very good.
Is it good?
Very good.
Nice one.
Very good.
That is a
Production's very good, so
recommendation.
I definitely recommend it. There we go. Look, we are actually F1 kind of wafflers and theatre critics. That's now our part-time. That's going to be in your new description, Sean, of the channel.
I mean, I am right now. I'm going to sit and book Back to the Future. I'm going to book it. Is there anything on next Sunday that you know of, Mike?
No, there's an IndyCar race.
Oh, I don't watch IndyCar, so that's all right.
No, so that's all right. No, can't think of anything else. No.
Oh, I'll book it for then.
Yeah, I think smart idea, Sean.
Yeah, Stuart's just tweeted me because I didn't realise this. Max Verstappen's just done that 32.6, as I say, and we are now only half a second off my prediction of a 32.1. I'm feeling confident now. I'm really not.
You're in, Sean. On what, fastest time roulette or whatever.
We need to come up with a name for it for next year, don't we? I'll have to make some jingles for these live streams next year. Some sort of jingle.
Yeah.
Oh,
just have like Crofty going, wow, or something, and a big over the top crash clip him.
That terrible intro. Terrible Sky intro where it's just Crofty throwing out his cliches. It's lights out and away we go. Like, oh shush. We don't need it, Crofty. We love you, but no.
He does know how to brand. I was listening to your Autosport story earlier of him going, "Hi, I'm David Croft."
Constantly. What about? I see Clansom's late to the stream. Obviously, good to see you. I don't mean that's not an insult. Like, where have you been? But asking if we're going to talk about Robot Wars for a third day running. We did it earlier. We did it this morning. We were talking about favourite house robots. So, sorry, mate. You've missed that one. I said shunt, by the way. So, I'll say that word again. Shunt. Make sure that's clear. Sean's Theatre and Movie channel. That would be good fun. I do consider a second channel sometimes where I just do stuff that isn't F1. But I don't think that would be niche enough to grow any kind of audience. Maybe like one day I'm cooking a lasagna, the next day I'm off to the theatre, and then I'm playing F1 Manager. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Yeah, Kevin's not a big fan of Crofty. Let's put it that way on that one. Yeah, which cheeks, rude.
Unbelievable. In fairness, it probably is both.
Seb Vettel getting it a little wrong at the hairpin, going a little bit wide there in that very nice Aston. Just over the curbs a little bit, nothing too bad. Looks like Charles Leclerc is about to complete a lap, and it should be a personal best. It is indeed, up to P5 on a 34.059. That's on the medium C3 tyre. Vettel, Leclerc, Russell, Alonso and Bottas, the drivers on track at the moment. Bottas down in 18th, 6.1 seconds off the pace. Zhou only 1.3 seconds off the pace. That answers that debate, Mike. He's only 5 seconds quicker. Of course,
we're sorted.
Testing.
No, testing is the facts. 100% truth in testing. It is the quality of a driver. If you're fastest in testing, you're fastest in the world.
I like that. I'm going with that. Russell, by the way, on an outlap. Russell on an outlap. Nick Russi. It was Nick Russell yesterday, so we'll call him Nick Russi on an outlap. I think his personal best at the moment. What's he done? 35.140 on the C3s. He's currently on some red mark tyres, which look like the C4s. They look like they got brackets on them, but he's going not quick, but too quick for me to really tell the difference. But I think that's a C4. So we'll see what he does. He comes through turn 13 and a warm up for a lap. Vettel comes into the pits. A little bit of testing commentary. We've got some cars out there, definitely. Clansom says, "Who is your best mainstream F1 commentator after Murray?" Do we count Alex Jakes as mainstream? Because I'd probably say Alex Jakes will be my next one. But if it wasn't him, if we didn't count him as mainstream, then probably Ben Edwards. I do like Ben Edwards. Really passionate, really knowledgeable, nice voice as well when you're listening to Formula One, unlike mine. So yeah, I quite like Ben Edwards. Are
we classifying commentators who are just commentators or ex-drivers?
I'd say just commentators, because if we're going into ex-drivers and pundits, then I'm going to be here. Oh, I am here all day. I was going to say I'm going to be here all day. I am anyway. So, but I'm always, some of his views and statements and opinions of late have been a bit eyebrow raising, but I've always been a fan of Martin Brundle. I think Lewis Hamilton kind of hit the nail on the head when he said in his little tribute to him that he's sort of this generation's Murray Walker, in that he'll be the one that many remember as the co-commentator, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. More so than Crofty, I think.
Yeah.
Which, like him or hate him, Crofty has, left his impact on the sport, and people will debate whether that's a positive one or a negative one. Go from that. James Hunt for me is always the one. I remember when watching old races, I think the commentary between Walker and Hunt was like a perfect balance of Walker's enthusiasm and Hunt's just basically brutal damnation of anyone he thought wasn't up to scratch, shall we say.
Yeah. People in the chat saying Ted Kravitz as well. Yeah, I mean, Ted is just phenomenal as George Russell goes 6th on a 34-2. Yeah, I think it's C4s, I believe. But yeah, I think Ted Kravitz is everyone's favourite pit lane guy. But I mean, I like James Allen as a commentator.
Yeah.
It's no Murray, obviously, but, who is? Really?
Exactly. He will be just once in a time. I don't think we're ever going to... I think, like you said, Martin Brundle was the only one who can probably come close for this generation. For those who didn't grow up on Murray Walker, I think Brundle would probably be recognisable. But just for his takes rather than necessarily the sheer enthusiasm that Murray had in sport. But Alex Jakes could be, if he ever finds his way into the kind of full-time role over here.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think there are, Ben Edwards I've already said, but you've got Alex Jakes. They're really good, but they've got a hell of a lot to live up to, haven't they? It's got to be tough. But I think Alex Jakes and Alex Brundle could be the future of F1 commentary, because you're basically getting the voice of Martin Brundle, but a bit younger, because they sound the same, don't they?
So similar, don't they? So similar.
So you might as well, as we look at the Mercedes garage, which is about as busy as you'd expect in testing, keeping an eye on the data and things like that. So just Russell and Alonso out there at the moment. We are coming up to the hour, so I'll do a run through shortly of that one on the hour once again. So George Russell going slowly round after that personal best that moves up to 6th. So we're still Verstappen and Perez at the top. So there you go. Title's over, all done. Jaws says how similar they sound is scary. It is, but also not how similar they sound, Jaws, but also some of the statements, the Brundleisms that Alex uses, that his dad always uses, and you go, I didn't know Martin Brundle did F2 as well.
It's so true. It's so true. But he must have just learned. He really spends a lot of time with his dad. So I think, and his dad's clearly helped him a lot in racing. And I reckon, how Martin talks about racing is probably how he explains racing to his son as well. And so he's just naturally, whenever you're learning from someone, isn't it, you naturally pick up things that they do or say, isn't it, and put it into your own thing. So I guess, Martin's always been his teacher, so it makes sense that he says everything that Martin does, Alex.
Alfie Alf says, Sean, I think your second channel should be a Drive to Survive style behind the scenes of the F1 word. So a bit like a really rubbish version of The Office. Or something like that, a fake docudrama of me at work, which would be me getting angry at Premiere Pro because my PC keeps lagging, and then punching my desk would be about it. And then talking crap.
It's what the people want to see, Sean.
It's a short series. All the episodes
Netflix,
are a bit samey.
They're going to give you their £1 million deal.
My routine tends to be roll out of bed, go, have some breakfast, watch a YouTube video, and then finally find some energy and end up working all afternoon and most of the evening, because I just do not do mornings. And that's not because of YouTube, by the way. I have never been a morning person. Oh my God. I am not good on a morning. Which is odd, because I'm fine when I start streaming. So maybe that's it. Maybe I just every morning get up and do a stream for a couple of hours and then get on with work. It might pep me up a little bit.
Yeah, F1 Daily News Roundup show every morning at 8 a.m. And then you're
Don't
there,
say
you're
F1
ready.
Daily. Don't say F1 Daily. You'll set somebody off.
Oh no. Oh God, I've done it. Oh dear. Am I now kicked off the stream? Have
Yeah,
I
get
said
out.
the bad word? Oh,
Oh,
I'm
I
sorry,
remember
Sean.
F1 Daily.
Well, I
Why
hope
don't you
everyone
do
has
that
a good 2
anymore?
hours.
Why don't you bring F1 Daily back, Sean? It was really good. Oh, please bring F1 Daily back, Sean. Sure, where's F1 Daily? Oh, I just got rid of it, Mike. Thanks.
So sidetracking, I thought I've had a question here. So, obviously where constructors finish in the championship dictates wind tunnel time.
Yes.
Do you see that potentially there may be a greater focus on just one driver for the chat? I know it kind of naturally happens within a team anyway for the driver in the championship, but it wouldn't be allowed to happen because of the connections with Red Bull. But say Pierre Gasly managed to win the championship for AlphaTauri, and then Tsunoda finished like 10th in the championship. So they finished like 4th or 5th in the constructors with the amount of points, but won the drivers' championship. Can you see people maybe looking to manipulate that system? Because F1 is historically they like to manipulate any small kind of gap they can. So doing well in the drivers' championship to get the prestige, but then not doing awful, but not doing great in the constructors' championship, so they don't necessarily lose out on too much development time in the future.
It's an interesting thought because that was one of the theories around last year, wasn't it? That maybe Haas wrote off last year, so they were last, which they were going to do anyway, I think, but so they could put full focus and have lots and lots of wind tunnel time and CFD time. It was one of the theories around there, and I think I said quite a lot that it's not the end of the world for a Williams or an Alfa if they end up ninth because they get a bit more time. But I think probably not going to answer your question because I think on this channel we're not great. We read a question, we start an answer, and then end up somewhere else. So pot noodles, no. But I think I'm not sure how much of a difference it's going to make if I'm honest. And I think I can see it will be. What will be interesting this year is to see like so. Seeing the development race is going to be fascinating anyway, but looking at the development race between now and say the summer break versus the development race after the summer break, because of course all of that aero handicapping thing that all resets in June, so they take the count from the championship order then. So let's say Haas have a good start to the season, and they've got all this development time and all this wind tunnel time, and they really pour into that and develop their car really well, as Mick Schumacher's very wide at turn 11, but get it absolutely nailed. And then they end up being right up there, come the June reset in, let's say, 5th place. How will that hinder them in the second half of the season? And will that give a team like, let's say, an Aston Martin, who are last at that point, how much will that help them in the second half of the season? So I think that's the bit I'm most looking forward to, is trying to work out how much it's helping some and how much it's hindering others, because I don't think we're going to get a proper read of this until maybe next season, when they've had a full year of the proper sort of scaling system, because they didn't have that last year. They had a watered down version, didn't they, for the first year, and then it's the proper one from here. So that's going to be fascinating. That intrigues me. I mean, maybe it'll make no difference, and maybe I'm reading way too much into it and expecting crazy things, but that wouldn't be exactly new, would it? I mean, it's what I do.
Well, it's what we all do as fans, isn't it? We go, wow, this little change, are they going to massively expand? Is this going to be the massive change that's going to completely revolutionize sport? But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, from we're self-confessed not being massive technical experts within the sport, just kind of fans of the racing going, this is fun to watch, and going, what does that aero do? Make it go quicker, I think. That's what is the time they get in the tunnel like substantial enough to make that difference? I don't know. Or is it just something that was almost made as a gesture to the smaller teams to say, look, you're going to get a bit more team time in this tunnel, but realistically, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make too much of a difference. I don't know if it's like a really significant factor.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not great with this at all. I'm going to try and find the actual figures, but not if I'm Googling that, because that is not even words, Sean. I've also put F1 2032, so let's, I'll let you know what's happening in 2032 when I get there. But I'm intrigued to see. I can't remember what the figures are, but for someone like me who's not very good on this sort of thing, and it's just a number, so it looks like a huge difference. So for 2021, the team finishing first in the championship got 90%, whereas from this year onwards, it's 70%. So at the moment, Mercedes, first in the constructors, will get 70% of the whatever the 100% of the CFD wind tunnel time is, whereas Haas, for the first half of this year, are going to get 115%. So in terms of numbers, it looks like a lot. How that then translates into what that means for, the difference that can make in a wind tunnel or through whatever, I don't know. And that's the problem with that. So, and that's why it intrigues me to see. Could you imagine if, Haas brings some phenomenal updates between now and the end of sort of the summer break, and Mercedes bring sort of moderate updates, but then the second half of the year, Mercedes bring amazing updates and Haas are moderate. That might mean nothing, but it could also point to what that all means, if that makes sense. So I'm intrigued by it, and like I say, as a number, 70% to 115% looks like a substantial amount, but it might not translate into that. But that's definitely a question for a Ted Kravitz, I fear. One day I will have him on this stream.
We need Ted. We need Ted to answer this.
Hi, I'm here with my cheese.
Because it literally could be, if we just make it simple and go, make it minutes. Like, if it's 100 minutes in the wind tunnel normally, and, suddenly Mercedes gets 70 minutes and Haas get 115 minutes, I don't really think that's going to be, it's almost an hour. Is it where it's under, about 50, 40 minutes that is, that they get difference? Would that be the substantial amount needed to find the aero answer that's going to unlock their championship? I don't know. But yeah, it'd be an interesting one, wouldn't it? But yes, yeah. Let's just ring up Ted now. I'm sure he's not doing much with testing. He can probably just fill in for us.
And like your point there, that kind of answers the sort of question that Clansom's put in there, saying depends what 100% is ultimately, doesn't it? What is 100%? So we'll find out. A lot of one of the favourite phrases of these testing streams is always, well, we'll soon find out, or we'll have to wait and see, because that's ultimately what testing is. We could all sit here and speculate, but we don't know for sure until we get to Bahrain in a week's time. In fact, if you bear with me a second, I believe that we are almost exactly 1 week from the start of qualifying. I'm just going to head on off to the F1 website and get really confused when I, for some reason, click on something that is definitely not F1 related. That sounded dodgier than it needed to. Apologies. It's not weird, I promise. Testing. That's testing. That's no good. So qualifying for Bahrain, UK time starts at 3 o'clock. So we are an hour and 3 minutes away from being 24. So we are. I don't know what I'm on about. We are about a week away from the start of qualifying. A week and 1 hour and 3 minutes away. 3 o'clock.
And that's the time we need. We got there in the end, Sean. I think if you just sum it up, qualifying's almost here. We'll go with that.
We're a week away. About a week.
Who needs exact figures anyway?
F1 teams? just the teams, who cares? Thank you, Jaws, for your super chat. Says, I know it's slightly early, but this is to thank you for the past 3 days of coverage, plus the many past and future years of content. Thank you so much, Jaws. Thank you for all your questions and comments as well in chat. It's been great to chat to you. We've got a couple of hours left, but always nice to get something like that across and a bit of feedback. So thank you so much. And of course, lots to come this coming season. So don't forget to subscribe and to drop a like on the stream as well. We're on 450 at the minute, 445, sorry. Let's see if we can get to 500. 55 still to go. So drop a like, always appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe, loads coming up. And thank you very much as well, Jaws, for your super chat there, and all your super chats actually, and to everybody for getting involved in chat over the last few days. It's been an absolute pleasure, as it always is in these testing streams. I think next year we're back to 3 days of testing, so probably just these streams next year and not the mini ones. I can't imagine they're going to be going back to 6 or 8 or anything like that in the future with the cost cap and all that business. But we're basically there now on the hour. We are 2 hours and 43 seconds away from this being over for another year. So I'll give you a rundown of the leaderboard. So who's on track first, actually? Yuki Tsunoda is out there, just coming through turn 7, I think, is that hairpin. Alonso is out there as well. Latifi, he's up there. In fact, Latifi's right behind Alonso on the driver tracker, so that might be something the cameras might want to pick up on. We might get another little battle. We had one this morning, one yesterday, and one the day before, and Mick Schumacher is out there as well. But the time so far, as Red Bull are working on Max Verstappen's, well, Red Bull, Max Verstappen is fastest on a 132.645. That time was set on the C3 tyres. Just to start reading through that, they do pick up on the battle. 16 laps so far for Max. They're not that close, to be fair. Perez in the Red Bull, 133.105 on the C4. 43 laps overall, so that's a Red Bull 1-2 at the moment, at least. I thought the stream had gone down there, but it hasn't. Seb Vettel, 133.821. That was on the C4, 27 laps. 82 laps for Zhou, 133.959. That was on the C4 tyre. 134.059, sorry, on the C3 for Charles Leclerc. He is 5th. 16 laps so far this afternoon. George Russell, 42 laps so far, 134.223 on the C4 tyre. Gasly's on the C4 as well, 134.865, 91 laps this morning. So what is that? So what's Tsunoda done? Just bear with me a second. It's intriguing me now. I'll get there in a minute. But yeah, pretty good running for AlphaTauri today. Sainz 8th place, 134.905 on the C5 tyre, 68 laps, 17 laps for Tsunoda so far, 134.940 on the C3s. Albon, 18 laps, 135.171 on the C3 tyre, C4 tyre for Fernando Alonso at 135.328, 94 laps. And Nando's going to go through the ton today as Lando Norris just heads out on track. Lando Norris, 51 laps, C4 tyre with a fast time of a 135.504, a fastest time of a 135.504. It's not really fast, but, you know, fastest for Lando so far. Latifi, 135.634 on the C3, 73 laps. Mick Schumacher, 135.656 on the C3, 35 laps. Lance Stroll, 36.029, that was on the C3, the medium, 53 laps. 78 laps for Lewis Hamilton. This morning, 136.217 on the C5s. Magnussen, C2 tyre, 138.616, 38 laps. And Valtteri Bottas, the last of the runners today, a 138.817. That was on the C2 prototype tyre, which is from Pirelli's backup factory. 42 laps so far for Bottas. Still at the rest of the afternoon, hasn't he? So that's your top 18. If you are new to F1 or you're wondering what's going on, about 30 sets of tyres they've got this week, plus 2 prototypes, and then of course they've got a couple of sets of the wet tyres as well. C1 is the hardest, C5 is the softest, and if you watch it on TV, what you're looking for is the C1s are white Pirelli markings with no brackets. That's the lines that go around the tyre. C2 is the same but with brackets. C3, so nothing like. C3 is the medium, that is just yellow all over basically. C4 is with brackets and red. C5 is without brackets but also red, and there isn't a C6, so I don't know why I said it like that. And then of course your intermediate is green. Your wet is red. I don't think we're going to need them in Bahrain, because even though the name rain is in Bahrain, it's not going to rain in Bahrain. Anyway, and the prototype tyre is just plain, no markings. So that's just to let you know if you're watching on telly or wherever you're watching, to make sure that you know what the tyres are all doing. And again, just a quick reminder, don't forget to like and subscribe and all of that lovely business. And you can support the stream through Streamlabs, Super Chat, and through PayPal. Links all in the description. And the stream is powered by the wonderful folks at Motorsport Network, and all the images you are seeing courtesy of Motorsport Images, and the headlines are at the bottom are from motorsport.com, and the live timing is from autosport.com. So I think I've just about covered. Mike's here as well. Hi, Mike. And you can check out links to Mike's Indie Fanatics channel in the description down below, and links as well to John T's Linktree, Chainbear, I think you all know who Chainbear is, and Dan as well at Racing Reviews, who hopefully will make a comeback this year, but he's a busy boy, is Dan. I said it yesterday, Mike, I think it's atrocious that he thinks he's entitled to a life. But there you go. What can I say?
Oh, honestly, it is a joke, Sean. I mean, now that Roman's having a resurgence in his career, I suppose life as a Grosjean fanboy has just got popular again. Because he's probably got loads of fans. He's got getting all the Grosjean content out there. People are wanting to know who Roman Grosjean is again. So I guess that's maybe his excuse, but it is real no excuse, is it, Sean?
It's appalling. I don't have a life. How dare he? I keep punching the mic, by the way, so I'm sorry if I keep punching the microphone. They're the noises you're hearing, but yeah, there you go. Think it over, says Mercedes is in big trouble. Lewis Hamilton, if you missed it, by the way, has been saying that he doesn't think that Mercedes will be in the frame for winning races early on in the season. Yeah. Again, I think we've been here before. Let's not open that can of words. Clansom says Roman who? Exactly. Who is he? No, I like Grosjean. I do like him. I just like winding down up with it, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Anthony V, thank you very much. Says hello from Canada. Been listening to the waffle for just over a year now. Just wanted to send some love. Thank you very much. Always appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Oh, just a sec. My telly was about to go into standby. I can't have that. Thank you very much, Anthony. That's really appreciated. Lovely thing to read there. Thank you to Pablo as well for the super chat. Says who gets a surprise win or podium this year? Go on then, Mike. I need to grab a quick drink of water before I choke live on air. So who do you think is going to get a surprise win or podium this year?
Bang! Big question to go from there. Surprise win, so I suppose that kind of immediately rules out the Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferraris, McLarens of the world, because I guess it wouldn't be a surprise if Ferrari kind of bounced back. Gasly's done it the past year, so I'm not sure if he classifies. So I suppose the only ones who would classify as a surprise would be Williams. Alpine got their surprise win last year, so Williams or Haas or Alfa Romeo, who out of those three teams would be more likely to do it? God, I don't know. I know the Albon fans out there would probably hope that maybe he could do something within Williams. Bottas fans would hope that it would be the ultimate bounce back or statement showing from Valtteri Bottas if he managed to get a win in his first season with Alfa Romeo. Kevin Magnussen or Mick Schumacher would be fantastic to see. Who is most likely to? I would say probably from where they were developing last year, out of those three teams, Williams would probably be the best placed to get a surprise win. So yeah, let's give a surprise win to Alexander Albon and go from there. Let me see if I can quickly just get chat up and see anybody else's surprise wins for there. But yeah, those would be the ones naturally for me. We've got actually, funnily enough, Alfa Romeo going around on track. I believe this is Valtteri Bottas going somewhere near the bottom of the timing sheets today, 17th, but timings don't necessarily mean anything within Formula One testing. It is all about that mileage that is being set up. Right, let me see if I've got set up there. We've got Albon in chat, Latifi in chat. Yuki winning would be gold. Yeah, Yuki winning would actually be a really good step up for him because he had a mixed rookie season, didn't he? He had that stage of going some really exceptional performances to really poor, and I think come the end of the season he was getting closer to Pierre as well. And I believe that with Yuki, it was a tough gig because Pierre Gasly knows AlphaTauri inside out. He had a point to prove and he really stepped up. So when Yuki maybe wasn't as bad, he was getting really shown up from there. Rookie Alonso. Where do we go with that? Who's this Mike character? Glad to see you in chat, Jacob. Good to see you as well, following us from the IndyCar side of things. I know us talking F1. It's a rarity nowadays, but yeah, no, it's good to be talking F1 again on the stream. We had a birth and death on the stream, K-Mag. If McLaren can get to the top overheating brake issue, I think they can spring a really few decent results this year. Yeah, that would be my question, Gabriel, though, in chat. If McLaren win, is it a surprise? This is my problem. If I classified a surprise, it's like a total shock. Ocon winning last year in an Alpine was a complete shock. I would not have predicted that at any point last year. Even with them doing well, I wouldn't have predicted them to do a win. Vettel with Aston Martin, I guess Aston Martin would be a little bit of a shock from where they were being, because obviously they had that year the dubious copied Mercedes outline, or it wasn't copied, it was just very similarities they took. Design inspiration, I believe, was the words that they kind of used in the end. So I guess, yeah, them actually getting a win, considering how they dropped off after that year last season, they probably would be a surprise to win this year. Is this the first time Sons of Formula F drivers race together? Jan, Kevin Magnussen and Mick Schumacher? Potentially. Alpine have offered McLaren Piastri. Have they? Is that true, Jack? That's pretty awesome if that happens. But again, I would imagine, like Pato Awards in IndyCar not getting a look in for the seat, they seem pretty happy with their driver lineup in Ricciardo and Gauffin. Mike, tweet is in the Discord, dude. Absolutely right. Let me go and get it on John T. I'll crack on in a sec. Let's get the Discord up. Murmuring. Okay. In spirit, there we go. In the spirit of offering maximum racing opportunities to our stable of young talent, we have agreed that McLaren F1 may call upon Alpine F1 team reserve driver Oscar Piastri in the event of one of their drivers is unable to race. So I guess, obviously, Piastri is the test driver for Alpine across the 2022 season, because Ricciardo has tested positive for COVID. In the unlikely situation, because I think it feels pretty likely that he will be racing next weekend, but in the unlikely situation, it is looks like Alpine are doing their best to get Oscar Piastri his first Formula One race.
I'm guessing.
Thank you for sharing that in John T.
I was going to say, I'm guessing you just talk about the Piastri thing I've just spotted in your spot feed.
Yep,
reserve
that
driver
happened.
for
We
McLaren.
were talking about gambles, and Piastri came into the picture. So yeah,
makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if there's a deal to be done there, it might get him. I mean, again, got to be said, I don't want Lando or Daniel to miss any races. Of course, I don't want them to be okay and to race a full season. But if the opportunity arises, there you go. Makes sense. I mean, how interesting do you think that would be next week if Daniel doesn't race and you've got Lando Norris versus Piastri? I mean, that'd be fun, potentially. I mean, with all due respect to Piastri, I expect Lando would be pretty comfortably clear of him. But, I mean, it'd still be fun to watch.
It definitely would be. And it does mean that our Australian quota in F1 will still be met.
Of course it will, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
So just replacing an Aussie for an Aussie, that surely is the main reason behind it. No racing reasons. It's just an Australian needs to be racing in Formula One next weekend.
That's all it is. Just getting some pictures ready to update on the stream, and then that'll be the last update of photos, I think, because the PC, the computer is saying no. It's not enjoying this. So last update of pictures coming in a moment, just rendering them now. So we'll sort that one out. It's because there's probably a workaround to it, but I explained it on Thursday. But essentially, OBS, you can run image slideshows.
Yeah.
At the moment, for some reason, I can't get any more than about 18 or 19 images in, which is fine. But in an 8-hour day, the same 18 images, it's a bit much. So I do them now in a massive slideshow.
It's not even a full F1 grid, is it,
No,
Sean? It's not even a full F1 grid.
So I do them in Premiere Pro now. I render like a big slideshow and then just put it in as a media source. But we're watching actually at the minute at Lando Norris versus Valtteri Bottas, who's gone nice and defensive into turn 4. They're racing. It's awesome. Another little battle. So Norris staying behind Bottas at the moment. So this is good experience, obviously, to see what these cars are like following each other. But Bottas definitely went pretty defensive on the run to turn 4 there. I wasn't interested in that young Lando Norris trying to find his way through. So yeah, Lando Norris is having a bit of a battle there with Bottas, which is nice.
How much do you reckon of that is for show? because obviously it's important for data, because that's been the big sell of these new regulations, isn't it? The kind of the air wash behind the aero wash behind the cars is massively reduced. They can find it easier to follow and go from there. But we've seen quite a few of these battles across the 3 days, haven't we, on track, of teams testing it out? How much have been like, well, we've got to, show a little bit of racing during testing, and how much is the team actually collecting data, do you reckon?
I've got a red flag, mate. I'll come to that in a second. We've got a red flag. I don't know what's happened. We've got Mick Schumacher's cruising back. He's had a spin out the final corner, apparently. He has got it going again, and he's back in a pit, so it's not going to be a very long red flag. We'll wait for a replay, but I believe Mick Schumacher has had a little bit of a spin. I don't know if you actually said it, by the way, when you talk about Piastri there, but just confirmation from our staff now that Alpine will have the priority over Piastri getting that seat. So if McLaren needs somebody, Piastri is first choice there. It was a half spin by Mick Schumacher. So he's coming into the final corner, not at any real speed, puts it into push mode, exit, puts his foot down, spins up the rears, and round he goes. Half spin, and then they threw the red flag out. Did he stop? Is that why? Feels like a very early very quick throw the red flag out if he's rolling down the track to the pit lane. I suppose safety testing, right way to do so. Yeah, got a little stoppage in play. What was your question? Oh yeah, was it was it all for show? Was what you were asking, weren't you? With the
was it all for show? Are they, because they know people are tuning in, and as much as it is great for us to watch going around, and the odds mistake that obviously Mick Schumacher's provided there with the red flag. How much of this kind of on-track racing is for show, and how much is actually useful team data that they're collecting with? Obviously, they can do all the sims they want, but I guess you don't know how it feels for a driver until they get out on track.
I think it's good. It's good information for the drivers to have, isn't it? Because they get a chance to follow cars through some corners, and it gives them a good feel. They probably have to set some data from that as well, the team. So I think there'll be an element of data gathering from it, but to be honest, I suspect some of these drivers that are having a bit of a race are probably a bit bored, because the feedback after testing from drivers is that it's all a bit boring, just going round and round and collecting data. And so if they get a car ahead of them, they get an opportunity to race. I think it's possibly a little bit out of boredom and just trying to make it interesting. So I suppose in a way, it's maybe partly for show as well, but I think the teams will be doing it for collecting data, but the drivers will just want to have some fun. I can imagine just, when you do, and it's not the same. I know it's not the same, but when you do like practice sessions on the F1 game, how boring is that?
Yeah.
It's
get
so dull.
ERS data, complete 2 laps of ERS within the match, and then you never do it, and then you get annoyed that you've missed the program once, but so you've got to go and do it again. Yeah, absolutely. It will be boring, and they're racing drivers, so they want to race each other, even if it's not a race. They want to do that because that's why they got into this game, isn't it?
Exactly. If there's any opportunity to race, I mean, you look at in the off season, in the summer break is a great example of it. Some people go to the beach, some people go on a really lovely holiday, some people spend time with family. Fernando Alonso, for example, down at the go-kart track, they just want to race, don't they? Yeah. So some stuff on the track, I think, was for the red flag, so the marshals could pick those bits up following that spin. Just looking at it again, it's just back end's got away from him coming through as he's sort of got on the throttle there in push mode to go and start his push lap. We got green, by the way. Seb Vettel straight out there. Pictures will be in a moment. Just waiting for it to finish rendering. Shouldn't take more than a week. Sun is setting as well in Bahrain, so now we're going to get those lovely shots of the cars and the sparks and all of that, Mike, that really shows off the porpoising. What have you made of the porpoising this week? That's a good question to throw at you, since it's your first time on this week.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I'll be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure I heard of the word porpoising before this week when Formula One happened. But, Pierre Gasly looked like he had like a very rough time. I think his was the one on day one, wasn't it? That was probably the roughest with it going up. The Mercedes hasn't been great either with the porpoising, has it? But I guess it's just this teething problem in a new one. Like, there's always going to be things within a regulation that teams need to get on top of, and getting used to that kind of ground effect with the majority of the aerodynamics coming from underneath the car. I guess it's just a natural teething problem. I suppose the main take from it is I feel pretty sorry for the drivers because that looks horrendous. Because we're like on video, you never really get a true grasp of how quick they're going on TV, but when they're going down that straight at 180, 190, whatever mile per hour, that's got to be insane. The amount of bounce that they were getting from it. Well, what was your take from it, Sean?
Yeah, my ultimate take from it is they need to do something about it. I know it's an obvious statement, but the Pierre Gasly shots from, I don't know, it was yesterday, it was the day before, were horrendous. The way his head was being thrown around in that car, the violence of it from the Mercedes, that's a concern. It's something that needs to be addressed. I think it's quite amusing to watch, if I'm being honest. But I don't think it's something F1 can really allow to they need to address it. They need to find a solution. I'm not sure if it is a safety issue. George Russell kind of said it might be. Teams have said it isn't. But if it's not a safety issue, it's certainly not. It's not good for the drivers, as you say. It's got to be uncomfortable. And I know Stuart said the other day that it's not. Driver comfort is not a concern for the engineers. They just want a car that's going to go quick, and then they'll stick the driver in it if they can squeeze him in. They'll leave just about enough space to squeeze the driver in if they can. So I don't think that's a concern, but it just looks messy. It doesn't. Have you heard an onboard as well with the porpoising? Because it sounds pretty terrible. It's just scraping along the ground and it's bumping up and down. It doesn't feel very F1, but it's something that either the drivers are just going to have to put up with or teams are going to have to find a solution to. But there's obviously a solution out there other than just raising the ride height, because McLaren have really seemed to have it. It's still there, but it's definitely under control. So there has to be a way to solve this without just raising the ride height.
I think they'll find a solution to it. But yeah, F1 maybe need to step in and maybe change a minimum ride height. That's the easiest one, isn't it? To obviously get the floor further away from it, that it isn't obviously being sucked and making contact with the floor and getting that loss of downforce, which I believe was what it is roughly. I tried to there was someone who explained it very simply and very well in your live stream the other day with Dylan, wasn't it? But yeah, F1 teams can never be trusted. No. They are probably the naughty schoolboy, aren't they? You look away from them from 1 minute and they've you give them an inch and they'll take a mile. That all those kind of famous cliches kind of doing it. They'll always look for that advantage, and if you let them do it, they'll go. The discussion earlier. There's plenty of good drivers out there. If we give someone concussion, I guess we'll get someone else in. But at least we won the race. Obviously they wouldn't be able to do that extreme, but yeah, like Stuart said, they'll do. The car comes first. The driver is an afterthought. Definitely in Formula One.
I mean, obviously very different times, so it was quite serious at the time, so I'm not making light of it, but I think Colin Chapman's attitude was very much that drivers were just interchangeable parts, and if you don't want to drive it, I think actually, didn't he say that too? And it's so sad because I think it was the weekend that he was killed. I might be wrong on that, but I think he said something. I watched a documentary where he said something to Jochen Rindt, who wasn't keen on driving the car that weekend because it wasn't the car he wanted. It wasn't the car that he wanted to drive, or he wasn't comfortable in. I think basically Colin Chapman told him, well, you either drive it or I find somebody else. So they were interchangeable parts of him. I think it's still the same now, but I think it's less of a thing now, if that makes sense. I don't think it's quite as brutal as that as it was back then. But I mean, Colin Chapman was a genius, but he was brutal as that sort of thing as well. So that was his attitude. Yeah. It was very much they're interchangeable parts. Don't want to drive it? That's fine. Go home. We'll find somebody else. So it is something that was part of F1, but I don't know if that'll be. Also, we have to remember, I think contracts are probably a lot tighter now than they used to be as well. I can imagine it's quite tough to get into. Thank you very much, Charles Edward Cheese. Good to see you. Just says in his super chat, Quiddies, always appreciate the support. Absolutely fantastic. Again, I never feel like saying thank you is enough. I know I tell you that every single time you put in a contribution like that. But all I can say is thank you and read your super chat. And good to see you. I hope you've enjoyed the 3 days of streaming. If you've caught it all, I'm sorry if you've got a headache as a result of listening to my voice for, what will that be, 24 hours across 3 days. But always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to see all of you, of course it is. But thank you very much, Charles, for your super chat there. Quiddies. I like that. Quiddies. See, I just said quiddles or squiddles. My dad says squiddles. But yeah, quiddies. I quite like that. That's quite a... That rolls off quite nicely, quiddies. Yeah, sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm absolutely falling apart here over the word quiddies.
No, sure. I was interested where this line of fascination was going. In terms of, I didn't know if there was going to be some more suggestions. We were going to take like a brainstorming session in chat of, it's a good start, but can we make it even better? I don't know.
I don't know. I just need help.
Or is it? There's been so much testing. I enjoy it. It's a catch-22. I enjoy it. I don't want it to stop, but then at the same time, I also need it to stop.
Yeah, it's more. I could probably sit here and quite easily do the last 2 hours for Haas when they're on later. But first of all, there's nothing to watch. Secondly, they might not even do the full 2 hours, so that's a waste of time. But also, it's the voice. This morning, me and Stuart were coughing like we've been smoking 40 a day for 2 days, choking away this morning. So it just gets to the point where I'm like, I need to go. That's it. But yeah, thank you very much, Charles. Again, thank you to everybody for your support this week. It's been good fun. Coming up to an hour and a half, so not long. Of course, we'll keep an eye on what's happening on track. We will give you a rundown of the figures. In fact, I'll do your lap count just now. So Leclerc on 23. He's top of the... When did Leclerc get there? Was it while I was obsessing over the word quiddies? Possibly. A 132.415 on a C4 for Charles Leclerc. It's fairly recent because they're just showing his lap again. So there you go. But 23 laps for Charles Leclerc, 29 for Verstappen, 43 for Perez, 36 for Vettel, 82 for Zhou. Alonso on 101 now, so he's gone through the 100. Next year, I'm having confetti. So when a driver goes through the 100, I can press the button and we just have confetti or something. George Russell, 45. Gasly, 91. Sainz, 58. 23 Tsunoda, 18 Albon, 42 Schumacher. 59 Norris, 78 Latifi, 53 for Stroll, Hamilton 78, Bottas 51 and Magnussen 38. On track at the moment, Vettel, Alonso, Russell, Tsunoda and Mick Schumacher. And I think Ted was saying there that it's fresh tyres for a number of teams, including a number of drivers, including Fernando Alonso out there. So we might be seeing a little bit of long running now in this last hour and a half. So as I was saying, before I interrupted myself there with the lap count and trying to work out how Charles Leclerc appeared at the top of the timesheet, I assume because he did a fast lap. But there you go. I will keep an eye on, obviously, the timing. We will bring you updates as they happen. Keep an eye on the TV. I'm going to come to you guys in chat as well. We could do a full hour of Q&A from 3 o'clock UK in about half an hour's time, and we'll have a chat about what's going on out there for the next half hour and any other teams. Are there any teams that because I think we've covered everybody over the last 8 days. 8 days, 3 days. But if there's anybody
it just feels like 8.
Yeah, if there's anybody that you want us to talk about, let me know in the chat now. We'll do Q&A later, like I say, so save your questions for them, but just let me know if there's a team you want us to talk about. But I think we've covered them all, so I'll see if you pop one in that surprises me or that I don't think we've covered. But otherwise I'll probably just sit and we'll waffle to Mike and watch what's going out on track and see what's happening. I've talked about Stoffel, Daniel Philpott. Oh no, it's just Philpott. It's going to be Philpott. Or Philpott. I've already talked about Stoffel. So yeah, when is Esteban Gutierrez returning? No idea, Anthony. Jonty doesn't think he's got his super license points anymore. So his super license, sorry. So I don't know on that one. We've talked about Alpha about 45 minutes ago, didn't we, Mike? Talk about Alpha Romeo, talking about Zhou and Bottas. So we've done that.
We did indeed, and we summarised it. Drivers to prove. Might do all right, might do not so great.
that. When you break down what we said, our summary was literally drivers with a point to prove. Might do all right, might not do all right, could be quick, might not be quick. So I hope that helped everyone answer some questions. The beauty of testing. We did Alpine this morning actually, so sorry if you missed that one, but I'm not buying into this. They're having a rough time that Ted Kravitz keeps pushing. He's determined they're not having a good time. Well, not Ted. I mean, he's getting that information from somewhere. He's not making it up, but I'm not sure on that one. I think Alpine will be absolutely fine. Do you know, actually, no, let's do Williams. I've just thought we've talked about Williams in the sense that, you know, the issue yesterday that they had and that they've been quietly getting along with it, but we've not really talked about them for a good 10 or 15 minutes or so. So let's go with let's go with Williams, because then we can get on to Alex Albon and as well. Good to see him back and what we expect from Nicholas Latifi. So I think Williams have had a good first couple of tests. Well, the only two tests we're doing. I think they were good in Barcelona, steady, did some laps, nothing really dramatic, and then they've come to Bahrain and they've kind of built on that and they've done some good mileage. The car looks, all the noise seems to be that it's a nice car. They're on top of it. No major issues apart from the issue yesterday, which, in case you didn't know, was essentially... I think Williams have said that it's something that they don't want to talk about because it was just a little bit embarrassing by the sounds of it. Essentially, it sounds like it was an issue with something not being installed properly and brake discs rubbing with other things and causing a fire. So that was sort of the issue yesterday, not necessarily a mechanical failure. So that's good news and bad news for Williams. Of course, lost a bit of track time, but... aside from that, they've not really had any problems. They've got good laps on the board. You know, Latifi, 78, Albon, not so many this afternoon. I'm going to go to Twitter now, aren't I, and find out that Williams' gearbox has exploded and they now live on the moon or something because I've got it completely wrong. But, I think Williams are looking... I think they're looking pretty solid, actually, Mike. I'm not... as much as I would love to see a Brawn-style situation and see Williams right back at the front, as they were in the glory days, see Alex Albon and Nicholas Latifi up there challenging for top-end points, I get the impression from what we've seen in testing, the steady mileage, the okay pace, the lack of issues, that they're probably going to be another team that are in that midfield fight this year. I don't think there's going to be a team cause adrift anyway, but I think they'll be solidly in the midfield this year. A step forward on 2021, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's arguably is progress. It's not like the kind of sexy progress, is it? That you go, oh wow, that like the Brawn one of, you know, just the team that came from Honda pulling out and suddenly goes on to win the championship, and it's first year of an iteration. It would be great when when you handed off to me when you got a drink about talking about surprise podium, I kind of classified that a real surprise would only come from Haas, Alfa Romeo or Williams.
Yeah.
I thought Williams were the best place to do it on back of last year because obviously Russell had some incredible qualifying performances, technically a podium in Spa in that interesting classification of a race. But Latifi actually himself performed pretty strongly in some races in terms of getting points out there and just putting in some, solid data collecting runs. It sounds horrible whenever talking about a Formula One team, like just data collecting rather than competing for top honours within the sport. But when you're outside the top teams, that's essentially what races are. It's collecting data to mean that you can take it away, go and improve your car, and then hopefully you can be a more competitive entity on track, can't you? But Albon is the one that fascinates me because he was good on his in AlphaTauri, or back then Toro Rosso. Red Bull was good in the first 6 months, and we all know how it kind of faded away, but I thought it was just a promotion too soon. He was rushed into the big seat, but in Formula One, if you get the big opportunity, you're not going to turn it down, are you?
No,
because you don't know if it will ever come up again. But he was harsh, I think, to lose his F1 seat entirely, but it was difficult to find a place for him at the time. Red Bull have clearly done work to get him that seat at Williams and kind of provide him a place within the sport. And if Williams do show competitive midfield performances, Albon, I think, is the one out of him or Latifi is the one that could really come out with a performance that you go, wow, that's really impressive. Because on his day, Alex Albon has done some really impressive things within Formula One. It just wasn't consistent enough. And that's, where he started to suffer. And obviously, it went on a bit of a downhill spiral at Red Bull.
Yeah, you're right. It is a difficult one because it's hard to read where he is. Because I've had this conversation recently. I'll not say any more than that, but we were talking about it, and it's when he was in F2 and he finished third behind George Russell and Lando Norris. That's a stellar performance because people will constantly tell us and tell everybody that Lando Norris and George Russell are potential superstars of the future in F1, and they are incredible young talents. So for Albon to be next in behind them and not a million miles away, I think really set him up nicely. And I think that's kind of that's possibly, without sounding really harsh, that's possibly his level, in the sense that he's not probably going to be a superstar of the future like a Norris or a Russell, but he is probably going to be a driver that if he continues the way he can and meets his potential, where he just ends up as, and this isn't a bad thing, by the way, but he ends up as a driver that is in F1 for a long time, in that midfield, maybe at Williams for the long term, in that midfield, continues to develop, gets some great results, puts in some great drives, maybe picks up a win or two in the future, or even more, who knows, the odd podium, the kind of driver, I get maybe like, and I'm not comparing the two because it's not fair because of the difference in their careers and where they are, but a bit like a Perez in that, they're in the midfield, they're in that top end of the midfield, they get some great results. People keep going, oh, I think Albon's really underrated, like they do for Perez all the time, and that kind of thing. And he's one of those drivers, if that makes sense. So I think that's kind of where he is. I don't buy into the... And it's no hate on him because I think he's a lovely guy and he is a very good driver. But I don't buy into the hype around him that he's some sort of world-beating superstar that's going to win multiple titles. And do you know what? If 10 years down the line he's an 8-time world champion and we're looking back going, bloody hell, that was wrong, Sean, that's fine. And I'd love that. I would absolutely love that because I want to be wrong when I'm saying that about drivers, because I'd love every single driver to have a very, very successful career. It's not going to happen, of course, but I think that's where Albon is, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a driver in that midfield, picking up the odd win. I suppose I say a Perez level, a bit like Ocon is right now. I think he's kind of around there. I'm not saying he's the same level as Ocon. I'm not saying that Ocon's better or worse, or Albon's better or worse, but he's kind of there at the minute for me, in that he's got a lot of potential and could do very, very well. But I don't think he's quite world champion material. The only problem with that, Mike, is, as we know, in theory, as Leclerc goes purple in the middle sector, if you give somebody a dominant car, anybody could win a world championship. People again, back to Mazepin, people will slate him, whatever. But if he'd have had a dominant Mercedes in 2014 and you put a really average teammate alongside him, he could be world champion. He could win races. So it all boils down to the car. Albon could find himself in the future in a car capable of winning races and championships, and that could change all that. But otherwise, I think he's kind of in that midfield, and that's not a bad place to be, because having a nice, steady F1 career with some great results, and again, maybe the odd win, it's not a bad place to be, is it? In F1, of course, they all want to win the championship. Of course, he does. But I'm not sure he's. I suppose that he's not. I'm not sure he's that level yet. And if he develops nicely this year, continues that into the future, maybe that'll change, because drivers, it's okay to change an opinion, isn't it? At the end of the day, his career will progress, and he might get to a point when you go, do you know what? I used to think he was all right, but now he's a very good driver. He's developed very well. It's part of sport. Sports, athletes
absolutely.
get better, don't they?
Again, he could be a late developer, couldn't he? In what we talk, like, I would say Pierre Gasly has been the best late developer in terms of it, because, after leaving Red Bull, after those 6 months, I'm pretty sure around about that time, everyone wrote off Gasly's F1 career.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was done. And what he did to dig in and say, you know what, I've still got an opportunity in F1. I'm going to grab it with both hands, and I'm going to prove to people that I am a really good driver. And he's just gone from strength to strength. Could happen with Albon. Yeah, he's that. I think it's a category of driver that, you know, the Gaslys, the Ocons, the Albons fall into, and probably, you know, if we go back historically, not too far back, but Nico Rosberg was probably the prime one of that driver. Then just got into that situation. He probably was never going to be seen. They're not the top talents like the Hamiltons, the Schumachers, the Prosts of the world. What Verstappen might very well go on to achieve within the sport. But given the right circumstances and the right backing within a team, they certainly have the potential to do something. So yeah, he's going to be an interesting story to see which way he goes. Does he fade, or does he kind of really build and grow his career and you know, take that step forward that he needed to do after the setback that was his time with Red Bull? I guess we should probably spend some time talking about Nicholas Latifi as well. I know it's always exciting to talk about a new driver in a team. I know not new to the sport in terms of Albon, but did Latifi quietly impress you last year? But I don't know if it's impress is the right word in terms of, as harsh as it sounds, I wasn't expecting too much from him. So I was pleasantly surprised that, you know, he actually put in some reasonable performances across the year.
I'll come to that in a sec, but I just want to pick up on something you said there. And actually, Jonathan's just said in chat, Exhibit A, Jensen Button. But I was going to say, when you said about Nico Rosberg, and this kind of is where I am, what I'm saying about Alex Albon, when I say that right now this is my view, but it could change. And it all depends on the car and the situation and what, you know, getting yourself in the right place at the right time. If someone had told me in 2010 that Nico Rosberg would win a world championship, I would not believe you. There was no way I ever saw Rosberg winning a world championship. And not only did he win a world championship, as he will tell you and continues to tell people, he beat Lewis Hamilton. So,
did he? Are you sure? Did he beat Lewis Hamilton,
I think
or was
he's
it some other
mentioned it.
guy?
I think he's mentioned it. So he
Lewis
won a world
Lamberton?
championship.
Maybe.
But that you get, I don't think. I mean, they used to call him Brittany in the paddock, didn't they?
Yeah.
But I never really saw him as up there as world championship winning material. But that just shows that a driver can improve. I mean, he had a good 2012, a good 2013. But it shows that a driver can improve. That it depends on what car you're in and how the team's working together. And if it all falls into the right place and you've developed nicely as a driver, you know, who's to say Albon won't? You know, there's no guarantees that he won't be a world champion. I just don't see it at the minute. So that's how it is. Same with Ocon. He might be. There was a point where, you know, he was kind of almost next in line for a Mercedes seat as Tsunoda goes fourth fastest. Sorry, but he was sort of almost seen as next in line for a Mercedes seat. And if he does get a Mercedes seat, Russell goes third on such a Mercedes, then he could have been a world champion, if you know what I mean. That's how it could so easily change. But Nicholas Latifi, I'm like you. I wasn't expecting anything from him at all. But he was a driver that I think improved as the season went on. And whilst I think we can all accept that he's there predominantly for the money, I think he made it difficult for Williams to drop him because he performed okay last year. He did a good job. I don't think he's definitely not on, you know, superstar level. I'm not expecting much from him even this year, but I think he did a better job last year than he's given credit for. And I'm kind of glad he got a chance because it reminds me of Sergei Sorokin in a way, in the sense that I do not believe, while Sorokin was there predominantly because of the money, I do not believe Sorokin should have been dropped because I think he'd done enough to keep that seat. And I think Nicholas Latifi last year did enough to keep that seat. So I think he deserves that that extension, if you like, that extra season. But I wouldn't have been angry or disappointed if they'd put somebody else in that car, which I feel bad because, again, Williams have actually got probably the nicest lineup on the grid. So I feel quite bad saying that about Latifi. But I think if they'd have put somebody else in there, I wouldn't have been bothered. But I think he just about did enough to keep that seat. And I think that's how it was. But like I say, I wasn't expecting much, so I don't know how to gauge that. Is it good that I'm saying that if I wasn't expecting anything anyway? So everything was better. It's a difficult one with Latifi. I like him though, and he's in there with. I'm just looking at the order now. I mean, who's he in there with? Actually thinking about it. Sorry, Latifi. I'm not being very nice, Sam, but you get what I mean, I'm sure.
It is really harsh, but I think in sport you have to be a little bit brutal in that aspect. Like, someone has to finish first, someone has to finish, 10th or whatever, someone has to finish 20th in the grid. Not saying Latifi is going to finish 20th like he proved last year,
Mazepin was 21 out of 20, so
yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, but that, in fairness to him, that Haas was horrendous.
It was awful last year.
One of the worst, probably, Formula One cars in modern era, probably, I would say. It certainly was up there with the worst of them. So, yeah, you just have to accept, his level, and his level isn't there. You're not going to be talking about him as a guy. He might be a guy that, manages to have somewhat of a Formula One career, and we go, well, he's a nice guy. He helped Williams in a time of need with his dad in terms of the financials that kind of brought in, like we spoke about before with drivers. Would you prefer a pasture in that seat? Yeah, absolutely, you would prefer it. But you understand that, again, going back to that point, there's lots of factors that go into putting a driver in a Formula One seat, and Nicholas Latifi improved to the fact that, he wasn't damaging the product, I don't think, although I suppose Lewis Hamilton would have arguments with that.
Yeah. I'd say it will be interesting actually this year. What the reaction is, and if people's opinions change. I'm going to wait a second because Max Verstappen is having a race with the man we're talking about, Nicholas Latifi. Look at that. They knew it. They just knew it. They're waiting for us. So here goes Verstappen. DRS wide open, down the straight. Cruises past Nicholas Latifi. Will Latifi have another go? I doubt it. But yeah, Verstappen overtaking Latifi there. So I've seen a few little battles today, which is fun. But yeah, I wonder whether people's opinions will change on both Albon and Latifi if Latifi beats Albon this season. And I tell you, it's not beyond the realms of possibility at all. That is very possible. So I just wonder how that will change people's views. I think more about Latifi than Albon because, like I say, I mean, Red Raven there saying he thinks I'm underestimating Latifi. I maybe am. I just don't think he just doesn't excite me as a driver. I think he's okay, but I think it could be better. But at the same time, would that opinion by a lot of people change? Those people who will say that he's terrible if he beats Albon? It would have to, surely. Depending on the circumstances, obviously. But
that is a really interesting one. I think outside of the top of the grid, you can only really judge drivers by themselves and have they personally improved. I think through the sport, and I think from the driver that he was when he first got into that Williams seat, Latifi has improved. Whether that's enough for some people to be within a Formula One seat, he has improved. So I guess you got to say that that's a good thing, and you have to change your opinion if he continues to improve and develop. And beating Albon within the team, I'm sure people would use the justification that he's been within the team. This would be his third full-time season, wouldn't it? Yeah. Within the sport. So, they'd say he's established, but Albon isn't a rookie. He isn't a novice. It may be a different team, a different car to understand, but, he's been in the top team of Red Bull. He's been in the Toro Rosso, which was a very competitive car when he was in it. So it should be given respect if he is able to achieve that feat of beating Albon.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair, yeah. We'll wrap up on Williams. I'll run through the times in about 12 minutes. We're starting to see some cars. I mean, at the minute we've got Latifi, Norris, Mick Schumacher, Vettel, Tsunoda, Verstappen and Leclerc out there. We are starting to see some times now. I am hoping we're going to see a few cars turn things up a little bit on some softer tyres and maybe give us some headline times before the end of the day. It may not happen, but you never know. I do just want to say that Kelly's in chat. Hey, Kelly. I checked out the, just to answer your question from yesterday, I had a listen last night, and by a listen, I mean a couple of listens, to the UK's Eurovision entry for this year. I actually really like it. I think it's probably the best song we've sent for a few years. It's a little bit different to the stuff we've sent over the last few years, and I actually quite enjoy the song. The video is actually quite funny as well, to be fair. So I quite like it. The only thing I will say is that I'll keep my optimism down because, number one, people don't like us, so which is fair enough at times. So we're probably not going to do very well anyway, regardless of the song we send. But what I would say as well is that I haven't listened to everything else yet. And I think once I start listening to all the other entries, ours will suddenly start to pale in comparison, because it happens all the time. I'll think we're sending a good song or a decent song or something that might see us do all right. And then I'll listen to everything else and go, yeah, it's a bit crap, actually, because I think a lot of the other countries take it a lot more seriously than we do. But it's a nice song. It's a nice song. I liked it. So it reminded me a little bit of James Morrison. A little bit of James Morrison in there, which I quite liked. So, yeah, that's your question for yesterday, Kelly. That's all. I spotted you in chat, so I thought I'd let you know that I'd given it a listen. So we'll see. Looking forward to May, because I do enjoy a bit of Eurovision. I'm one of those crazy Eurovision fans, I'm afraid, Mike.
Who doesn't enjoy Eurovision? I have this argument with my partner. She's like, why do you like Eurovision? I was like, you can't explain why you like Eurovision, but for some reason, you just do. It's just the best thing. You have to, it's part of your yearly calendar. It gets to this time of year and you go, oh, it'll be Eurovision soon. That's exciting. But yeah, I agree. I think it's quite a good entry this year, but he's fully British, so we've got no chance. I think, didn't we do okay when we had the woman a couple of years ago who had some Belgian heritage? So, they maybe felt a bit sorry for Belgium and gave us some sympathy votes there.
See, this is the thing. People go, what? The UK never win Eurovision. A win for me right now, given how we are, given how things go in Eurovision, the dream is to get on the left-hand side of that board. That would do. That would absolutely do. But no, Eurovision is fun. It's stupid. I must admit, I think the music is better now than if you look back at the 90s, for example. I think it's not quite as daft as it was then, but you still get the odd bizarre entry. And I look forward to it every year because it's a chance to have a few drinks, get a takeaway in. If people want to come over, obviously not all 800 of you. We're not doing that. But if people come over, then you can sit and enjoy a bit of a Eurovision party, and it's all just a bit of camp fun, and I love it. So that's one of my many loves. Fallout, Eurovision, Formula One, food. Pretty much. I like sleep as well. That's pretty cool. So there you go. Jonty says we all know who wins it this year already. If you're speculating what I think you're speculating, I said it to my partner last night. I was like, it doesn't matter what song goes. I think we all know who's winning, at least the public vote this year. So there you go. What's going on out there? Enough of Eurovision, Sean. Enough. Well, anything's better than the no points last year, isn't it, as well? So there you go. But I'll do a rundown in 8 minutes, and then we'll do Q&A while we're watching the times and that for an hour. So get your questions ready. Don't put them in yet, but get them ready in your head. Store them up there and throw them our way in just a few minutes' time. But George Russell through turn 1. Is that going to be a correction on the steering wheel? Do you know, actually, we're all kind of poking fun at Mercedes potentially sandbagging, but every time I've looked at this TV over the last 3 days and we've been on board with the Mercedes, there are big corrections somewhere. It doesn't look totally stable, does it? That neither driver looks totally comfortable. And I'd say George as well. Obviously, first proper testing that car, first season. It'll take him a little bit of time, but doesn't look totally comfortable at the moment. Now, whether that's all part of their master plan to throw us all off the scent, I don't know. But do you agree, again, without getting too deep into it, because I know it's testing and we know what they're like, but do you agree that whilst we've heard all this before about their difficulties in testing, this year somehow feels a little bit different? I don't believe it, but I'm much closer to believing it than I have been in previous years, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, it kind of looks a really difficult car to drive. You know what it does? I don't think it's going to be that bad, but it reminds me watching that 2020 Ferrari, where after engine gate or whatever it is, where obviously they had to kind of make changes to the engine after it. That car was unbelievably difficult to handle, wasn't it? Because
Yeah.
they'd designed a car around the engine that they were now no longer allowed to use because of undisclosed reasons. That's what the handling through the corners reminds me of, where suddenly they turn into a corner and they have to catch it. Like that, obviously, clip of George Russell that's just happened. Was it through the chicane through 2 and into 3? Wasn't it? Was the car just looks, real handful. I suppose, I always thought this with Mercedes having dominated one set of regulations for so long. I know it was rumored that they stopped around about Silverstone with development, but I feel like they didn't they bring like an engine upgrade for Lewis? And when he went on that kind of run where, like when he got an engine in Brazil,
Yeah, there was something,
in
wasn't there?
Sao
Definitely.
Paulo, yeah, he kind of stepped up. I feel like they still did invest some time into it, and maybe this is the first signs that the wind tunnel stuff has played an effect. They haven't been able to iron out these kinks that usually they could spend their way out of with, a completely extortionate budget compared to other teams. Yeah, I guess the roundabout way is it does seem more believable and it is more plausible because historically in F1, there is always a time where a dominant team suddenly drops off for a bit. It may be for a couple of years. In Ferrari's case, it may be for like a couple of decades in terms of having a championship capable winning car. For McLaren, it might be, like they've got an extended period after having, a little bit of a dominant spell or at least a very competitive car. So, yeah, I guess this may be the bit where Mercedes fall behind Red Bull potentially, and this is now Red Bull's second chance at having a competitive stint within the sport where they are the team to beat.
Lock up from Sonoda at turn 10, and then he's kind of swung it back round, having gone wide to get himself back pointing in the right direction on the track. But I was watching George Russell's on board there, and a few areas you'd expect it to be comfortable. I mean, George, I think it's quite smooth usually in his driving style, but you could see corrections and wasn't totally comfortable in some of the corners, particularly up at turn 4. So something's not quite right. But it could be set up. It could be something that they can fix in time for next week. So I wouldn't get too down if you're a Mercedes fan. But is Seb going to send it? He is going to send it on the Williams into turn 1. Latifi getting overtaken by Vettel down there. Will he try and switch back and get a good run through to turn 2 and 3? He's going to try it, I think, as Latifi. What's Vettel going to do? Vettel's not going defensive. Latifi has a little look into 4, but not going to get through there. So, yeah, it just doesn't look totally comfortable, George Russell in that Mercedes. And Hamilton saying he's not comfortable either. I mean, not just because of the porpoising. That's not the only reason they are not comfortable in that car. So, we'll see, ultimately, won't we, next week? And it may well be for, like, the 4th year in a row, we're all made to look really stupid for falling for it. It could easily be that, so we'll see. But just interested to hear they're not confident. Then I think it's more when I'm watching the onboards and things that rather than what they're saying, just looking at it thinking, it doesn't look comfortable. But lots of time. There's an hour left today, which is basically the length of a practice session. You've got 2 hours on Friday, an hour Saturday morning as well for practices. There's time to iron these things out if they want to. Plus, again, we don't know. Do we fuel loads? Could be really heavy, which isn't helping. We'll see. We'll see next week. Who who's out there at the moment? So Mick Schumacher's out there in 5th place. He's just jumped up to 5th. So, or I think he jumped up to 5th a while ago, actually. 6th place, Tsunoda is out there. So's Vettel. Norris and Latifi are out there as well. In fact, Tsunoda and Norris not too far apart on the track as the camera picks them up. Norris on his way down to turn 11 and Tsunoda just coming out of turn 10. So they're pretty close together. So we've kind of got 2 mini packs, 2 pairs. We've got Norris and Tsunoda running somewhat together, and Vettel and Latifi running together as well on track. So that's what's going on out there at the moment. I will once again run through times in about a minute, and then that'll be the final run to 4 o'clock UK time, as the floodlights are definitely on in Bahrain. It's got a bit dark down there now, so yes, let's see what happens in this next hour. Do you reckon we'll see a headline time, Mike? I know some teams like to, Haas might try it maybe with sponsorship, I don't know, but some teams like to grab the headlines for a week before they go to testing, don't they? So a hot lap in this last hour from a Red Bull or a Mercedes on low fuel or things turned up might stop a few people talking about problems. Maybe McLaren even.
Yeah, potentially. I guess I always feel with F1 though that they don't want to do the headline time. I feel like they almost draw like lots, the kind of short straw, unless it was Mercedes when they were super confident in 2020 that they were just lightning quick and going to be quicker than anything out there. I feel when it's close, especially in these new sets of regulations, that they'll be like, they don't want to show too much of their hand. It's all kind of smoking, cloak and dagger type stuff, isn't it? They want to keep everything as hidden as possible. They want to, almost pretend that they're weak and then show up in Bahrain and go, geez, where did that pace come from? But yeah, maybe Haas, because they've got no other option in terms of trying to find that title sponsor, because I think we spoke about it when you asked to come on this stream. You feel sorry for them. They've been through such a hardship with the sponsors. You could argue that maybe they need to have a better auditing process or make sure that they are who they say they are, type thing. But there's a lot of good guys who work within that team. The driver lineup that they've got now in Mick and Magnussen are 2 very talented guys and 2 nice guys on the grids. And Gunter, as much as the F1 Drive to Survive has put him to fame for maybe the wrong reasons at times, I think he's a very hard-working team principal, and there's a lot of guys that want to do well there, and it'd be nice for them to have their future in a little bit more safe. So maybe I'd like to see Haas do it, but I've absolutely no idea whether we will or not.
Yeah. Definitely. We'll see, won't we? But yeah,
yes, we will.
Just on that note, actually, Chris Medland, Blackhawk So, thank you very much in chat. Says Chris Medland has just pointed out that Haas was just 7/10 off Ferrari on C3 compared to C4, so there may be a little bit of pace in that car. So, thank you very much. See you later, Alfie. Thank you for coming along. You're more than welcome. It's been great to have you in the chat. So, hopefully, talk to you again in the near future. Let's run through. I'm sure I will in the near future. I know you're not leaving forever. I'm sure, but thank you for coming along to the stream. Let's do these times then for the for the penultimate time, so we'll run through, of course, at the end. So start getting your questions ready, and then, of course, we will be wrapping up for the day. We'll answer as many as we can. I'll still, when we're answering questions and waffling away like we have been doing, I will still, of course, keep an eye on what's going on out on track. We might see some crazy times, which is always nice, but yes. So Charles Leclerc currently has the fastest time of the day, 0.3 off my 132.1. So that's all we need to find for me to have been right about something, which, first time for everything. C4 tyre for that, 129 laps in total. Max Verstappen's done a 132.645. That was on a C3 tyres, 33 laps. So his former number in laps there. 55 laps for George Russell. 133.759 on the C5. Sergio Perez 133.105 on the C4s. 43 laps for him. 55 laps for Mick Schumacher. He's done a 133.1 1.151 on the C3 tyres. Sonoda a 133.429 on the C4 tyres. 38 laps for him. Sebastian Vettel 133.821 on the C4 tyres. He's done 58 laps. Zhou 133.959. C4 tyre for him, 82 laps. Alonso has done 104 laps today. So a good day for Alpine. C3 tyre for a fastest time of a 133.970. Pierre Gasly 134.865 on the C4 tyre, 91 laps. Carlos Sainz 134.905 on the C5, 68 laps. Alex Albon 18 laps for him. 135.171 on the C3 tyre. Bottas 135.350 on the C2. 60 laps, 67 laps for Norris. 135.504. That was on the C4 tyre. Latifi 35.634 on the C3 tyre. 100 laps for him. Lance Stroll 136.029 on the C3's 53 laps. 78 laps for Lewis Hamilton 136.217 on the C5. And Kevin Magnussen 138.616 on the C2 tyres. 38 laps. Don't forget to drop a like on the stream. I forgot to say it when Charles put his super chat in. I always do. I usually say let's try and get to 500 likes. We've done that already, so let's see if we can get that to 600 for Charles Edward Cheese. So we're about 80 off, so please do drop a like on the stream. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new as well. And you can support the stream through Super Chats, through Streamlabs, and through PayPal. And links to all of my guest channels, Stuart, Mike, Jonty, and Dan, all in the description down below, as well as links to social media and all of that lovely good stuff. I'll come to you in a moment in chat. But we've got some news. So Colton Herta has been signed by McLaren as an F1 development driver, a development deal which will see him test a 2021 car for the team. So that's some interesting news there. Seeing as we've got Mike on, that seems really apt that that's just coming out now. Also, I just want to know what's going on down at Williams, really, more than anything, because I've only just noticed. Yes, they have swapped drivers. I thought they had. So Albon did 18, but I'm assuming they will just be giving Latifi some time back. They'll share. Yeah, they're sharing the session because obviously Nicholas Latifi lost quite a bit of time yesterday, didn't he? So that is why they're sharing the afternoon. So that's why Albon only has the 18 laps and Latifi's up on 100. So just wanted to confirm that one. So Colton Herta. That's an interesting one to keep an eye on. So that's good. Getting a deal with. Let me see if I can find a little bit more information on that one. That's coming from Chris Medland again over on Twitter. So it's not official. I'll just confirm that. It is just a report, but I think maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm very wrong, but I think Chris Medland is a very reliable source indeed. So I would call that as good as official, but he will be taking on a development role at McLaren and get to test a 2021 car, which is pretty damn cool. But before I go, in fact, I'll go to chat now and look for some questions. While I'm doing that, Mike, some reactions, seeing as you're the IndyCar guy. It only makes sense.
Yeah, I mean that's big news for Colton. So we were actually kind of quite lucky on the IndyCar channel to interview Colton. And when talking to him about it, quite a lot of the questions come from F1. Would he be open to it? Would he be open to joining it? And he was saying, as a driver, he wants to drive as many cars in his career as possible. So he wants to drive, LMP Pro to LMP1 prototype cars, probably the hypercars when they go into Le Mans. He'll probably want to enter Daytona at some point in NASCAR. Obviously, he's driven the IndyCar in the championship and competing for winning the Indy 500 as well. And he wanted to drive an F1, but realizes that's a time limited gap, especially for entering the sport. You don't really get many older drivers entering to Formula One. It's pretty much, I think he was ruling that 24 was the latest time that he could enter the sport. And I think he's 21 now. So this makes a lot of sense for him to be making moves to make that happen. And I believe Michael and Zach, have a very good relationship. Obviously, Michael owns Andretti Autosport, and Zach and his position with McLaren I imagine that was a working relationship that he's gone, you know what, it's going to benefit you to get your young driver testing in. We'll let you have Colton to kind of do a test for you when it doesn't interfere with the IndyCar calendar. And it benefits Andretti Autosport in their confidence that they can get a Formula One team, that Colton has some Formula One experience under his belt and as much testing as possible. I believe also he needs that testing to assist with the super license, if I'm correct. So I imagine this is all maneuvering to be getting things lined up for Colton Herta to be in Formula One by 2024, when hopefully they will hope that their bid for a Formula One team is accepted and they can be a Formula One team, the 11th one on the grid in 2021. So it's pretty exciting. I think I would love to see how Colton compares to the top drivers in Formula One, because I really do think that he is a really, really talented guy. And we haven't had a top American driver in a very, very long time. Probably since Michael Andretti. It never kind of worked for his IndyCar form translating to Formula One. So probably his dad, Mario Andretti, was the last real significant entry in Formula One, and Colton Herta really could come in and make a statement on it. So there's my initial thoughts and reactions. Sean, what's your thoughts and reactions on it? Are you excited by the prospect? Obviously, I don't know how much you know about Colton, but is he someone that excites you to kind of see him a little bit more?
I'd like to see him more, because I don't know a lot about him, and and I don't really. IndyCar's the sort of thing that, and it sounds terrible because I probably should watch it because everyone raves about it, but it's the kind of thing that if I want, if I'm kind of doing something else and there's nothing on, I'll probably pop it on in the background if I catch it on Sky, but I don't go out my way to watch it. People talk about him like quite highly, same with some others as well, so I probably should watch it, and I'd like to see more of him. But what I think it does is even if Andretti don't join the sport in the future, it gives a young IndyCar driver the opportunity to get behind the wheel of an F1 car, something that we don't see very often, get some testing done of some sort. And so if Andretti don't come in, at least there is some sort of path to Formula One for a Herta, for example. I do find it interesting it's McLaren, given that they've got O'Ward. So I do find it interesting that they've done that deal. But I know that Zach Brown, as people said in chat as well, that Zach Brown and Michael Andretti get on very well. So that's probably a link there. But I think it's an interesting one. I think that anything that gives young drivers from other series an opportunity can only be a good thing. And I want to see more of him. So, I mean, we could go full speculation and get overexcited and say, well, maybe this is Andretti getting Herta some time with McLaren this year because he's had some sort of positive response somewhere on maybe the team joining, so they want to get him some F1 experience before he comes with the team to F1, maybe. I'm really, you never know, do you?
No, I heard rumours, obviously when the whole Alpha bid was in full flight, they had basically streamlined the end practices of the F1 season, that Colton had come over and he was going to streamline it and get as much experience as they could. I think he was pretty much going to run every FP1 session for the rest of the season. And by day 2, I think Mario had said that Colton was actually putting in times faster than Raikkonen and Giovinazzi on the Alfa Romeo simulator when he came over and spent some time when it looked like that deal was going to go through, because obviously it was a very last minute thing that deal actually fell through. I think it was to do with how much control Andretti would get over the Sauber team. I think Sauber still wanted some hold in the team and Andretti wanted 100% control, which if you're spending 600 million on an F1 team is probably understandable that you want to control all of it. But yeah, I think it purely is preparation for Formula One. That's the only. If this is happening, they are very confident that they're going to be in Formula One in one way or another.
And that's very exciting, having another team in the sport. Just to let you know, anybody wondering. Fresh set of hard tyres on Sebastian Vettel at the moment, and a fresh set of prototype tyres going on to George Russell, which is a version of the C2, so it's a hard tyre. It looks like Charles Leclerc going out on a fresh set of C3s as well, so we might be seeing a bit of long running here for the next 45 minutes again, but we might even see the time start to come down as well. Right, so we've reacted to that bit of breaking report rather than news. It's not fully confirmed yet, so but I tend to trust that is going to happen. So let's have a look at let's have some questions in chat, round off the stream for the next 45 minutes. Of course, I will give you a shout if anything happens. To be fair, we've got 4, 5, 6, 8 cars out there. Leclerc, Verstappen, Russell, Tsunoda, Vettel, Norris and Latifi. So plenty going on. Is Albon going to do the extra hours post-session? I don't think Williams aren't getting any extra hours, are they, Jonathan? I think it was only Haas getting the extra hours because they'd lost those 4 because of the freight. I don't think Williams will get any of that back because of ultimately the problem they had was their error. So yeah, basically, I don't think so. So what do I need to refresh? Russell's still P3. Anthony, he's still P3, 133.759. He is on the app and on the TV as well. So Tsunoda's 4th at the moment. So that is correct. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so it's Leclerc, Verstappen, Russell, Tsunoda at the moment on the leaderboard. So that has actually changed. So there you go. I think they got them because of the fire yesterday. Saw it on Twitter, so it must be true. Lol. I've not seen anything. I mean, maybe they will. But I would assume it will go to Latifi, given that he lost the time because of the fire. But that wasn't. I'd be surprised. I'd be really surprised if F1 let that go through because that's a team error. And the difference between the reason Haas got that time is because the F1 freight was messed up. That wasn't a team error. So I mean, I've not seen anything and I've not heard anything. So I'll have a look in a bit on Twitter. Isn't K-Mag bringing Jack Jones to Haas? Asked Kevin. We talked about this yesterday. I've not seen anything confirmed, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them back on the car. That was a sponsor, of course. That was on the Haas before, courtesy of K-Mag, and left with him when he went. So, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Yeah. It's a 32.7. Russell's done a 32.7, not a 33.7. I'm with you now, Anthony. Yeah. I can see it. So it's a 32.7 for Russell, not a 33.7. Just to confirm on that leaderboard. I get what you mean now. Trying to get all the rules in place for a DTS drinking game so far. Shot when Horner swears, shot when fake comms, and finish drink when Gunter swears. What else should there be? I'd advise a stomach pump, to be honest. Because if that's your drinking game and they're your rules, then you are going to be slaughtered by the middle of episode 1. So I'd add a stomach pump to that when you collapse on the floor. Yeah. Zach's... ZXCV, I'm going to say it like that so I don't mess anything up. Says that Haas follows Jack Jones. I assume they will. Could do. I would point out as well that Haas still follow Mazepin. So I wouldn't read too much into follows and that on Twitter and on Instagram and things. But maybe, because they did break ways, didn't they, when K-Mag left. But that's a good way to make some money back. I'm sure we'll get some announcements very, very soon. And that time from Magnussen yesterday, as we said at the start, it might just make a few sponsors go, looking at the positivity on Twitter and on socials and around F1, they might go, oh yeah, we wouldn't mind our name on that car if that's the kind of coverage it's going to get. Pennybags is back. Hello, Pennybags. I imagine you're quite refreshed. I've lost the plot since we last spoke. 7 hours later. Good morning. I hope you had a good rest, a good sleep. I'm all right. I've got Mike with me, so he's somehow trying to keep me sane. You're doing a good job, Mike, keeping me sane.
You're almost there, Sean. You're almost there. Look, you're on the home straight. You're almost there.
Just enough time for a full breakdown. No, it's to be fair, it's flown by actually. I didn't just reading that from Pennybags saying back 7 hours later. it doesn't feel 7 hours since you said you were going off for a kip. So that's got to be a positive, right? That has to be a positive. Yeah, so hope you had a good kip, I guess is the takeaway from that one. Just hope this isn't hinting at an Andretti takeover of McLaren, says Gabriel in chat. That's a fair point, actually. I think Andretti, well, mate, or a partnership. I can't see McLaren selling to Andretti.
I don't think so. From the voices of what Mario and Michael have been saying about it, I think it's full team or nothing. I don't think they're interested in a partnership. So I wouldn't be worried about that. I would say McLaren are expanding their brand and are very committed and established to Formula One, and also growing their IndyCar team. And obviously Andretti have been a major player in IndyCar for a good while now, since probably around about 2003 when Michael got involved in the team. And obviously they both in Formula E now. Are McLaren officially in Formula E, or is it just Extreme E that McLaren are in? I can't remember. There were definitely rumours that they were going to enter Formula E. But yeah, I think it's just growing their brands and two mates helping each other out with a driver that they both highly rate, because obviously Zach goes over to the States and watches IndyCar quite a bit as well.
We've got yellow flags because Valtteri Bottas has, it looks like he's had a slide or a spin coming out of turn, I think it's turn 6. He's got flat spots. In fact, we're going to see now. So, yeah, he's already slow for some reason. Looks like stuck in 4th. No, he has just pulled off. It's not a spin or anything. So maybe the tyres were already damaged. We're going to see if he stops there. He might lock him up as he stops. No, it looks like the marks were already on the tyres before then, so he's not had a slide, no. So, yeah, Valtteri Bottas pulling over with a mechanical problem there. Only a yellow flag, so we've not got a red. He is sort of right next to an escape road, almost in it. So, he should be okay to cover that under yellows. I'll just see if they do go with a red flag. I don't think they will with him down there, to be fair. So we shall see on that one. But yeah, this just in, F1 Words sponsors Haas. If I had the money, I'd give them some money. I don't really have the millions it would take to put a tiny sticker on an end plate. The money it costs to put sponsors on an F1 car is insane. So no, but that would be cool. That'll be cool one day, maybe. I don't know. You never know, do you? Andretti United in Extreme E and in Supercars with Walkinshaw. Trying to think, what is the team limit nowadays in F1 with the rumours of Andretti, Porsche, etc. means that we may see a team name going away. I think, and please don't quote me on it, I think it's 26 cars, isn't it? Is the maximum on a grid.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's what I've read. So yeah, I think that's what they've limited to. So there is scope for obviously 3 more teams to enter the grid theoretically.
Yeah. Which would 13's not a nice number though, is it? Of teams.
No. Unlucky for some.
It doesn't matter. It's only a number. But yeah, I think it's 26. So that would be 13 teams. So you get an Andretti, that takes us to 11. A Porsche takes us to 12. You know, Audi. There's so many teams that are linked with F1. So you're right. There's going to be a point where decisions have to be made. But I have no issue with Andretti coming in, and I really do think they should be letting him in. And I, like I said yesterday, I think Liberty will really be pushing for that one. Thank you very much, Emily, for the £2 to put towards a sticker on the Haas. Thank you very much. Massively appreciated as always. Hopefully, I'll have a word with Gunther tonight. I'll give him a text and see if a couple of quid will do. I mean, he might take it. Depends how desperate they really are, doesn't it, really? Give us anything short.
That would be a worry, wouldn't it? Yeah, we'll take the £2. What, are you really serious?
Yeah, that's immediately a breaking news stream. Haas are screwed. Red flag.
Haas are gone. Oh, they've gone for the red flag with it.
They've RF'd it because Bottas has F'd it. Not his fault. I should stress it's a mechanical issue. He's not crashed, but they've red flag. So I'm wondering if that's it was stuck in. It looked like it was stuck in 4th on the steering wheel. So if it was, then they're probably going to need to get the the tractor, the crane out on track. So yes, that is a red flag. So just to confirm on the lap times, by the way, the graphic on the screen is wrong. So it's a 32.7 for Russell and a 32.9 for Bottas, not 33.7 and 33.9. But I will keep correcting that as I go. I can't actually touch it, so I'll have to wait for them to update it on there, and if they do, but it's there. Should be able to work that one out. Apparently you can't ban members. I mean, I've been trying all afternoon, but clearly not. I hope that this doesn't make things political, but imagine if Mazepin Sr. had bought the remains of Force India instead of Stroll Sr. Would we have had 9 teams on the grid this year? It's a very good point, and I think the answer to that, again, I don't want to get political, so I'll just give a quick one. I think the answer to that is yes, we would be down to 9 teams, although Chelsea have got a license from the UK government to keep competing. There might have been a way for F1 to do something, but ultimately it would have been owned by Mazepin, wouldn't it? So very different to like a sponsorship, for example. That's what you're getting at, penny bags. But yeah, probably down to 9, at least 1 being suspended. So that's a good point, actually. Obviously, it's a long time ago, wasn't it? All the Stroll Mazepin battles over Force India. That is going back a bit now. But I'm glad Stroll got Force India, because I think what he's done to get Aston Martin in and all of that business, I think that's I think that was a good deal, and it's worked out quite well. He's ambitious as well, isn't he, Lawrence Stroll? I know probably most team owners are ambitious, but he's vocally very ambitious about what he wants to do with that team.
Yeah, I think he's been a really great asset to Formula One. I think Lawrence. I know he kind of gets a bit joke and memes things where it's like, I am not happy or whatever it was when the FIA thing was coming about the copied Mercedes, or what was it? Design inspiration from Mercedes, I think is what they kind of classified it as. But yeah, look, Aston Martin and that team are in the best position financially and building as a team than they've probably ever been, arguably.
I'm listening to you, mate. Sorry, I just
looking at the red flags. Well, I'm on catch up with you. You're the breaking news for me on this stream, with being like my obviously feed is 2 or 3, about probably 30 seconds behind yours. So whenever you're like, Bottas is off, and I'm like, is he? He's driving on my screen. What's going to happen to him?
It's like, how exciting, the drama. Crofty just covering that Colton Herta thing. So whether there's been some sort of press release from McLaren, maybe now to confirm it, I don't know. But that sounds like it is now confirmed that Colton Herta has a development role and will get a chance to drive a 2021 car later this season at McLaren. And that's to go with the news that Oscar Piastri will be McLaren's first choice if Daniel Ricciardo can't race in Bahrain next week because of his COVID-19 positive test. And also, of course, if through the rest of the season somebody can't race at McLaren. So it's all busy down at McLaren. I think is your breaking news for today. McLaren not doing many laps, but hey, at least they're signing drivers. I suppose it's the argument, which is just what you want in testing.
They've got confused what they're in Formula One or IndyCar. They're thinking that they can enter 4 cars into Formula One next year to give all these guys seats.
I've just looked at the thing. I've just said not many laps for McLaren. Norris has done 79 today, so it's not awful. I mean, he's quite a way off Alonso, who's done 109, but still, 79 there. What are you guys up to? I mean, look, Dan, welcome back. Hope Babby is okay. I'm not reading that. There's not a cat in hell's chance of reading that. If you're in the chat, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But the innuendos today have been absolutely
They're always there to
shocking
catch you,
at times.
Sean. They're always there to get you.
Oh, dear. I agree with Bois. The mods are really weird, but we love them. We wouldn't want them any other way, except maybe just a little less weird. Sean, is Piastri no longer an Alpine driver, or why is he reserved for McLaren? So he's still an Alpine driver, but the decision I mean, I assume this has been going on probably today. Actually, they've probably been having a conversation. But I'll read you the statement, if you like, from Alpine. So they said, in the spirit of offering maximum racing opportunities to our stable of young talent, we've agreed that McLaren may call upon BWT Alpine F1 team reserve driver Oscar Piastri in the event of one of their drivers is unable to race. Oscar will remain fully contracted to Alpine, and we will retain first options on his services. So Piastri can be used by McLaren, and it's Alpine can basically say, no, you can't because we need him. So I don't like speculating about this because we don't want drivers to be falling ill and missing races, but let's say Alonso tests positive for COVID and Ricciardo tests positive for COVID, then Alpine will get the first refusal. And then if they don't want him, which I don't see why they wouldn't want him, but if they didn't want him, then McLaren will get that as well. But also worth noting, McLaren also have Paul di Resta in reserve if they want to use him, and they have the option to use Stoffel van Dorn and Nick de Vries, who are Mercedes reserve drivers. So just to confirm that for you there. So basically, McLaren have got about 4 choices if they want them. I would say 3. I'd be very surprised if Paul di Resta is in that car at any point this season, because I don't.
Is that the comeback story we need in 2022, though?
No.
Paul di Resta comes out. He's the surprise podium. We got asked it earlier. Who's the surprise podium? Paul di Resta.
It's bad enough that he's got a microphone. I don't need him racing as well. I mean, Christ. Yeah, I mean, I just can't see if they have to take a driver, McLaren taking di Resta over a Piastri who's been racing in F2, or a Van Dorn or a de Vries. I cannot see that. I cannot see him. I mean, you never know. Weirder things have happened.
All the other 3 would have to be unavailable, and they would have had to have exhausted every other option. I think Paul di Resta is literally there as a last resort, isn't he?
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's kind of like oh my god, everyone's busy, doesn't want it. We'll have to put Paul in there. Yeah, you never know. Half an hour to go, by the way. We're in the final 30 minutes. Keep your questions coming in. I'll read your comments and questions over the next half an hour, wrap things up, and then it'll be see you next week for previews and all of that business for the season. Cannot wait. Are
you excited? Are you excited to be getting back into the previews of the videos? It feels such a long time, doesn't it, in the close season, not to do any previews, and then you're like, oh my god, it's actually back.
I am. I mean, I'm always excited for F1. Even stupid things like testing. It's silly, isn't it? But really enjoy this. Really enjoy Formula One. I think there's a lot of hype around this season. A lot of anticipation. We don't know what's going to happen. We were talking about it, actually. I can't remember if it's yesterday or on Thursday when we're sort of saying, the thing with this year as well is you've got all this unpredictability. We've got all this, uncertainty, I guess, as well. But what we've also got is several years of anticipation. The first stream me and Jonty ever did together was looking at the proposed 2021 regulations, and that was in November or December 2017. And it's now, we've been waiting a long time for this. You've got that anticipation as well, which gets me excited. So I'm well up for it. Cannot wait. Going to be fantastic. And I hope that we get a good season. And it doesn't need to be, as I keep joking about, 5 teams up there, fighting for a championship. A couple of teams like we had last year, ideally without the ending, but like we had last year, 2 teams fighting for a championship, 2 great drivers. I'd be very, very happy, and a nice tight midfield as well. But I'm good. I take it you're looking forward to it. Maybe not as much as IndyCar.
No, I'm very much looking forward to it because, like you said, these regulations have been such a long time coming, and obviously they got pushed back a year because of COVID as well. And I think by looks of testing, they look like they've nailed it in terms of what they set out to do. Whether that actually works in practice over the course of the races, but it's also a little bit of a dangerous one, isn't it? Because on the last set of rules and regulations, last season, everyone had kind of got closer. And, we had suddenly a title fight, which we hadn't had in a few seasons. like a proper one that went down to the last race. We had a really close and engaging midfield fight from there. The back wasn't too far back, but they were only really, I suppose, so far back because they were looking ahead to these new regulations in 2022. But yeah, there's so much intrigue going into this year, and for the first time in a long time, the majority of the people aren't saying, well, Mercedes are just going to win. And that's pretty exciting.
Yeah. I don't think I've spoken to anyone who's not looking forward to this. So I just looked at my stream then, first time in ages, and that's a picture of the Ferrari comes up straight away, and I'm just like, I love you. Like, I'm so in love with that car.
Nice car. It looks so such a nice car.
AC says that please tell Bloomy to make stickers for subscribers before the season starts. I will message him later, and if I forget, AC, you can give me a good ticking off next Sunday. I mean, don't be abusive, but tell me off it. I'll mention it to him. I'll add it to my list stickers for those who are members. I mean, I've been saying it for 3 years. So I probably ought to get onto it now, really, because that's the least I could do, is get some stickers done for the season start. So, yes, so tired of Alonso driving mediocre cars, 10 years at least since Alonso has had a good car. That is from Rudyard Phillips. Yeah, I'd like to see Alonso have a good car again, because I still think if all of these are in equal cars, equal circumstances, all that business, I still think Alonso would be right up there in the title hunt. I don't believe he is. I don't think he's at his peak at all. I really don't. But I still think he is one of the best on that grid. I really do. So I'd like to see him in a proper good car with an opportunity to challenge for wins. And I think even if it's just enough to challenge for wins, he will take wins. That's just how I see Alonso. So, yeah. Do you really believe Mercedes are struggling? I think it's BS. That's from Anthony. The difference, see, this is the thing. They're actually probably arguably slightly better off than they were last year. You could argue, but the difference this year is normally Max Verstappen's spun it and gets it pointed in the right direction in the final corner. Look at that. Perfect 360. But yeah, I think the difference this year is that when you actually go on board with them, the cars do not look good. And whilst I know Mercedes love a sandbag, and I know Mercedes love to play their chances down, but I can't see why they would try to deliberately make their cars. I can't imagine what I'm saying is that they sit down with Lewis Hamilton and George Russell on a morning and say, right, when you're out there today, you need to make sure you look like you're really struggling. I can't ever imagine they're going to say that, sandbag to that extent. So I don't completely believe it. Because again, we've been here before, but there's something about this year that feels different with them, and particularly when you get on board. If you get the chance to watch an on board with, especially George Russell, I find, if you sit there and you look at that, it doesn't look stable. So, and I don't think it's naive to look at the evidence in front of my eyes and see that somebody's struggling in that car. It doesn't mean that Mercedes will be struggling come this time next week, but as of right now, looking at George Russell in the onboard, it doesn't look stable. Again, that could all change come qualifying on Saturday, which is less than a week away now. So there you go. But there will come a point, as there was with Ferrari, whether it's this rules change, the next rules change, or 10 rules changes down the road, where Mercedes do cock it up and they are not the team to beat and they are not at the front. It will happen. It will happen to every team. You can only stay at the top for so long. So it could be this year. It may not be. We'll see. But like I say, watch the onboards if you get the chance of, particularly Russell. It doesn't look great, in all honesty. Over the line, 33.3 for George Russell there. No improvement at all. Leclerc, Russell, Tsunoda, Vettel, Alonso, Norris and Latifi out there at the moment. Where are they on the track? So Verstappen's coming up to the the final corner. We've got Leclerc coming through turn 10, but then we've got very quickly after him Vettel, Norris and Latifi all in close proximity, so the camera could pick up on that. That'd be fun. Alonso just coming through 7, and then we've got Russell and Tsunoda on their way up to turn 4. They're running pretty closely as well. So Max Verstappen's got the soft tyre on these. In fact, I tell you what soft tyre he's got on. Max Verstappen, no brackets, has the C5 on at the moment. Brace yourself. That is the softest tyre, of course. Doesn't mean he's got it turned up, but I'm also not sure. Martin Brundle just saying as far as he's concerned and from what they're seeing on Sky, the Mercedes is the worst when it comes to the porpoising. I think I agree with that because it does look violent. Verstappen purple in the first sector as he sweeps through 5 and 6. Down to the hairpin of turn 7. No locking up, keeps it tidy. A couple of bites at that one, but he's got it turned in quite nicely. Good exit on his way into turn 9 and into 10. No lockup. We've seen so many lockups through turn 10 this week. Down this long straight or longish straight on his way to turn 11. That long sweeping left-hander. DRS, I'd imagine, is open. I can't see because we're on board. Sweeps in quite nicely, lets it drift very wide on the exit. That's not bad at all. Very nice from Max as he sweeps in now to turn 13. Purple again, nearly 3/10 up on the fastest time by Leclerc. I said we'd get some quicker runs, didn't I? This is going to put him, if he carries on like this, it's going to put him on a 32-1 and my head's going to explode. As he comes onto the run to the final corner, in he goes. Don't spin it this time, Max, because we want this lap. Nice on exit. Good acceleration. He's definitely not attacking the track, so this is not the absolute best that Red Bull can do. I believe it. Max Verstappen goes over the line and does... Oh, Max, you threw him a day. Has just gone and done a 1:31.9. That is the first time we've gone into the 31.9. So Max Verstappen, there you go. Has beaten my prediction. So I was pessimistic this week rather than 4 seconds worth of optimism that I had in Barcelona in my pocket. It's definitely a nice lap from Verstappen. But like I say, when you go on the onboard, particularly in the final corner, I felt that was nowhere near on the limit. So that is a nice tidy lap from Max, and it's to the top of the timesheets on the C5 tyre. So 1:31.9 on the softest available compound. So over to you, everybody else. George Russell, we're watching a replay of George, are we? Is that a replay of George? Because if it is, no, that must be live. It says replay. Oh, the porpoising whacking the floor. He's on a soft tyre as well as he comes through turn 10. He's got Latifi and Verstappen ahead of him, but they're a little bit up the road, so we'll see what he can do out there. But thank you very much to Andrew for your super chat. Says, I love being American and missing pretty much the entirety of testing. Here's to a great season. Oh, well, I get that. It sucks. Sorry you've missed it all. I hope when you have popped along, we're able to at least give you a little recap on what's going on, even if it's maybe not quite so coherent. But appreciate that super chat, mate. And hopefully we'll have a good season. I'm sure I'll see you in the chat during race reactions and things like that when you can get there and in comments and all that business. So, yeah, I'm sure we're going to get a great season. But thank you again. Always appreciated. Let's see what George... Is he going to do a lap? Is it going to be a decent lap or... Doesn't look... I mean, to be honest, it doesn't look like a decent lap in that Mercedes anyway. I wouldn't want to be in it. Bumpy as hell. Porpoising. Do you agree with Martin Brundle's assessment, Mike, that Mercedes is the worst when it comes to the porpoising?
It certainly looks like the roughest physically, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine how horrible it is. And clearly, it is, because George was the only driver to come out, wasn't he, and say that, you know, it's drivers... health and safety at risk for it, or it was a concern for the drivers, didn't he? I don't think I've heard any of the other drivers come out and say it. So physically for him, it must feel the worst, mustn't it?
I mean, look, it has to, because it looks horrendous when you're on board. It can't be comfortable for them. So I hope they can iron it out. 7/10 coming in the top 3, a second the top 4, well 5 really. Why is it the timing on a time board? It takes a little bit of time, Danny. It's all done manually by somebody sat in the media center in Bahrain. So it kind of one of those things that just give them a minute just to update it, but it does take it. It's not an automatic thing, if that makes sense, unfortunately. But they're doing a good job over there. So yeah, that's just why it takes a little bit of time. DJ Naked, afternoon, mate. So still remember what tyres we used in Bahrain last year? The 1, 2, 3. No, I think it was all of them. Oh no, the race. I can have a look for you. I think I've still got the graphic actually. Bear with me. I can tell you that one because I think I've still got last year's tyre graphic. I might be wrong. Season. Look at that. Season tyres price. So Bahrain last year was the C2, the C3, and the C4. So middle of the range. Oh, I could practice that. The tyres available last week in Bahrain were the hard C2, the medium C3, and the soft C4. There you go. Get some practicing ready for the preview next week. Yes, the C2, middle of the range, mate, for that one. I might as well get me practicing while I've got some time, haven't I? Why not? I'll start practicing the intro in a bit.
What are these streams for?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, practice. Oh, it's testing. I'm testing things.
Absolutely, mate. Testing streams, testing previews, testing cars. I mean, we might as well get in the Mercedes. Actually, I do not want to get in that Mercedes.
Testing times, testing tyres, testing cars, testing patience. It's all perfect, isn't it? There you go. Do you know that tyre thing, that little bit, I still script that, even though it's literally the same every preview when I say it. Even in the way I deliver the line, it doesn't change. I still script it. Like, come on, sure, just look at the numbers, for God's sake.
No, it's routine, Sean. It's routine. You've got to stick to your routine. It's tried and tested.
Thank you, Dan. I forgot I'd left the red flag on. We are green, by the way. 15 minutes to go. I'm at breaking point. Now, do you know, actually, I feel I could go a little bit longer, but I'm not going to sit and watch a Haas maybe circulate on a timing screen today, I'm afraid. So I wish I had last night, because my reaction, well, you might have seen it on Twitter, my reaction when K-Mag went across the line and did the fastest time, I gave a good shout. So that would have been fun on stream.
Yeah, I did see it. I mean, that was a great thing for Haas to have that. So maybe we spoke about it earlier of who would be the kind of glory time. Maybe that was Haas's moment when they topped the timesheets yesterday.
It's a good way to pull in sponsors, like I was saying earlier as well, isn't it? It gets some attention. Get some attention on your stream. That was a slow, I mean, we're not talking penalties here, but that was a slow George Russell, sort of not in the middle of the track, but Lando came up behind him, and it probably one of those things that looks, you'll see in a minute, Mike, when you get there, mate, with your catch-up thingy, but it's something that looks more dramatic than it probably was. It is how I'd word that one. Yeah.
I can't wait to see it.
Ooh, Twitch from
the anticipation's killing me. Oh, I've just seen it. It was pretty easy.
Yeah. It just, the way the camera cut to it looked more dramatic. I was like, oh, that's close, but it's not. But Lando's just given up on that lap because he had a little twitch through turn 11, so that's correct, that one. Sure, we might have a Schumacher on TI. I'm not sure what you mean, mate. But I mean Mick Schumacher. Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing him up there. Get Mick at the top of the timing screens for a bit of sponsor help for Haas. Let's have a look at Lando coming through 11. Turns in. Yeah, totally off the apex. Then gets the correction on the steering wheel, runs onto the curb, and that is the end of that one. There you go. Stop trying to hide your magical skill. We all know that you are not really ahead and you can just see into the future. It's true. It is true. It's exactly it. I can see into the future. Yes, that's it, AC. Thank you for correcting that. Yeah, I'd like to see Mick up there. That would be fun. An MSC on the top of the timing screens would be... could be a Mosh. I don't know if I mentioned I used to be a Schumacher fanboy. I mean, I still am.
No, you're always a Schumacher fanboy. Always, Sean. Once a Schumacher fanboy, always a Schumacher fanboy. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty touching, wouldn't it? And probably where Haas are, it may be the best chance he has of topping that timesheet. Unless suddenly they come out of the blue and they are our title contenders for this year, which would be a big surprise.
Ron says, being Canadian, I'm let down that we haven't had a driver to praise since Villeneuve. Canadian. So is Lance Stroll was he the next Canadian driver after Villeneuve?
Ooh,
and then obviously we've got Latifi now, haven't we? So
maybe.
I don't think there was another Canadian after Villeneuve retired, and then it was obviously Stroll, and then Latifi came in. So,
yeah, and there was a long gap between Stroll coming in as well, wasn't there? So yeah, that would make sense.
It's a long time. Hey, look, if Aston Martin get up there and Lance Stroll starts winning, Ron, you'll be able to hopefully get behind him. But I'd like, it'd be nice to see a Canadian. Canada. What is George Russell is not flat there. It looks slow, but yeah, Canada, like one of my favourite races of the year. Canadian Grand Prix, absolutely love it. But Russell and Lando Norris having a go at turn 7 or 8, whichever it's called, at the hairpin. Norris stayed on the inside. Bottas went round, not Bottas at all. Here we go. Russell round the outside in a Mercedes, and then maybe just returning the favour from earlier for that thing. So yeah, I love the Canadian Grand Prix. So I'd love to see a Canadian driver up there, sort of fighting for podiums and wins when we get to go there either this year or in a few years. That'd be brilliant. I just see the atmosphere there. See if you do get behind Lance Stroll, but I love that track. It's one I want to go to. Mike, is Montreal.
I absolutely it's an incredible circuit, isn't it? I was thinking of you going what the crowd would be like. It took me. I was thinking back to Jean Alesi, 1995.
Yeah,
they went pretty mental for him, didn't they? When he won it, and I'm pretty sure they just sold out a stadium when Villeneuve was Formula One World Champion and just kind of celebrated him. So yeah, I think the Canadian fans are definitely in need of a great driver to support in some form of other, whether it be French Canadian or just out and out Canadian.
I mean, I put this question to chat, and I'll put it to you as well, Mike. Sometimes and it maybe is just me, but I sometimes have to remind myself or correct myself when I'm talking about Canadian drivers that Gilles Villeneuve never won a championship, because he was a driver that was rated so highly and was so bloody good. Absolutely fantastic driver. Obviously taken from us tragically too soon. I never got to see him race, live for real. It's all through stuff I've watched since, but absolutely incredible driver. And you sort of think, like, the way he's lauded, and it's fine that he's lauded because he was so good, but you think, oh, he's a world champion. But I had to correct myself because it kind of feels wrong that he's not a world. When people say, oh, son of a world champion, Nico Rosberg wins the championship, son of a world champion, Damon Hill, son of a world champion, I'm like, oh yeah, well, Jacques Villeneuve, oh no, he didn't, did he? And do you know what I mean? It's crazy to think that he was that good that you kind of go, oh yeah, he was sadly taken away.
I guess he might have won the championship that year. He sadly passed away because the Ferrari was fairly decent, and who was his teammate, the French driver, forget his name, escapes me. And obviously they had a big falling out. It was either in France or the Spanish Grand Prix.
Yeah,
I think.
I can't remember his name now.
Before,
I know.
Oh. Yeah, it's just escaped me. Someone in chat would let us know, I'm sure. But yeah, Gilles was so
Pironi.
He's almost got this cult personality. There we go, Pironi. He's got this cult personality, hasn't he? That you just, like, the number 27, you kind of forever associate with Gilles, don't you?
Yeah.
Like 33's almost become with Max Verstappen, 44 with Lewis Hamilton, 14 with Fernando Alonso, when obviously numbers have become a bit associated. And that's crazy. The 27 was associated with Gilles before numbers were kind of really a big deal, I guess, in Formula One, because, most of the times the teams owned the numbers, didn't they? And it was whatever driver ended up in that team. So it does feel like an injustice that he never did win a Formula One World Championship.
Verstappen over the line, another couple of tenths, 2.5 tenths off that one. Some smiling down at Red Bull. So that's 31.7 now from Max Verstappen. So, yeah, I just think... I think Gilles, we could sit here and say he might have won a title, and we'll never know, obviously, sadly, but I'm pretty sure he would have done. It was that kind of driver. If the car was in the right place, he would have absolutely done it. So, yeah, a bit of a sad note there to get onto, but also sad, but appreciating the incredible talent that he was. So, I guess there's that side to look at it. But we are 7 minutes left. And then I'm leaving you all until next week. And then you've got 9 months of me, and you're going to be like, I wish this guy would shut up. I know I am. So any quick questions, a couple of quick fire ones that you could throw at us. Anything at all, ideally F1 related, but anything at all is absolutely fine. You've got 7 minutes to get them in, then we'll be wrapping up and saying goodbye and preview next Thursday, obviously. There'll be something on Saturday, which is going to be my newsy type thing. I know what it's going to be yet. I haven't quite finished how I want to format that one. Race reaction next Sunday, of course. And they're going to be every Sunday when there's a race. I'm not going to react to a race on a Sunday when there isn't a race. I don't know why I had to explain that to you all. But there you go. There's something to wrap up the weekend as well, early in the week. And then it's straight on to Saudi Arabia. Back-to-back start to the season. So it'll be the same again, and off we go on a provisionally 23 race season all the way to the 20th of November, and a massively long, stupid winter. And by a massively long winter, I mean it's like 4 weeks longer. It's not huge. But Sean, would you watch IndyCar if Stoffel was in it? Absolutely, Daniel Philpott. Although I say that, I don't really watch Formula E, so maybe not. Pennybags wants to know an end of testing pecking order. I've not got time to fly through all of that, but I'll give you a top 3 as an end of session pecking order. I'm going to be brave and say Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes. I'm saying brave for Ferrari because I've been caught out by this before. So Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, based nothing on needing to answer that question within the next few minutes. So quickly, who's your top 3 if you had to, Mike?
To be boring, it's probably exactly the same. I know I think we got asked who's looks the most complete at testing. Maybe Ferrari, but like you said, Ferrari always burn you. Red Bull have been very impressive today. Obviously, they had that little bit of a side pod update or change to it. I'm not sure if that is going to be long-standing kind of competitive pace, but it looks pretty good today. And Mercedes, you can never rule out because Mercedes are Mercedes. So that would be your traditional top 3. I think Ferrari go into it, but Ferrari back on top competing with the big boys. Yep.
Sounds good to me. 3 biggest worries from testing, asks Muttley. So I'm going to change that slightly to 2. I'll pick one, and then Mike can pick one. I'm a little bit concerned about McLaren in terms of their brake issue that's not resolved. I know Andreas Seidel has said that hopefully they'll get some parts by the weekend and they'll be able to sort that out in time for the race. But whilst Norris has got 88 laps in today, which is probably the best he's done for the whole of the test, really. I haven't got the numbers in front of me. I am worried that this brake issue might hamper them at the start of the season. So McLaren, I think, for me at the moment.
For me, I guess I feel it's going to be a short-term problem, but the biggest problem to arise from testing is probably the porpoising, because that is so violent and aggressive. And I know it has got better for some teams just during this testing, but yeah, it looks pretty unsustainable throughout the season. It doesn't look great for the drivers to be driving around. Like you said, it doesn't kind of feel like Formula One to see the cars bopping almost up and down as they enter those corners.
When's Max Chilton returning to F1? Tomorrow, I've heard. Where are Mercedes hiding their sandbags now their side pods have gone? That's a good one. They're probably under the diffuser. They're stashed under there somewhere. Effie is still too slow for me. That's from Bois Alpha Tauri, looking very good, says individual one. Yeah, they're another one that have been quite quiet, haven't they? And just getting on with it as Alonso moves up into 3rd place on a 132.6. I think that is, 132.6. So good stuff from Fernando. We've actually got quite a busy track, actually, to be fair. It's Verstappen, Leclerc, Alonso, Russell, Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Norris and Latifi out there. So do you think Haas are a midfield team this year? Super quickly, Mike.
Yes.
I like that. That's very
I'll
quick.
be positive.
Yes. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good for Haas. Apart from, obviously, the crap few weeks they've had. But I think they'll That'll be good. English teacher says, is anyone concerned about Alpine and Aston? Well, I don't know, but whilst we've been talking about pecking order, Sky have been discussing it as well, funnily enough, and they're putting Aston Martin about 5th. So obviously they're not too concerned. I know Aston are making some good noises. They're happy with the car. I'm not concerned by Alpine, not in the same way that some seem to be. I think they'll be fine. I don't think the pecking order is going to be astronomically different to last year. I just think we might have a shuffle in that Ferrari might have a shot at being quickest, or Red Bull might be ahead of Mercedes. Mercedes might be third, that sort of thing. I still think maybe McLaren in the mix. I still think your top 4 teams are going to be your top from last year, are going to be top 4 this year, just in a different order. And I still think you're going to be looking at Alpines and Aston Martins and AlphaTauris in that top end of the midfield, with Haas, Williams and Alfa Romeo getting in the mix as well. But I will say again, I don't think a single team is cut adrift, which excites me quite a bit. I'm not getting that feeling from testing at the moment. Leclerc is just pitted. I don't know what tyre he's put on. He's put on a fresh set, I think, of the C3s. So we might see a lap here, but Max Verstappen currently top of the leaderboard for today. In comes Tsunoda for a pit stop. That is a fresh set of not a fresh set, sorry, a scrub set. I think is that the C2s? I think so. I couldn't quite see if there was the brackets on there. If it is the brackets, it's the C2s. If not, it's the C1s. Williams are going out as well. Verstappen's in the pits. Is Verstappen done then? A minute to go. No, it's a pit stop. They are putting on a scrubbed set. I need to get my words right. A scrubbed set of C3s, but he's not going back out. I think that's it for Max for today. That's Max's test over. 55 seconds. They're wheeling him back into the pit lane. So here we go. All coming to a head. Please do drop a like if you're just tuning in, by the way. Always appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe. Lots coming up. 40 seconds left in testing for 2022. So yeah, please do drop a like. Always appreciated. Just over 1,000 watching now. So thank you all for your support this week. It's been superb and I've enjoyed every minute of it. So thank you very much. Kevin N says, is Alpha going to surprise Mike? Again, super quick. I mean, you can say more than yes, but no.
What, AlphaTauri or Alfa Romeo?
Alfa Romeo.
No, I think they'll be roughly where they are every time. I think they'll be more competitive than they were last year, but I think they'll be roughly about that lower end of the midfield. That's
the checkered flag. I'll do the order in a minute. I'm going to do 2 more super quickly because this is nice and easy to... they've red flagged it, but it is a checkered flag. Oh, of course. Yeah, no, I understand why. Sorry. It's red flag because obviously Haas are testing afterwards, aren't they, for another 2 hours? So that's a case of getting the cars back to the pits and then they will green flag it for Haas and Haas only. A couple more questions then and then we're going to wrap it up. In one word, Mike, and this is harsh and I'll answer it as well. Don't worry. I'll answer it first. Sainz versus Leclerc. The question is, how will Ferrari handle it? But I'm going to throw it and say who will come out on top, and I'm going to go Leclerc.
Leclerc for me as well. I think Sainz did very well last year, but I just feel Leclerc is a top talent.
Yeah, I like Leclerc. I've kind of answered that one game over. Just asking if there'll be any back market teams. I don't think there will be, and I'm just going to wait for see if one more question comes in because I said I'd do 2. If not, then we will wrap it up there, or I'll read something else. But yeah, essentially the red flag then is just because again they want to basically close the track so that Haas can get ready to go out, and then when everyone's back in the pits, they'll send Haas back out there for that extra 2 hours because they messed up with the freight. F1 did. Yeah, I've seen that, Black Hawk, so thank you very much. I was just going to see if we've got time to do that. I'm sure I've got a couple of minutes and just quickly confirm that McLaren have confirmed that Colton Herta is going to be joining them in a deserved role. So McLaren Racing confirmed today that current IndyCar driver Colton Herta from the USA will test for the McLaren team as part of its 2021 MCL 35M car testing program in 2022. The opportunity for Herta comes with the new Formula One sporting regulations, which enable teams to now test 1-year-old cars under the testing of previous cars TPC provision, obviously because those cars are irrelevant now compared to the current current ones. That's why they've changed. And Herta says, I want to thank McLaren for the opportunity to get my first laps in a Formula One car, which has always been on my racing bucket list. This will be a great opportunity for me to gain some valuable experience in a new form of motorsports and learn from such an established team like McLaren. Really nice that they waited until I had the IndyCar expert on today. So that was very, very good. Well done. Well done, McLaren. And I think we will wrap it up there. I'll tell you what, I'll answer Maria. So we've talked about Aston Martin earlier today, Maria. So apologies if you've missed that. We've got through everybody, but I tell you what, I'll throw this one at Mike while I just get ready to read the order down. Relatively quickly, Mike. No major rush, mate. But where would you put Aston if you were to put them somewhere in the pecking order? Where would you put them? Or if you don't want to go that far because it's a bit crazy speculative, how are you feeling about Aston Martin from what you've seen in these 3 days? Just so Maria's got a little bit of something on Aston for us to wrap up on.
Good question. Again, it's so hard to nail down. If I was going to do it, I reckon they'd be around about a similar spot that they would be last year. I don't think they're necessarily going to progress. I think, again, they could probably challenge for the odd podium, and I think you're going to see maybe a lot more teams this year. I think it could potentially be closer and a lot more teams challenge for the odd podium like they were doing at the back end of last year. Vettel and Stroll, I think, will be quite close, but if I was going to have a push, that Vettel would be, again, leading that team still in a new direction and hopefully to build. But yeah, I can't really see it higher than any 5th or 6th. I know you said briefly that Sky were having them around about 5th place from it. They've racked up a decent amount of laps over this time. I know they had some issues during testing. I think they had some issues on day one. But yeah, Aston Martin, unfortunately, if you were expecting them to be challenging at the top, probably not what you want to hear, but I reckon just kind of run of the mill, keep progressing. And as the investment keeps coming into the team, it takes a while to kind of really grow a team and get it to compete at the top. But I think they'll be moving in the right direction, but not quite there yet to challenge with anything more than 5th or 6th.
Thanks, Mike.
No problem,
That was
mate.
almost perfect there, timing-wise. And hey to Dave the Fish, by the way, says, first one I've been able to make because of work. Love the work, Sean. Thank you very much, mate. I'm so pleased you're able to catch us there. Appreciate the support, as always, from all of you, but I'll get to that in just a sec. I'm going to quickly run through the final order on the final day of testing. It's sad because the streams are over, but it's exciting because that means next week it all matters and it's all real, and I cannot wait. So Max Verstappen not only tops the final day of testing, he also set the fastest time of testing this year in Bahrain with a 1:31.720. That was on the C5 tyre, so the softest compound, and completed 53 laps this afternoon. Charles Leclerc, second place. Ferrari continuing their good, consistent pace and the lappage as well. 1:32.415. That was on the C4's 51 laps. Fernando Alonso, 1:32.698. Much better end to the test for Alonso. He had a shaky start. That was on the C4 tyre, by the way. 122 laps on a 32.698. George Russell, that Mercedes looking a little bit unstable from some of the onboards. That's probably the big story at the moment. In terms of the silver arrows, at least, a 1:32.759 for George. That was on the C5 tyre. 71 laps for him this afternoon. Valtteri Bottas up there in 5th place in the Alfa Romeo. 1:32.985. That was on the C3 tyre. And if we're talking about teams who have had a much better second test versus the first test, Alfa Romeo, it is night and day. 68 laps this afternoon. Lots of laps for him and lots of laps over the course of the test from Alfa as well. So good stuff from them. Yuki Tsunoda, AlphaTauri quietly getting on with it this week. So that's usually a good sign. 1:33.002. That was on the C5 tyres. 57 laps for him. Sergio Perez, 1:33.105 on the C4. 43 laps in total. Mick Schumacher, 1:33.1 on the C3 tyre. 57 laps. I'm quietly optimistic about Haas. Not for a title challenge or anything crazy like that, but I think they could have they're going to have a much better season than last year, and I think they could be consistently challenging that midfield for some good points. So they're looking all right at Haas. Lando Norris for McLaren, 1:33.191. 90 laps today, so it's not all doom and gloom for McLaren. His fastest time, by the way, was on the C2 tyre, but that brake issue is a concern. Hopefully, as Andreas Seidel has said, they can get the parts they need on the car, the complete parts on the car they need in time for next weekend, and all will be well. And of course, get well soon as well to Daniel Ricciardo, who tested positive for COVID, which is why he's not on this list, and he should be available for Bahrain. And that's not even the most of it from McLaren. Colton Herta, they've confirmed he's going to be testing for them this year, and Oscar Piastri will be available if needed to fill a seat next weekend if Ricciardo can't race, but they seem to think he will be, so that should be okay. Sebastian Vettel, 133.821 in 10th place. That was on a C4 tyre, 81 laps. Guan Yu Zhou, or Zhou Guan Yu, I'll get it right before next week, 133.959. That was on the C4 tyre, 82 laps, and you see what I mean there with Alfa Romeo and their lappage, 68 for Bottas, 82 for Zhou. Pierre Gasly, 91 laps at 134.865 on the C4 tyre. Carlos Sainz, 135.905 on the C5, 68 laps, more than Leclerc actually, interesting enough. Alex Albon, 135.171 C3 tyre, just the 18 laps, but no problems at Williams, just because of the fire and the incident yesterday, they decided to split their drivers in the afternoon, so Albon didn't get quite as much time. He didn't get anywhere near a full afternoon. Latifi did the morning and then the second half of the afternoon for 124 laps, actually, Latifi. So lots of laps for Williams. His fastest time was on the C3 at 135.634. Lance Stroll, 136.029 on the C3s, 53 laps. Lewis Hamilton, 78 laps, fastest time of 136.217 on the C5s. Again, that Mercedes. From the onboards we've seen, again, not attacking him, but particularly with George Russell, not looking particularly stable. I didn't see a lot of Lewis Hamilton on board, so I might go and go away and have a look. That's what I'm going to say for replays of that one. And Kevin Magnussen, just 38 laps for him this morning. Did get the extra hour, of course, because of that freight issue, but a fuel system issue and a water leak cost him today for track time, but still, I mean, it's not awful, 38 laps. He'd like more, I'm sure. 138.616, that was on the C2, and just to confirm, Mick Schumacher will be going around the track again. In fact, he's out there right now, just gone through turn 4 on the driver tracker to complete another couple of hours just to have to get that time back. They lost due to the freight problem. So that's your running order. That is it. Thank you very much, Mike, mate. It has been brilliant. I promise we won't leave it 3 years in between chats next time. But thank you for coming along, mate. It's been good fun and good to have a proper catch up about. I mean everything really. It's been so long since we spoke.
It has, mate. We've got to make a promise to ourselves here that we don't cause another pandemic. All right, we got to try. I think we owe it to everyone in chat. We don't cause another pandemic with us being on stream again. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen. But yeah, no, mate, it's been absolutely brilliant to catch up with you. Thank you so much for having me on. And I think I kind of speak for probably everyone in chat and everyone who's watched the streams over a few days. Thanks for kind of putting these on, because I think it is so great to have a place to kind of come and chat, waffle about F1. Obviously me with you on stream as well, and John T and Dylan and Stuart across the days. And yeah, it's been fantastic. And how exciting is it that F1 is back next year? And mate, I can't wait to see what this 2022 season's going to play out like, because I still feel we've spoken about it, we've given thoughts, but I've no idea really which way the season's going to go.
Yeah, thank you for that, mate. I appreciate those words. And yeah, you're right. Absolutely, I'm so pumped for this one. Before you go, you can one word, and I mean one word, because I want to put you right on the spot here. Drivers' champion, come Abu Dhabi. I'd like to talk to you again before then, but I'm gonna do it right now.
Charles Leclerc.
Oh, that's mine. I've been saying Charles Leclerc. Oh, fine. I'll go with Kevin Magnussen.
I guess.
Yeah. Thank you very much, mate. It's been great. I'll let you get off. Enjoy your evening and enjoy the F1 this season. A week to go. We'll have had qualifying. Qualifying will be done this time next week. I got it right this time. Thank you very much, mate. And I'm sure I'll talk to you soon. It's massively appreciated.
Will do, Sean. Thank you so much. See you, everyone in chat. Thanks for having me. And yeah, catch up soon.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much to Mike. Thank you, of course, as well to John T for yesterday afternoon, for Dylan for Thursday afternoon, and of course, huge thank you to Stuart for doing every morning with me, listening to this voice but also thank you to you guys, and thank you for tolerating this voice. Some of you have been here for every minute of this with me, so you are all crackers, but it has been great fun to sit and talk to you all. So thank you so much for your support over this week. Thank you for your super chats as well. Thanks again to Charles Edward Cheese, as always, and to everyone who's popped a super chat in. I'll just double check that I've done them all. I think I have, so thank you so much for that. Always appreciated. Every penny goes back into the channel in some way, shape or form, so thank you so much. And again, thank you for tuning in. It's always nice to chat to you, like-minded F1 fans. Bit of debate, bit of conversation, bit of fun as well. But that's it for testing in 2022. So what have we had? So we've had the off season, we've had launches, we've had testing. That can only mean one thing's left. It'll come to me in a minute. That's it. Formula One season right around the corner. Like I say, this time next week, qualifying will just have finished, assuming no red flags, of course, and the race less than a week and 24 hours away. Very, very exciting. No idea how this is going to go down. We'll all make our crazy predictions, I'm sure, but absolutely cannot wait for this one. So make sure to drop a like before you disappear. Show some support for the stream. Please do as well. Subscribe. Lots coming up over the course of the season. Like I say, just as a bare minimum, previews on a Thursday, race reactions on a Sunday, and then some stuff in between. Roundups on a Saturday, and something to round up the weekend as well at the start of the week. So lots coming up this year. Lots of streams as well. I'd like to do some new stuff. So yes, please do subscribe and drop a like. Links in the description to all the channels for the guests on the streams as well. And, of course, all the stuff to support the stream is down there. And you can follow me on social media. All the links you need for that are in the description down below. I will be back on possibly before. I'm not sure what I'm doing next week. I've forgotten. I've not got my schedule up. But I will definitely be back on Thursday for the preview for the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix. I'm grinning my arse off as soon as I said that then. The preview for the 2022 season opening Bahrain Grand Prix. And if you do, I know some people watch videos, some people watch streams, but if you are just here for the streams, then I will see you next Sunday for our first race reaction of 2022. But as ever, thank you so much for tuning in over the last 3 days. I've been Sean. This has been the F1 Word. And until next time, goodbye.